In her opening speech, the leader of government business made an emphatic point about the certainty of confidence. The certainty of confidence in our Prime Minister, whose leadership has seen the rise of our country again. The certainty of confidence in this country to refocus on success, to take up the call to greatness again. And the certainty of confidence in our economy, in our path, in our future, with the Barbados Labour Party at the helm. And perhaps it is this certainty that has made us complacent. There are those who say the things that we have achieved are no big feat. Ain't nothing. They call the reinvestment in Barbadian youth no great feat. After the previous government made the middle class of this country choose between their own future or that of their children, made the poor have to delay the dream of a better life in favor of just survival. They want us to forget those of us who are still paying back student loans to this day, unable to claim a piece of the rock or to even think about children because that extra money in our paycheck is consumed with paying back student debt that they should never have had to undertake in the first place. They want you to forget. This country was under crippling, unsustainable debt, multiple downgrades, no garbage collection in most of the country, poor bus service, and the last government's only solution was a man named Tax. Tax was their best friend. So I can understand why there are those with a full-throated certainty who believed that this government would go down the same road. Because I understand that taxes are a natural part of government, but they do not have to be the only solution. And it is that lack of creativity which I find myself disappointed with. A lack of creativity that sees them campaigning up and down this country with an old cast of characters that look like some stale political dish warmed over with a little chopped parsley and fresh nuts thrown over. But I digress, Mr. President. The people of this country do not have such short memories that we do not remember from whence we came. But as I say, I digress. I have for the last couple of years witnessed a reawakening in the importance of agriculture for some Barbadians in this country. In fact, during the period of COVID, I would argue that a box of vegetables was tantamount to receiving a bouquet of flowers. It was a treasured thing when someone brought you some vegetables from their garden during COVID. You felt good about it. But that period only highlighted the truth about the unhealthy, almost abusive relationship we as Barbadians have with agriculture in this country. I find we've always seemed to have a disconnect in how we think about it, where we constantly decry the high food import bill. We demand that something be done about it. We argue that government must put policies in place, must increase farming, help farmers decrease imports. And yet, most of us treat the situation, as though it is somehow removed from our everyday choices, from our everyday lives. We walk about the supermarket gathering our groceries. Now, if you're like me, you go aisle through aisle, investigating and looking. If you're like others, you have a list and you go point to point to point. This is how much you're spending, and you don't care whatever else is available. All policies can contend. I have no argument. And you stand in front of a shelf of carrots, and you automatically choose the foreign ones because they look better or they're a few cents cheaper. And what you will find is that when you get to the checkout, in your cart, There's nothing that is grown in Barbados. There's nothing that's made in Barbados. But you don't play that on your mind. You go ahead, pay for your groceries, play Tetris as you try to fit them into the car. And on the way home, you have a lovely conversation with your child. And you tell them, in some cases, you discourage them from agriculture. Tell them that is back-breaking work. I didn't work all these years for you to be in a field. I don't pay lessons for you to go and play up in dirt. These are the kinds of microaggressions that we teach our children. We discourage them because we do not understand the large earning potential of farming done correctly. We do not understand the green gold that we block them from. And so when we reach home, we unpack the car, we put away the groceries, we have a cup of tea and we read the newspaper and we call our friends. And we talk about how horrible it is that the front page talks about this high food import bill, how something has to be done about it. And yet in all these interactions, we have not recognized that the damage we have done is far greater than any poor policy that the government could have intended, because we have chosen in our everyday actions not to invest in this country's agricultural sector. We have chosen not to be a part of the solution. No, I don't want this to sound as though I'm decrying my fellow Barbadians, because I too can be part of the problem. I wish only to point out that the daily choices we are making are detrimental to agriculture in this country. But yet we are the ones who oftentimes decry the work of the Minister of Agriculture and the ministry. And all I can say is that it's clear to me in the work that has been done in the past 3 to 4 years that the minister and the ministry take the work of reviving agriculture seriously. So I want to give them a sterling round of applause. Because we have had many previous ministers of agriculture. We have had many previous ministers, and we have all heard the stories about how they relate to agriculture in their own way. There are those, allegedly, who upon hearing that they were going to be ministers of agriculture wept, not out of excitement, but out of disrespect that they felt. How could they possibly be given such a paltry ministry? There are others who, allegedly, allowed their ministry to be used as the boogeyman of the public civil service. If you don't behave, I'm going to send you to the Ministry of Agriculture. But I want to attest that this Minister of Agriculture has been both proud and fierce in his defense of his charge, and ably supported by the men and women exceptional in their service in the Ministry of Agriculture. So when I hear about all the things that they are not doing or must do more of, I personally try to take the opportunity to send up a prayer for them, to encourage them, to offer my thanks to these colleagues, because I know that they give of their all to each program and each policy that is given for them to undertake. Anyone who truly understands the business of national development understands that true development involves sowing seeds that you will never see to reap, that only future generations will have the opportunity. And yesterday, my colleague, Senator Brathwaite, spoke about the building blocks of agriculture, about the need for research and development, and the need for the government to put more of the public purse into the agricultural sector. And while I cannot deny that I myself would love to see this happen, I understand, as does he, that our desires must be weighted against the many needs on the public purse, against health, against education, against the social safety net that happens in people empowerment. And so the emphasis must be on the making of the most of the impact on the most dire problems that the agricultural sector faces, of making significant headway in bringing this back to a more productive sector for this country. And one of those dire problems, Mr. President, has been the issue of water. Whether you believe in the idea that we are water scarce or not, I don't want to start up that argument again in this chamber, sir. One of the main issues of farmers is water, getting it, using it, paying for it. In 2022, Prime Minister Motley and this administration recognized the needs of our farmers, especially on the cost factor of paying for water. And hence, as of May 1st, 2022, farmers received a discounted rate for water in this country. But further to this issue, the ministry did not just sit back and say, okay, that solves the problem, let us move on. The ministry has embarked on a creation of reservoirs and ponds across this country for agricultural use. Now, I know that most Barbadians would be confused by this point. I myself felt like water was the sole purview of the BWA. I certainly never had a thought that the Ministry of Agriculture had a part to play in this creation of water sources. However, in working with the BWA, 38 million gallons of farming water capacity was created by the Ministry of Agriculture over the past year, aimed at servicing 227 acres of farming land at Browns Pond, Haggett's, Lears, Bodwins. These projects come to a total of $5 million in reservoir investment costs. 2 of them will also feature PVC systems, and both Lears and Browns Pond will also feature an aquaculture project aimed at domestic fishing sources of tilapia and catfish at Lears and shrimp at Browns Pond. And I, for one, look forward to seeing how this shrimp measures up. But this was not simply an ideology of, all right, throw money at the problem, see if it fixes it. Because the ministry took the time to do the research and the development, creating a technical report on the feasibility of the project, and subsequently, only then, investing the necessary funds for the infrastructure, which should be completed and the project implemented this year. But the ministry's work on water situation for new farmers doesn't just stop there. There was heavy work on the Aquifer Recharge Program, correctly named the National Erosion Control and Aquifer Recharge Program. This saw the completion of 50 wells throughout Barbados to redirect that water that we were losing, which was not making it through our natural filtration systems and into the water supply. And so the ministry has sought water solutions in order for us to reap more success from the already highly successful FEED program. When that program was first announced, there was so much negative chatter. We hear it all the time. Because in Barbados, we have 3 categories of naysayers, in my opinion. There may be more, but 3. That nothing new. Then you have that could never work. And then, of course, my favorite, that ain't enough, you have to do more. And the last is my favorite because it always seems so reasonable. And yet, if you listen to it, you would never embark on any project in this country because it would never be enough, so why start? But in spite of all of this, the project was started, and I'm proud to say, Mr. President, that 881 persons have been trained through that feed program. That 252 persons have been placed on 343 acres of land in this country, sir. That is not a small feat for a country that often does not find persons willing to invest in agriculture, willing to take the step that is necessary to become involved. And while, yes, like most programs, this was impacted by COVID-19, the ministry is diligently working on getting those trained farmers onto water-sourced land. We are not giving them opportunities in one part to only give them problems in another. We are giving them land that we have sourced water to be able to carry out their activities. Because I am happy to say that in the ministry, we do not stop the work when we are faced with adversity. We redouble our efforts. We seek help from other learned colleagues, and we push harder. And so the plans for this upcoming financial year, as represented by these estimates, will see the expansion of the feed program into the AGE program, Accelerated Growth Enhancement. Now, this program is intensely focused, sir. It is focused on attacking the issue of our food import bill, aimed at moving 12 of the 19 identified commodities in the 25 by 2025 category into production, greater production in this country. This initiative by members of CARICOM is aimed at lowering the food import bill by taking a heavy look at our productive sectors, while taking an also equally heavy look at our import list. And it has decided that these 12 commodities, namely broccoli, onions, tomatoes, carrots, lettuce, cantaloupe, celery, cauliflower, pumpkins, watermelon, cabbage, and sweet peppers, all of which represent a collective $17 million we spend every year in importing. So I want to encourage Barbadians that if you buy nothing else local, that you make a concerted effort to buy from this list of items, because you now know exactly how much you could be helping lower our food import bill. It is not being done in blind faith. I've given you the numbers. You know the truth. And to bring this into reality, the ministry is going to bring 328 acres of land back into productive use. I want you to understand how significant that is. One hue and cry we hear all over the country on a continuous basis is about all the agricultural land being used for other purposes. Privately, there are those who take the agricultural land and want to put it into housing or other more productive, in their opinion, sectors. And then there is the cry that the government itself has all this land running to bush. And so I want us to take a moment to understand the significance of moving 328 acres back into productive use in agriculture in this country. You see, I personally hear the hue and cry quite often as it relates to medicinal cannabis and how we will take up productive agricultural land in non-food related items. And I have fought against that concept very, very continuously, but we will get to that matter later. So I want to send a huge congratulations on this product to BADMC and the Minister and Ministry of Agriculture, who simultaneously are attempting to cut our food import bill to put farmers back into targeted cultivation, that we know we can find space for them, and to put more land into agricultural use in one fell swoop. And I'm sure all know there are those lined up to call into their favorite calling program to pull down this effort, to wonder why it wasn't done before. But with moderators letting them run amok, but that is quite all right. All of these kinds of contentions have to contend. We are a democracy after all. We must allow these things to happen. But I ask that we see that agriculture is not a matter to be played haphazardly. It is one that involves planning, research and development, sowing the seeds that are necessary if we really want to do something about agriculture in this country. It involves deliberate planning and moving forward. And that brings us to the Barbados-Guyana Food Terminal Project, because there's been a lot said about this project. There have been those who say, well, why we bothering to gather together with Guyana? We could do this by ourselves. Why are we even engaging in storing these things and attempting to export when we, in some cases, cannot fill our local demand? And I want to say this clearly. Vision is an important thing. Planning is an important thing. Actioning and implementing are important things. This is not about where we are now. This is about where we want to be in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Because development must start somewhere and with someone. And so, the increased production locally and the planned exports and imports regarding the St. Barnabas Accord, of which this project comes from, I am happy to see. But I want to stop there, Mr. President, because I would be betraying one of my first disciplines if I did not take the time to point out the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in bringing about this agreement. If I did not take the time to point out to Barbadians that when you see an agreement such as the St. Barnabas Accords, and I want you to take the time to go on the internet and read the document, see the plans that we have been putting in place for your future. It is not merely the work of one ministry. It is, in fact, the work of multiple ministries, working on understanding our capacity, on our trading and market potentials, and on building relationships. Just because we're all a part of CARICOM does not mean that all relationships are the same. You can't just sign a document and figure, well, that relationship will survive. We have to be continuous. We have to be intentional. We have to reach out across the aisle, see where we can find synergies, and continue to grow. So I want to applaud the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And let us not leave them out when we discuss the transformative nature of the work of the Ministry of Agriculture. So I'm excited to talk about the possibilities of the food terminal, which, once completed, will see 40 containers of food of storage capacity. I will be equipped with a processing and a packaging plant. Arguably, that has been part of what has been missing in the way that we go about agriculture as a whole. An understanding of the sanitary and phytosanitary needs when it comes towards export. Also when it comes towards local consumption. Being able to have a targeted method of dealing with that. And being able to allow smaller farmers to be able to benefit. So I'm happy and contented to seeing it come about. As part of the overall plan, the transshipment between Barbados and the Caribbean community, with plans towards North and South America. The project will continue this year, and I'm told that plans are for groundbreaking within the next 3 months. Mr. President, these estimates also look at animal husbandry, representing not only the expansion of the dairy and cattle industry through a partnership with Brazil, but also the black belly sheep program, much talked about, much argued about, much conversated all through the halls of Barbados, the highways and byways. This project involves 3 countries, Guyana, Barbados, Suriname. and it is aimed at bringing the population of black-belly sheep up to 1 million animals through interbreeding with other species of sheep. But you see, this project can't be just thought of as it relates to agricultural basis. We have to really look at this as it relates to dollars and cents. The Caribbean imports 7,900 tons of mutton to a tune of 48 million US dollars. I had no idea that we like sheep that bad, sir. Absolutely no idea. Mostly out of Australia and New Zealand. But if working together, we three countries could close this gap, not only for ourselves, but for the region, why in the world wouldn't we do that, sir? Why wouldn't we use scientific advancement and agricultural innovation to prove that we were capable of meeting our own needs as a region? This project is still in its infancy, as the plan is to export 1,000 sheep, and we have sent 493 so far, with the remainder to go shortly. It will continue with the crossbreeding and multiplying phase into the 2023 financial year. It is a layer upon a layer upon a layer towards looking to address the issues of agriculture and food security in this country. Another layer to that is the Master Butcher Program. With the increase in sheep and cow stocks, there must be an increase in the skills in creating the kind of cuts that we import, the kind of cuts that hotels sell at elevated prices to tourists and to locals. And so, we will embark on critical training for the butchers in this country, to be able to ensure that no one can say they cannot get an excellent cut of Barbadian lamb or beef. So I'm happy to say that. And I want our hotel and business sector to get on board with that. I want them to recognize that they are part of the solution and to take clear steps towards making sure that they are buying local wherever they can. Now, sir, I'm excited for the next two projects because I myself was clueless when I heard the two names, mariculture and apiculture. I admit, I had to look for a dictionary because they had never been taught to me, sir. I did not know. Now, mariculture is defined as an activity involving food production for human consumption. Very generic definition. It is an activity aimed at the growth of aquatic organisms, both plants and animals, cultured in a confined environment in an aquatic medium. The rest of the definition mentions something called brackish water. I didn't want to go too deeply into that. But essentially, it's raising fish in special cages off the coast. It is an opportunity to be involved in yet another industry, which is not taking up land space, but rather utilizing a resource which we are constantly surrounded by. It is legitimate industries for sir. Before anyone takes it themselves and say, well, why are we raising fish in cages? They're all about the ocean. Fish. It is a legitimate industry that yields 1.1 tons of aquatic animals. As of 2022, it was worth 3.5 billion euros, with a big B, sir. A spatial distribution of global mariculture production study by Gage Clausen in 2022 noted that mariculture is a prominent and rapidly growing sector that has the potential to supply relatively low impact, high quality nutrition to millions more people. And hence, the ministry will be embarking on the necessary exploratory work in conjunction with the Ministry of the Environment and National Beautification, including the identification of the best place offshore, reviewing the necessary legal framework and the ecological impacts that will come from the activity. But, sir, some of this research has already been done as it relates to the possible profitability. Researchers at Stanford University of California at Santa Barbara and Florida State University published on the potential of mariculture in the Caribbean, identifying not only that Barbados was an excellent choice, but they also identified the type of fish that we should be growing based on growth rate, market value, and environmental resiliency. So I'm excited by the prospects of that industry, sir, and Godspeed with their investigations and preparation for the opportunity. There is another market, sir, and again, I admit, did not understand the connection between apiculture and beekeeping. It didn't happen to be a word I was familiar with. It is an agro-industry, using the bees to do what they must as micro-manipulators, as masters of turning what may be into what could be. And so, I want to dispel any notion that this is mere hobbyism, sir. Because we in Barbados tend to see new things, well, not new things, but things we're not accustomed to considering an industry as hobbyism. I'm just playing. This is a legitimate industry, sir. And the Ministry of Agriculture has, in fact, trained 366 persons in the past 4 years in the art of beekeeping. But the ministry does not just want to stop there. The intention is to roll out a full national apiculture project in collaboration with the FAO. The size of the honey industry globally is $8.5 billion US dollars, with a big B, billion. As it relates to one of our bigger neighbors, EU, they produce approximately 275 tons of honey, having increased their production over the past 5 years by about 15%. But even then, they do not create enough to service their consumption. They're only at about 60% of self-sufficiency as it relates to honey. And that is not based on arbitrary figures. That is based on the European Union Directorate General of Agriculture and Rural Development. But even if we don't want to take into account the global picture, even if we want to discount the European Union picture, the domestic picture paints enough of an opportunity for us to get involved, more heavily involved, more targeted. £350,000 annually. That is how much Barbados' demand for honey is. However, we spend about $1 million importing, just over $1 million. Currently, there are only approximately 738 hives in all of the country, and they only produce about 15,000 pounds of honey. And hence, there's not only a local industry, there's not only a regional industry, there's an international industry of potential. But even so, the ministry has known this, arguably from documents I could see, from since 2019. They did not just run haphazardly into the situation. They chose instead to work with the FAO to complete a joint study about how Barbados should go about getting into this industry. The Rapid Value Chain Analysis and Upgrading Strategy of Agriculture Value Chain in Barbados was a document that was created out of research and development, out of looking into the industry, out of looking to how we go about it, how we could better go about it, and where we could find opportunities to expand in Barbados. Now, I say all that to say there are still issues with the industry. I'm told that we need to look at having less aggressive queen bees. That is only animal bees, sir, not political ones. And the possible imports, that we need to import more bees in order to be able to grow the industry properly. But I have faith that we will continue to find that opportunity through our research and development and through the coming opportunities. Finally, I want to talk about the research and development of the labs and the innovation centers that are being created over this next year in Barbados. The Tissue Culture Lab is arguably one of the biggest components towards the fight for increased productive sector in agriculture in Barbados. And I'm sure that my colleague, Senator Brathwaite, would agree with me on that point. And the government is spending $50 million, $15 million, in the creation of a state-of-the-art tissue culture lab. This facility is where plants will be replicated from the larger, genetically preferable mother plants, usually grown in chambers for breeding, multiplication, or research. And this is critical to ensuring a pure genetic material free of pest and disease, allowing us to rapidly produce plants of high quality to be able to meet possible export needs for the markets that we are opening up in this country. This is going to help us not only on the point of food security, but food sovereignty as we move forward. There is already plans afoot, once the lab is completed, to use it towards helping us with the sweet potato industry, of which there is a huge UK market. And we are eyeing somewhere towards 100 million in annual revenue, if only we can make sure that this gets up and running and is utilized appropriately. And I am happy to know that we are doing this. And finally, the Barbados Innovation Center for Agriculture. Sounds like a fancy name, and it is, but it's about visioning. You see, this center will have three main features. One will be a fabrication laboratory, a prototyping space to allow the youth of this country, as well as those more seasoned, to be able to work on prototypes, to be used in the agricultural sector, towards digital manufacturing technology. And I hope that we will use the skills and talents of the SJPI in 3D printing to be able to bring this further along. This is the aim, is to help to bridge the digital divide. The reality is, if we want young people to be able to be more invested in agriculture, then we need to talk their talk. We need to be able to show them how all of their natural skills that they have attained growing up in technology can be used towards agriculture and to making it work better. There will also be a display area for a renewed vision in agriculture, teaching our history, visioning our future, helping us to understand. And finally, there is an agricultural extension app, a service area that will teach us about the soil, about the water, about crop management, about collecting and analyzing data and mapping the zones and weather patterns in this country. It's not just about bringing technology into agriculture. It's about making sure that we are using it correctly. It's about making sure that we are understanding how we can see a bigger future and how our youth can no longer consider agricultural a pastime. And now finally, I get to talk to you about something a little radical. Something that we often argue for or against, too much and too little. That is medicinal cannabis. I happily have the opportunity to lead this organization of the Barbados Medicinal Cannabis Licensing Authority. after one of my good colleagues has laid good ground for me to run on. There's a statement often attributed to Winston Churchill, and the gist of it is that you will never reach your destination if you stop to throw rocks at every dog that barks. And so oftentimes I ignore the comments, the asides, the issues that some who I know aren't necessarily interested will speak towards medicinal cannabis. But today I want to speak to those who are genuinely interested, who have serious questions. I want to tell you a bit about what we've been able to do and what we plan to do moving forward. Because when we first brought this legislation and regulations to the two houses, there was lots of discussion in the public. One of my most favorite was we can have zombies in the streets. People can be all doped up. And it may seem ridiculous, but that was a legitimate concern that a very pleasant old lady said to me as she delivered papers to my office. But the reality of the situation is, this government was attempting to bring a viable contributing factor to this economy. This government was attempting to bring a viable medicine proven to help and bring relief to the suffering of Barbadians. And so we had to deal with these issues, these fears, these contentions. And the Barbados Medicinal Cannabis Licensing Authority, the BMCLA, has been working diligently from since inception to ensure that we are creating an industry that is patient-centric, because it's not just about bringing a viable economic opportunity to this country. It is about ensuring that Barbadians have the opportunity to be able to get medicine to improve their quality of life, oftentimes when they're going through the most terrible moments of their life. And so despite all the naysaying, we've centered this authority on training, on research and development, and on being patient-centric. And since then, we have been able to do quite a lot of things. And while there are 2 issued licensees representing 9 approved and 8 issued licenses, there are a further 6 licensees that have been approved and 10 licenses which have been approved. That is progress in this country, in an industry where they said no one would be interested, in an industry where they said we would never be able to make inroads. We are making them, sir. There's a tremendous amount of work that has never stopped, because we wanted to ensure we were going to be a well-regulated industry. And so we went to BNSI to develop the standards that would be necessary to ensure that anyone using cannabis grown in Barbados was using cannabis that was of the highest quality. And therefore, we developed testing standards towards that, sir. From there, we wanted to ensure that Barbadians could have training, because I've heard all of the criticisms that all of the master growers are going to come from overseas and the locals who may have been growing for a long time will not get the opportunity. But I want them to understand this. What is legal in this country is medicinal cannabis. And the growth of such and the use of such on an international level requires that you do so with standards and quality in mind. That you have to have standard operating procedures. The same way I want to know what is in my aspirin, I want to know what is in the medicinal cannabis. What did you fertilize it with? What did you water it with? And that is a question sometimes. How did it come about? What is the pest management system that you have been using? And so, we embarked with the assistance of TVET, with international, regional, and local legacy farmers to create a training program that would give best opportunity to Barbadians who wanted to be involved in that industry. And I'm happy to say that we have finally reached an agreement with one of the major educational institutions in this country, which will be announced in the coming 2 months. to carry out that training for Barbadians, to allow them to be able to understand where the international requirements lie, and to be able to give them a qualification that they can't just use in Barbados, they can't just use in the region, that they can go internationally and be able to present themselves as well-studied, well-learned, and qualified. But beyond that, we didn't just wait until this program was completed. We, in fact, brought in a master grower from Israel to be able to first have a conversation with some of the legacy growers who said they were interested in farming medicinal cannabis in this country. And we took a day for him to be able to impart some critical knowledge about how the international industry works, about what the requirements would be. Beyond that, we are currently in the middle of a cannabis crash course program, which we have offered free of cost in this country to anyone who wanted to log on to be able to impart knowledge. It's a 3-term program, and we will be offering the certification at the end of it to say that you understand what is required in this industry. And I am happy to say that it has not just been well subscribed, it has been oversubscribed, sir. And term 3 of that program, we are working with the University of the West Indies, who in fact has one of their own training programs as it relates to training doctors on the use of medicinal cannabis in the treatment of their patients. Further, we have ensured that we have brought educational programs for locals based on regional partners in cultivation, in manufacturing aspects, and the full value chain of possibilities available to those who want to be involved in the medicinal cannabis industry. And 2023 to 2024 will see us having our first therapeutic facility opened in this country. It will see we already have our first working medicinal cannabis farm up and running. But I want to get to what is arguably one of the biggest criticisms that I often hear about our industry. The license is too expensive. And for some that may be true, but I would argue this, that nowhere in the world are your licenses for a full 5 years. I would argue that I have not seen anywhere else that will allow you to pay on a payment plan. We allow our licensees to give us 60% of the cost of their license upfront and to pay the remainder over the next 3 years. We have been making opportunities wherever we can, but let me break it down for you in dollars and cents. For a Tier 1 license, this is $29,700. On the payment program, you're going to pay $17,820, with the remainder to be paid over 3 years. Now, you can pay that on a yearly basis, which is $3,960, or you can pay that on a monthly basis, which is $330. That's a quartz bill, sir. But we have not stopped there. We have allowed licensees who find themselves small and truly not able to bear the brunt to be able to say, we will pre-approve you. So we will tell you that your documentation is good, you have passed the background checks, you can go away with your pre-approval and build your facility. Spend your initial capital into creating the facility that you want. And then come back to us. Then look at how you will pay us. We have made every kind of accommodation that we could at this point in time, but we are not resting on our laurels. We are looking at how we can do more. That is why we have worked so closely with the cooperatives department. That is why we have worked so closely with each group of individuals who have said they want to come. We have said if 10 of you have $5,000, that is $50,000. Look at how much more affordable things seem to get, working together. And that is why we have continued to push the point of cooperatives and partnerships, working together. Many hands making light work can also make profit, sir. But further to this, we have been heavy on the educational belt. I have done all that I could, all that my predecessor could, to be able to be in as much spaces as possible to speak about medicinal cannabis, to speak about the industry, to speak about opportunities. We have been invited to many of the regional conferences to discuss medicinal cannabis, to discuss how we as a region could then impact on the global industry. But we've also spoke locally. I myself have committed to spending this year with the NCSA to walk with them at each and every opportunity to speak to Barbadians about the difference between medicinal cannabis and recreational cannabis or use. I have committed to be able to speak wherever I'm called to do so for this year, because Barbadians have to understand that this is a viable industry. Take the opportunities when they are coming. Let us find a way to work together to bring about this industry in this country, sir. And so, with all of these projects that the Ministry of Agriculture has been engaged in, with all of this work that has been done, it has not come about except by planning, strategy, and legislative movements. And the Ministry of Agriculture has spent 2022 to 2023 making tremendous moves legislatively. And this chamber has seen it all. We have tussled back and forth on the merits of each of those positions. The Plant Protection Bill, the Animal Disease and Importation Amendment Act, the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill, and the Protection of Agricultural Products Act. Each has graced these halls. Each has made it through on the merits of the possibilities of what they are intending to create in this country. And I'm happy to say that we again, as the Ministry of Agriculture, will not rest on its laurels, because coming will be the Food Safety Bill, the Scotland District Development Authority, and the Three Houses Spring. All pieces of legislation which will eventually make its way through this chamber in the 2023 to 2024 period. Sir, I know I have tarried long upon your patience, but I felt that it was necessary to applaud the work that has been done by the Ministry of Agriculture and the Minister of Agriculture, who has taken the time to be a proud steward of what has been given to him, of what is truthfully the birthright of Barbadians. And I want to thank each and every one of you and encourage you to buy local. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for affording me this opportunity to speak in this chamber. As always, I consider it a distinct honor to stand on the floor of this chamber to participate in the debate on the appropriations bill of this great country, to which I'm deeply indebted. I do so also cognizant of the privilege that has been afforded me to be here. I believe my colleagues in this chamber, and indeed in the other place, would readily concur that despite our immeasurable abilities, gifts, and achievements, we're merely 51 of well over 100,000 citizens of this country who can be in these places. For all of them possess the attributes which qualify them to be here. So it is with this deep humility, sir, that I approach this significant undertaking. Permit me just to acknowledge today, the 21st of March, the 22nd of March, those 2 days, we usually observed as the vernal equinox, which is the transition from winter to spring. And it holds something special for us liturgically within the church, because I'm sure that those of us who follow the liturgical cycle, the liturgical calendar, will know that the Feast of Easter, which is the greatest feast of the church's year, cannot fall before March 21st. And so the transition of March 21st is usually for us a celebration of the transition from darkness to light, of what is taking place on the outside in a sort of sacramental way we pray to happen within our hearts, that as the sun emerges from the tropic of Capricorn and reaches to the equator as it rises, and the days lengthen and become brighter, so too may your people become more illuminated. It is my hope that through our deliberations in this appropriation bill, that the varied views around this table and from the other place will come together for a common vision of a trajectory for our nation which reflects what is happening on the outside today. A transition from darkness to light, from gloominess of winter to the newness of spring. I believe I can quote John of Damascus in his 6th century hymn in one stanza, which he says, "'Tis the spring of souls today, for Christ has burst his prison, and from 3 days' sleep in death, as the sun has risen, all the winter of our sins, long and dark, is flying from the light of him who brings light and life undying." That's enough on that one, sir. I crave your patience, sir, that you would permit me to craft my presentation within a global context in order to speak to our aspirations in this appropriations bill within that context, conscious that we are not alone in this world. I just want to caption this part of my address as a dying ideal. It's a question. A dying ideal? We debate this appropriation bill against the backdrop of what may possibly be a dying ideal. The current geopolitical and global economic situation and practices have led me to suggest the caption I've chosen. It is my real hope that I'm wrong, Mr. President, but in recent years, there has been very little to convince me otherwise. What is the ideal of which I speak? On October 29, 1945, following the catastrophic events of World War II and the heinous actions that took place within World War II, a League of Nations came together. They came together to form what we now know as the United Nations, outlining 5 main objectives. 1, to maintain international peace and security. To protect human rights. 2. 3, to deliver humanitarian aid. 4, to support sustainable development and climate activity. And 5, to uphold international law. These are all noble objectives, which were meant to bind nations together and to keep our world peaceful. So much so that when the United Nations headquarters was constructed in New York in 1951, they inscribed upon the walls the words of that great Old Testament sage, Isaiah of Jerusalem, Isaiah chapter 2 and verse 4. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Brilliant ideal. To cement this ideal, to ground it in reality, to give it some flesh, 4 great nations were designated, in the words of the then United States President Franklin Roosevelt, as a guarantor of peace in the world. They would be referred to as the 4 policemen. These nations were the United States, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and China. The United States, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and China. Let us fast forward to 2023 because we do not have all day. These are the 4 nations that were charged to maintain international peace and security, to protect human rights, to deliver humanitarian aid, to support sustainable development and climate action, to uphold international law. I pause here to allow these things to soak in for my colleagues. The United States, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and China. And while the Soviet Union has been dismantled, the largest portion of it still exists in our world today. As a nation. And as we gather here, there's a war raging in the Ukraine. What are the policemen doing? In fact, it is one of the major players, which made up the 4 policemen, that has been the antagonist in this war. As if that is not enough, these policemen were to support sustainable development and climate action, Mr. President. And we're down here like all other small island states experiencing the effects of climate change. So much so that our meteorological office said yesterday, don't expect any rain, but thank God we had a little something last night. Our Prime Minister has said code red. But would you believe who are on the top of the list in terms of pollution in this world? The CO2 emissions? A study in 2017 told us that China in that year released approximately 10 billion tons of CO2 into the atmosphere, number 1. And behind it was number 2, the United States, with just over 5 billion. What was that? Objective to support sustainable development and climate action? Juvenal, the Roman satirist, writing towards the end of the 1st century and into the 2nd century, raised the question. I may get the Latin wrong. Vis custodiete ipsos custodes. Who will guard the guards? But who will guard the guards? Mr. President, the actions I've described, though deleterious in their own right, are minuscule when compared to what I perceive to be a greater danger looming at our very doorstep here in this region and in this country. Here I speak of an ideology that is enveloping our northern neighbor, either by stealth or selective amnesia. Indeed, as I speak to you, sir, today was called to be a day of protest in that which calls itself the land of the free and the home of the brave. I have phrased it that way, sir, because I do not wish to highlight an individual, but rather a growing destructive ideology that is spreading in this so-called land of the free and home of the brave. It is not a new ideology, sir. It is as old as the hills. Modern scholars have referred to it as siege mentality. That term was developed by 2 Israeli political psychologists, Daniel Bartal and Dikla Antebi, in the 1991 work, when they were trying to find out why does Israel behave the way it does on the world stage. And they identified some traits of siege mentality. One is the belief that the world is against you. And if something happens, no one will come to your assistance. And so you need to coerce sections of your populace to think in one particular way. It involves othering the exclusion of members who do not fit in and do not buy into the ideology. It involves the development of a collective identity, tapping into events of the past, good or bad. It involves the silencing of dissenting voices. It involves the silencing and control of the media. It involves the undermining of institutions that would provide checks and balances in a society. It also involves chauvinism, the belief that we are better than anyone else, and we will act unilaterally no matter what is said in this world. We see that playing out in the West Bank and other places, and I'll just highlight a bit of it later on. Sir, as I speak to you, this theory of Daniel Bartel and Dikla Antebi is playing out in Israel, where there seems to be a power grab to control the judiciary. We've seen similar things up north as well. Those of us who understood what it meant would have been horrified by the protests in Charlotte, North Carolina in 2017, which featured the chants, blood and soil. For those who know the history of what blood and soil represents, would have been horrified by that, being shouted in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And we've been able to witness the continuous unraveling of that society in real time on our television. And it is an ideology that is not residing in one particular individual. We see it being embraced, even in their halls where decisions are being made. It is a system. And though all the traits of siege mentality may not present themselves at the same time, it is there. In just the last few days, with a warrant of arrest being issued by the International Criminal Court for one world leader, the president of that place, the land of the free and the home of the brave, was asked about the warrant of arrest, and this is what he had to say, according to the Associated Press. I think it is justified. But the question is that it's not recognizable internationally by us either. But I think it makes a strong point. It is not recognized internationally by us either. Mr. President, the relationship between the United Nations, remember those 4 nations that were supposed to be the police? The relationship between the United Nations and the International Criminal Court was approved by the General Assembly in 2004. I would hope that those 4 are not recognized as policemen in our world still. But they feel so. They certainly cannot be recognized as guarantors of peace. If they are, the experiment has failed. The ideal is dying or dead. Mr. President, it is within that context. It is within the context of this geopolitical morass that our debate of this appropriation bill must be considered. What I've described as our geopolitical situation is a loose arrangement where might is right. And we must be ever mindful that when elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. When elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. And the elephants are on edge right now, sir. As I listened to the leader of government business chronicling the era between 1991 and 2018 yesterday, I couldn't help but think of Lord Nelson in that epic calypso, King Lear. But this is not to suggest that the leader of government business was lying, sir. It was just to recount a particular line in that song, where when King Lear was asked to lie about a fisherman, he said, when you talk about fish, you hit the spot. To tell you the truth, believe it or not. I was hoping you would go there. So, when you spoke of 1991 to 2018, as even Senator Drakes said to me yesterday, we sound like we were sharing notes. You hit the spot. When the honorable member spoke about that, she recounted the period buttressed by excerpts of parliamentary speeches from the late Honorable Professor Owen Arthur. And she spoke to the undulating circumstances of that period. And acceptably, we understand they were presented with their slight political slant, as would be expected. But the question is, where have we progressed since 1991? I believe that is the question that Senator Drakes was asking yesterday. In 1994, you can almost predict what speeches will be these days. In 1994, the economy is in shambles. We have to fix this. This is the worst we've seen. In 2008, we did not utilize the period of growth well enough, and therefore the economy has not been restructured. And so we're still in trouble. In 2018, oh, this is the worst we've seen. This is the lost decade. Everything is gone. It is in shambles. In 2023, things are looking up. This is an issue for us, sir. It's a problematic issue for us. I noted that the leader of government business, very erudite, always well-researched, quoted Professor Arthur from 1991 to 2018, and one would assume that he went mute after then. But Mr. Arthur also spoke in 2019. Speaking at the University of the West Indies Global Belt and Road Research Symposium at the Errol Barrow Center for Creative Imagination, reported in the section of the press of January 29, 2018. Mr. Arthur said words to the effect: Barbados essentially gave up a chunk of its sovereignty when it signed on the dotted line to receive the US $290 million loan from the International Monetary Fund. He then went on to say, and I'm quoting from the article, Barbados has recently had to agree on an IMF program, central to which has been the agreement to reduce its debt to GDP ratio, which the leader of government business spoke about yesterday, and to realize the largest primary surpluses of any country in the world. Both of these will take a toll on the well-being of our people. That fiscal consolidation program had to be sanctioned by countries like Japan and Italy, which have the highest debt to GDP ratio of any country in the world, and are not doing anything about it. Under that program, Barbados had to agree that it would not use any restriction or any other devices that can hurt international prosperity as a means of solving our balance of payments problems or to protect its small and medium-sized industry. Yet we too easily forget that in the early stages of their development, the advanced countries of today use protectionist devices to safeguard their domestic enterprises to telling effect. I've highlighted this, sir, not as a critique of what the government has done, because people make choices, but to just reinforce the point that I've been making here, that we need to recognize in this country, where we now exist in a world where there seems to be laws for the Medes and laws for the Persians. And we must be cognizant that the elephants are lining up. The elephants are on edge. And so it is within this context, sir, that I'm really calling for us to build up the type of resilience within which can cushion those exogenous shocks of which Senator Cummings spoke yesterday. And when I say build up resilience within, for us as a people, we have to recognize that resilience will not always come with affluence. It will come with a deep sense of understanding who we are and the determination that though we may not experience the best of conditions now, we will lay the foundations for future generations to do so. It is about sacrifice, Mr. President. And it's beautiful as this appropriation bill is. There needs to be an element within our understanding that we need to develop a national ideology, recognizing that the world outside does not care about us. We have to recognize that the population of Barbados is the size of a small to medium-sized town in the US. They do not see us as we want to see ourselves. And so we have to build resilience from within. How do we do that, sir? We need to develop, I know I'm going to get some trouble for this, but we need to develop an apolitical national strategic plan to which all governments will subscribe. It is nothing new, sir. The great years between 1994 and 2008, a lot of it came on the back of the social partnership that was developed, where people sat down around the table and sought to determine a strategy for the development of this nation, people from all walks of life. We need to do that. We need to have that. I know that she got a lot of trouble yesterday when Senator Drake spoke about our political process, but this is something I've been telling us about for the longest while. I'm going to start. As I've said before, Barbados' greatest strength is its greatest weakness. I had one run already, sir, and I think that's enough for me. Barbados' greatest strength is its greatest weakness. And the great strength we have is that there's really no political divide in this country. Let us not fool ourselves. We can posture and get people out in the night dew when time comes and all that kind of thing. But there's really no political divide. And if you doubt it, just look at the way how political actors move from one side to the other and nestle so comfortably within the bosom of the other side. As I said yesterday, that cannot be considered a side. I can recall, sir, when A leader of a political party in this country moved over to the other side and nestled in its bosom within the space of a week. The new leader which emerged said, "I came back because I sensed that both parties were being run from the same place."
You are your leader now.
And I suspect that there are some out there who may say the same of the current dispensation. But I've highlighted this to make the point that that is a strength, but it becomes a weakness when just for political points and one-upmanship, we undermine the very things that can strengthen and build our nation. So when you are in opposition, oh gosh, this is the worst thing that ever happened. And because you've gotten into government by saying it's the worst thing, you can't now pick it up, even though some have. I heard Senator Drake's quote from a speech in Independence Square about an incongruous monolithic monument that was in the shadows, but that incongruous monolithic monument was embraced. I heard another time about a building somewhere in 2 Mile Hill as a white elephant. But within the space of a week, after the change of government, a ministry was in it. You know, and we need to stop. We need to stop. Yes, we really need to stop. And I'm not saying this. I understand that there must be the little political rancor. We must have a little fun and so on. But this current geopolitical climate dictates something different. And this is not about politics and politicians. This is about us as Barbadians realizing that we are in grave danger. We are in grave danger. I became a little concerned just now when Senator Roberts Odell was talking about apiculture. And she said, we want to put bees all over this country, having described bees as being manipulative. She even went as far as she wanted to import bees. I became concerned. But for all that took place in the well of Parliament over the past few weeks, one sentiment resonated with me. After the Ministry of Agriculture had made their presentation, the acting permanent secretary said something. It was carried on national television. You know what he said? One of the challenges we face is that every administration comes and changes the scope of the ministry. And what that does, sir, it puts our civil service servants in a position. The apparatus of government is very difficult to turn around. And so when we keep changing things on the whims of fancies of a particular political party, or even someone would say a particular leader, it creates problems for us and our national development. And that was for the Ministry of Agriculture. I would like to hear what happens in other ministries as well. And so I would like us to look at the political culture of our country. It's all right to have our little back and forths and so on, but recognize at the end of the day, a lot of it is posturing, because there's really no ideological divide. None. Other than when bees are put in larger numbers in the country. Sir, I wish to... I didn't say anything, sir. So this is really a call for us to come together as Barbadians, all of us, recognizing the challenges that confront us, recognizing the situation in our world at this time. I've said it before in this chamber, and I embrace that totally. I am comfortable living under any administration in this country. You know why? Because I know they've all attended some of the best schools in the world. They've all received some of the highest quality of education in the world, and they're all competent of guiding us. I hold that firmly. But we really need to look at developing a national strategy. Because if we continue with the type of back and forth, up and down, undulating things of the 1991 to 2018 period, this 2023 is a different era. When blood and soil can be shouted as a slogan elsewhere, the very thing that the United Nations was formed to counter is now being espoused on the soil of one of its policemen. We have a problem. And we better recognize it as a problem. Having said all of that, before someone pulls the standing orders, I wish to commend the government on its initiatives in this appropriations bill. I think we have already spoken at length to agriculture when we discussed the resolution from Dr. Brathwaite, and we heard much about agriculture from Senator Odell Roberts, and they seem to be doing a lot of work there, and I commend you for the work that you're doing. I also wish to commend the Minister of Health and the ministry for the proposed geriatric hospital. I do not think that anything can be too good for our elderly people. They have literally given their blood, sweat, and tears for this country and deserve to spend their latter years in comfort. And so I look forward to visiting that facility when it's all finished and I go to visit my people. I expect it to be state-of-the-art. $100 million is not $100. I expect it to be state-of-the-art and a place where our elderly can experience comfort and feel that they can live out their lives peacefully in their latter years. In saying that, though, I still have to raise some concerns about our primary care facility in this country. There are too many complaints about what is happening at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. I know it is the period of COVID still. I had to visit the new accident and emergency. One evening around 4 p.m., I had just left here and I went there to see someone. I almost collapsed from the heat of that place. It was extremely hot in the waiting area. And we're using a part of the old Lions Eye ward as a part of the accident and emergency. When I went to see my friend, he was chucked somewhere in a corridor in that area. It was hot. And the poor nurses and so on, they worked really hard. I asked them for a fan. They said, but there's no plug down here. There's nowhere to plug it in. So here was this person, and you sweltering under those conditions. I think we're better than that. That may be a one-off instance, but I think we're much better than that. I want us to pay some close attention to what is happening at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. It's still our primary care institution. It is still the place to which we will all have to resort. Tertiary care institution, tertiary. It is still the place to which we'll all have to resort if something happens. In the area of sports, sir, I do support the refurbishment of the National Stadium. The National Stadium has brought a lot of joy and has buttressed the economy of Barbados over the years. I remember tournaments like the Shell Caribbean Cup and the Texaco Games. I would like to see those things like that, come back to our country. I remember the cycling. You go there and the wonderful evenings of cycling and so on. We need to get those things back. We need a proper national stadium. I think it will be very difficult to repair a certain part of the track because I used to be a track star back in my days. And I think I ran on a part of it that I think is irreparable at this point in time. I burnt it out, so yeah, I don't know if they'll get it fixed back. But I also support, as I would have in a speech sometime before, the development of our playing fields around this country. I don't know if we need 17 stadia. But what I do know is that we need to diversify the choices that people have in terms of sporting activities. At that time, I would have mentioned things like a rink for the guys with BMX bikes and so on. You know, we can produce an X-game person. We can have, I see roller skating is back now, we need space for that as well. And so different facilities can be catering to different things. We're only 166 square miles. We do not need to replicate the same thing everywhere. What I would call for, just for my peace of mind, and those road angels, that is the ladies who are driving on the road, build somewhere for the boys with those motorcycles, with the wheeling thing. Let them go down there and wheelie their life away. And if we catch them on the road, we lock them up. But give them their space. Give them an outlet. They need that. I mean, they're talented, but when they're pulling up next to you and coming at you with those bikes, it's dangerous. So I would advocate for something like that as well. So maybe we do not need 17 facilities, but we need to strategically look at some of the areas that we can help people to develop new skills and emerging skills. When I was in St. Kitts growing up, skateboarding was a big thing. I see it has come back now. These are all things that young people can get involved in. We can create that kind of space for them. And I would encourage that. So I look forward to the government building out that initiative. There's been much talk, sir, about a 24-hour economy. And here I wish to concur with the sentiments of Senator King. Work needs to be balanced with family life and the development of the family. What we need in this country is productivity, not necessarily more time. In fact, I believe we can cut some of the time. I would really like to see where work ends at about 3 p.m. and people can go home, pick up their children. Well, they go now anyway to pick up their children. And so the government loses time. You can go pick up your children and go to the beach or something and enjoy what is around us. Because one of the key indicators in terms of the development index is happiness. Happiness. And so there must be this work-life balance with recreation and time spent with family. And while I speak to happiness, sir, it would be remiss of me if I did not mention the passionate speech of the representative for Christchurch South in the other place, where he spoke about at the end of March 31st, there will be some people who will not be so happy in this country. We have to balance things. If we're going to criticize a former government, so I heard, of raising the salary of parliamentarians by 12%, then cutting it by 10%, so you get 2 on the top, along with everyone else, We just came in here last year and raised the salaries for ministers and so on, and added some senior ministers. It's optics. It's the optic. And while I welcome the 1,500 that is being offered people, I also wish us to recognize that these people shop at the same supermarkets that the rest of us shop at. It is difficult. I'm just highlighting that. I'm just piggybacking on what is said. But I wish for us, on a more global level, to pay attention to what is happening around us in the world. We cannot operate as we have in the past. I believe I've quoted in here sometime before the words of Johann Henry Wichern in 1842 as he stood on the grave of Martin Luther, the great reformer, who had died 300 years before. And Wichern said, if we do as our fathers did, we will not do as our fathers did. This time dictates something different. When we look around the world, the elephants are on edge. The policemen have abdicated their duties. It is now a free-for-all, and we must be cognizant of this. With those few words, I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Rogers. Senator Hewitt.
Good morning, sir, and thank you very much for recognizing me and for allowing me the opportunity to make a presentation and representation of my full support of these estimates as they are on behalf of the government, sir. Sir, I want to first begin by acknowledging the preceding contribution from Senator Rogers and to allow him to know through you, sir, that his presentation has resonated with members as far as East Africa who are listening in intently, to the extent that some are inquiring now where it is that my accent sounds so fast and his is more subtle and more understandable. Sir, I also want to continue my presentation by highlighting the most unfortunate circumstance that happens around this time. It's very cyclical, sir, as we begin to debate the estimates following the budget. And it is sometimes when, sir, persons take the opportunity to transform into what might appear to be profit, sir. And rather than give the opportunity for certain presentations to take place before analysis and interpretations and expectations are made, you would think, sir, based on the feedback that I've listened to over the last 2 weeks, even when I was someplace else, and the things that I've heard and seen online, sir, you would think that World War III was about to happen outside the doors of this chamber, sir. You would think that not only the humans, sir, but you would think the animals on this land and the fish surrounding our waters, sir, were all ready to migrate and go to different waters because the worst was about to happen, sir. However, we are here today in the state of relative calm, this wonderful chamber, with these wonderful senators, sir. And contrary to the migration that some would have predicted, we reflect and acknowledge and note that following the budget, sir, flying fish actually went down to the lowest price that it was in a number of years, sir. And you can get them at $25 a pop. Yeah? Sir, that just tells me basically that we have in our existence false political profits. And I wish to say no more on that, sir. No examples. Most recently, sir, yesterday, in fact, I considered the contributions of all members in this honorable Senate, And I feel it necessary and prudent, sir, for me to shed some light on some aspects of what was presented yesterday so as to add some meat to the matter and some clarity on some specific issues, sir. As it relates to maintenance, the government of Barbados, sir, in my estimation and observation, is fully aware and fully aligned to addressing any issues of maintenance, and it is represented, sir, in these estimates 177 times if you were to count the words maintenance of property, falling under account 211. And even though it says maintenance of property, it counts for maintenance of property and equipment, sir. So I do not want to give any impression or allow the impression to be cast that the government of Barbados, sir, does not recognize the importance of maintenance and this specific account line within these estimates, sir. It is well represented. Also, along the line of agriculture, I take note very positively of the input from Senator Bradford as it relates to utilizing technology, which is very critical for our transition, or any transition, not only in agriculture, but any ministry, but particularly agriculture. Senator Bradford touched on using the Internet of Things, if my recollection is clear, using machine learning, he implied that, and using artificial intelligence. I just want to make it elucidly clear to you, sir, and perhaps if the public is listening, they'll benefit from it, sir, that through the office of the Chief Agricultural Officer, I know that a presentation will be made very soon with respect to integrating artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things within agriculture, sir. And I will be specific about it because I don't want to just sound so vague and say we can use it in agriculture. There's something called drip irrigation, sir. Drip irrigation is known to have the effect, or the general effect, of reducing consumption by some 60%, while at the same time increasing the yield, sir, of different vegetables and fruits by 90%, sir. Yeah? What the ministry, through the Chief Agriculture Officer's office, intends to do, sir, is to introduce the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence so that, for example, if you have a tomato that is supposed to receive X amount of drips per day to have an optimum production, the artificial intelligence then implies, sir, that, if it's supposed to get 20 drips per day, currently as it exists, there is not much technology that allows those 20 drips to go to that plant. With artificial intelligence, pre-programming, soil testing, and the understanding of which plant you're applying this to, you can get exactly 20 drips to that plant using the right sensors, sir. And this is the type of technology that the Chief Agriculture Officer has been made aware of as recent as yesterday, day before, sorry. And I know that she, through her office, is going to look into having some venture to consider, sir. So, sir, the public should note that the ministry is well aware of the utilization of technology, and it is making the right strides to ensure that we can incorporate that into our framework with respect to food security, sir. Sir, also based on comments yesterday, some may have gotten the impression that these estimates that we're discussing today and we discussed yesterday originated in some bookstore created by one single author, and that author might have been situated thousands of miles away from these shores of Barbados, sir. Indeed, the impression might have been given, sir, that these estimates were non-participatory, sir. And rather, what I see, sir, when I reflect on the programs, is a collection of a participatory process, sir, that reflects the changes internally and externally that are happening across Barbados and outside of Barbados, and reflects the changes that we need to adapt to those times as well. Now, what are the estimates, sir? I'm still on the same topic, by the way. The estimates is a reflection of the work plan of the government for the fiscal period. Where do the estimates come from, sir? And I think this is where a lot of the discussion centered yesterday. Sir, outside is hot today. If you don't feel it on your hands, you may feel it on your head, you may feel it on your back, you may feel it on your feet. The body has many inlets, sir, for which you can determine that outside is hot and take the corrective action, sir. Similar to the body, the government, sir, has many sensory locations and inlets to let us know when there are specific concerns, let's say in agriculture, specific concerns in health, specific concerns in education, sir. And let me say that I believe that a lot of those inlets, even though they're constantly changing and constantly updating, that they exist, sir. We have them by way of line ministries and the departments. We have them by way of engaging NGOs and other interest groups, sir. We have them by way of the state-owned enterprises and even their customers, sir, that they engage as well. And we have them even more recently by way of initiatives that are not necessarily button bound to the estimates, but initiatives such as the Parish Speak, sir, where ministers, sir, members of parliament went all across this country to engage persons parish by parish to find out exactly what was happening in their parishes. Some of the concerns raised were relatively small, if you want to look at it from budgetary terms. Some of the concerns raised were substantive. And I'm only saying all this to say, sir, that these concerns were noted, they were minuted, and they were also reflected in some of the programs, sir, that we are representing in estimates today. And I would say, sir, that is what you call participatory budgeting. That is a process of participatory budgeting. It would be unfortunate if we were to compare our participatory budgeting process to that of Canada, sir. Canada, which has a budget of 2.2 trillion US dollars, or even compare it to Switzerland, sir, which has a GDP of $800 billion, sir. We're nowhere near there, sir. But to set the tone in terms of the intention of the government and its expansion of its participatory budgeting framework, I'll take us back to 2018, sir, the very first budget of this government. And I will quote from the Honorable Prime Minister where she said, "That is why I have sent a clear message in this presentation this morning that each and every Barbadian shall play their part in the rescue, recovery, and rebuild exercise. We have set up an email for persons wanting to share their ideas with the government because we do not believe we are omnipotent or omniscient. We do not believe that we are all-powerful or that we know everything, sir. The email address is ideasforbarbados@barbados.gov.bb, and I shall ensure that this is circulated through the government information services and through social media, sir." Okay. So we basically, sir, started the baton back in 2018, recognizing the need for greater participation, broader participation, and we did it, sir. We noted it, sir. So, sir, despite the high levels of public engagement, some may still prefer to impose the most extreme theoretical framework of public participatory budgeting, which by extension may result in two extreme dilemmas, sir. Okay, thank you. Two major dilemmas, sir. The one major dilemma, which I think is almost a given with the most extreme form of participatory budgeting, is that if you think things are slow today, take it to the extreme and try to engage persons every time you have a situation. Try to engage everyone on equal footing every time you have a situation occur in this country. Imagine to the most extreme, sir, if we had to apply participatory budgeting when COVID came. Then we had to go back to the public to determine, sir, which vaccines to get. We had to go back to the public, sir. We would have to go back to the public to determine if we're going to build a hospital to basically facilitate those patients, sir. Where are we going to build it? That is the participatory budgeting that some may have been given the impression yesterday, sir, that is the ideal situation for Barbados. And I say, sir, that is far from true. The other issue with the participatory budgeting, as it may have been interpreted yesterday, sir, that was proposed, is that sometimes and oftentimes when you use that broad interactive infrastructure, it results in the most popular decision, but not the most critical or strategic decision for the country, not the most relevant one for the country, sir. And it just means, for lack of a better expression, that whichever decision is most popular, which group of persons aggregated comes together and recognize it, that basically you go with that decision, regardless of what is most important. So if everybody believes that it's most important to go on a cruise ship and have a 9-to-5 cruise or whatever hours you go, rather than build the geriatric hospital, sir, participatory budgeting would go the way of that particular direction, sir, just as an example. So essentially, sir, I say that we have been very participatory. If we were not participatory, sir, it would not have been represented through the Barbados Agricultural Society that this government was willing, not only willing, but also provided $2 million, sir, for the Barbados Agricultural Society to establish a revolving fund to service the needs of small farmers, sir. No, we did not go the route of talking to every farmer in this country. We went through a medium that represented them, sir. And I don't want persons to give the impression that because every single farmer, just as a constituent example, did not have a particular say in the estimates, that they were not represented in some way and their concerns were not represented, sir. Sir, it reminds me somewhat, these concerns remind me somewhat of back in 2018, when a participatory process occurred in this country called the elections, and in the constituency of St. Michael West, sir, a non-participatory decision was made absent of the input of stakeholders and constituents, sir, a decision to transition to the office of the leader of opposition, sir. And I am not prepared, sir, in my position to follow any non-participatory process or any non-participatory leader to come in here and represent that to be the best or the ideal situation for the country of Barbados, sir. That is what it was doing. Sir, the meat of the matter is that if not for passing the Animal Protection Act, I would have said, sir, there's more than one way to skin a cat. But I would really say that there are many different ways to represent the inputs of persons across Barbados, and the government of Barbados has those particular outlets to collect information. But sir, now I spent the first 2 minutes of my hour speaking about these particular references from yesterday. I will spend the other 57 minutes and 20 seconds speaking to the issues of resilience and setting vision across the country, sir. Sir, recently I had the pleasure of servicing a client and having a line of sight of what is happening in East Africa. And it is against that backdrop, sir, that I want to speak to resilience. Resilience, sir, when I was out there, I saw remote communities that were populated by very happy persons that lack some of the things that we in this country and different countries lack, but persons that were very happy. But outside of that, resilience came to the fore when I considered the lack of water in some of these communities, sir. Indeed, those persons who are familiar with the country Kenya may know of the conflicts happening there as a result of the droughts in Kenya, sir. If you even watch it on YouTube, there are situations where farmers have to literally leave their lands because of conflict, because those persons who are coming from areas that are barren, that have no more water, naturally gravitate to the areas that have water, have fields to carry their cattle, and it causes a conflict between the landowners, sir. And in most instances, the farmers have to leave their properties to the persons to come and occupy them. But I also went there, sir, to basically recognize the installation of DC power to communities that never had electricity before, to which the grid is more than 100 miles away. And I think this was a significant achievement. But in terms of conservation and resilient efforts, I want to bring our attention, sir, to the Barbados Water Authority, because much is said about the Barbados Water Authority, and then much more is not said about the Barbados Water Authority in terms of understanding government's position and the position of that institution in taking the government forward within the realm of these estimates, sir. Sir, under the Barbados Water Authority's conservation push, I must recognize and acknowledge the intention to establish the National Water Resources Coordination Group for the country, sir. This is against the backdrop, sir, of there being initiatives with respect to water conservation from the Ministry of Agriculture, as we've just heard, initiatives from the Environmental Protection Department, sir, initiatives even from the BADMC through their programs that allow them to access water from wells. And what the coordination group is intended to do, sir, is to bring everyone to the table, sir, and reflect that need to ensure that we pool our resources, reduce the overlap in terms of implementation, and ensure that we can get the best distribution system across Barbados, sir, for the benefit of Barbadians. Sir, I also want to talk about the Personal Tank Program. Now, this is a program that started back in 2017, initiated in 2017, and was enhanced significantly from 2018 onward. The personal tank program is really intended to ensure that we allow those persons who are in vulnerable conditions, sir, to access water and access potable water, sir, within a reasonable time frame and at a reasonable rate, or even free to some extent. What the Barbados Water Authority has done through the Green Climate Fund, it has reshaped the framework in terms of vulnerability, to the extent that it now has a vulnerability reduction assessment that includes the welfare department as well, to identify those persons who are most in need from that section. The framework now also includes persons with disabilities. It considers gender, sir, because as we know, men need water, but we know females need water as well, and we know that there are particular conditions that would allow for them to be a priority. And also, it prioritizes children as well, sir. Sir, what the country may not necessarily know about this personal tank program is that under the Green Climate Fund, sir, the intention is to have 1,500 portable tank systems at vulnerable households, in addition to 800 homes, sir, that were allocated for retrofitting and rainwater harvesting. What it means, sir, that this is the Barbados Water Authority, but if you allow persons to have access to that water at their homes, and I believe strongly that every household should be informed to some extent, it means that we can also add a level of food security, sir, by way of this Barbados Water Authority personal tank program. Even if you plant 2 or 3 tomatoes or 2 or 3 sweet peppers, sir, you're adding to food security to some extent. The program through the BWA also focuses on 9 portable tank systems at polyclinics, 16 portable tanks and 22 rainwater harvesting systems at primary and secondary schools. 20 community centers will be retrofitted with rainwater harvesting systems, sir. 121 farms, sir, retrofitted with rainwater harvesting systems, and that makes a total of 2,489 solutions and systems that will be implemented through the Green Climate Fund by the implementing partner, the Barbados Water Authority, sir. And those are the types of things that are included in these estimates, sir. Sir, in terms of parishes, I can tell you quite safely that it includes St. Lucie, St. Peter, St. James, St. Andrew, St. Thomas, St. John, St. George, St. Philip, many areas in St. Philip, sir, that have already received these systems. And today, we've completed 1,115 systems, sir, comprised of 681 portable tank systems and 434 rainwater harvesting systems, sir. And these are some of the things happening at the Barbados Water Authority. Sir, I now turn my attention to the Ministry of Environment, and in particular, I want to focus on 1 or 2 state-owned enterprises, sir. Sir, I believe the discussion around state-owned enterprises has been ongoing for quite a while. I heard one representation of it in the other place as being a necessary burden. Necessary for the reason that, these SOEs cover much of our vital provision, vital services, sir. It could be education, health, environment, water, as I just mentioned, sir. But the burden comes to the extent that we recognize that not all of them really generate excess revenue. I mean, apart from the fact that I stand, sir, to the left of an entity, a CEO of an entity, sir, that has created excess revenue, and she has stewarded that ship extremely well, if I must say. But generally for state-owned enterprises, sir, that is the burden that we face, a burden that was represented to be the tune of over $400 million, sir, in losses, particularly for commercial state-owned enterprises. But it doesn't mean that we're looking to abandon it, sir. But I must make the point in my observation and in my participation over the last 8 months, being chairman of one of these commercial state-owned enterprises, that I believe one of the serious considerations that we must continue to implement is really the gap between the policy, sir, and the operations at state-owned enterprises. Suffice it to say, sir, I recognize in the Public Finance Management Act, there's no recognition of a general manager, there's a recognition of a chief executive officer, sir. And I understand the intent. I understand the intent, sir, when I read the act, with respect to bringing policy closer to operations through strategy. And in most cases, we know that a general manager and a CEO position, the positions are quite different, and one represents that need to bring policy closer to operations, sir. And I would say that as much as I appreciate all of the efforts that are ongoing across the SOEs, I really also appreciate the intentions of that act and the intention, sir, to bring policy closer to operations. In terms of the National Conservation Commission, which is another state-owned enterprise, sir, I must say that the vision of the National Conservation Commission has been exposed for many times by the Minister of Environment, who has made his position clear in terms of our ability and our need to provide these ecological services across Barbados, sir. What are some of the exciting things that we're going to do? Let me start with maintenance, sir. Maintenance is something that I must emphasize that we have included in the estimate, sir, and we've recognized this in terms of the retrofitting of areas such as Farley Hill, King George, Rockley, Codrington, Browns Beach, Folkestone, Tree Houses, Bath Beach, and Bath Beach, sir. What is going to happen with the National Conservation Commission is that we're also looking to get 2 other grow containers. These are these internal grow containers that control the humidity, exposure to sunlight, sir, and you can grow a host of things without them being exposed to external impediments such as mites and all sorts of stuff, sir. What it means, sir, is that what it means, sir, is that with the introduction of these grow containers, the National Conservation Commission can position itself in a situation that it can meet not only the local demand of customers across Barbados, but with a vision that I believe I have and I believe the Minister shares, the National Conservation Commission can meet the demand of our regional customers, or our customers across this region, sir, to the extent that I believe that Barbados can become the largest exporter of cut flowers across the Eastern Caribbean. Sir, I say this against the backdrop of having discussions with the 5th largest exporter in the world while it was in Kenya, Kenya being the 3rd largest exporter in the world of cut flowers, sir, and roses. And I say this against the backdrop of that individual, sir, having a significant interest in coming to the shores of Barbados, recognizing our stability, recognizing, sir, our governance structure that exists, and recognizing that through Barbados, his organization can service the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, thereby mitigating the risk of increased expenses by bringing flowers from Netherlands through the UK or bringing them from all the way away from Miami, sir. Sir, it is not a commitment of the government, but I can speak based on my discussions, which were not formal engagements on behalf of NCC, that there's a willingness, sir, to invest in Barbados. There's a willingness, sir, to provide all of the technology that we need. There's a willingness to bring patented flowers and roses to Barbados, sir, at zero cost to Barbados, once specific concessions are made which are reasonable, sir. And doing so, it means, sir, that Barbados becomes the central hub, as I just mentioned, to export flowers and roses across this region. And we can do it, sir. We can do it. So the outline of that engagement, sir, is a direction that I believe state-owned enterprises could also consider. We always think that state-owned enterprises have to continuously become efficient internally, but as Arthur Lewis would have mentioned, there's something called, what do they call it? Arthur, you told me about it. Sorry. Industrialization by invitation, sir. Thank you very much. I thought you were pulling the words from my mouth, that's why. Industrialization by invitation, sir. And I think that direction for state-owned enterprises must also be considered, where we look to partner with external entities, with the technologies, with the processes, with the experience, sir, to bring their knowledge and resources to our entities and expand them while generating a profit, sir. I believe that framework will work. In other models, I hear about the amalgamation, sir, of state-owned enterprises, or the amalgamation of departments and state-owned enterprises. And I believe this is also something to consider, that the government will lay its position when the time is right. But I believe that private-public partnerships can be the way for state-owned enterprises to efficiently transition without running the risk of layoffs or fear-mongering among layoffs as well, sir, because there's plenty of room for that. Sir, I must say and commend the Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, and I don't think that I'm going too far by saying I want to commend the Minister of Environment and National Beautification for what will happen this morning to be the 61st session, if we can call it session, of the Clean Green Initiative, sir. 61. He's at number 61, sir. And he was making the charge. And while some may not necessarily recognize the importance of this initiative, when you drive across many of the highways and city signs, sir, you get the impression that someone is out there looking to beautify this country. But when you go into some of the communities, sir, like Keys Hill, I went the other day, I went up in Gemswick and St. Philip the other day, sir. Gemswick, in the corner, well, in one of the corners where the buses actually commutes and turns. I remember when I lived in St. Martin's Mangrove, past that corner plenty of times, I had a dump tree on the open space, sir. And there was no space in that particular area in Gemswick, also known as Penny Hole for those who appreciate the local names, for the children to really play. And as a result of the Clean Green Initiative, sir, a remarkable open space has now been presented to the public and laid there, sir, swings, benches, and everything. And for the first time in my life, I've seen children actually playing in the area, sir. And I want persons to recognize that the Clean Green Initiative, it doesn't compete with the parks, but it complements the initiatives of the parks, sir, where structured parks cannot necessarily fit into places. Sometimes you see Clean Green initiatives on land that is sloped one way or the other, and children can play on slopes as well once it's not too dangerous. But it recognizes, sir, that we need open spaces. We need open spaces for our children and our adults, sir, to engage in any recreational activities that they need to engage in, sir. Sir, with respect to the National Conservation Commission again, I must say that during the COVID session, a number of persons have been acknowledged and recognized for their contribution, their efforts. During the COVID session, sir, we have the police force, we have the defense force as well, we have the nurses, of course, and doctors, of course. And I'm proud, sir, to say for the first time, having read a most recent correspondence only yesterday, that this government, sir, has taken the initiative to recognize the efforts of the lifeguards, sir, that have also contributed significantly to the stability and the order of service during COVID as well, sir. I think that is a remarkable achievement, sir. Sir, people don't know, or may not know, that when events such as hurricanes descend upon this country, our lifeguards, sir, are the last to leave the beach. Sir, persons don't know that when you see a lifeguard out there sitting for what appears to be the entire day, that lifeguard is very vigilant and very often glancing left and right across the skim of the ocean to see what activities are happening, sir. And as a result of that, if they don't have the protective eyewear, the glare coming off of the sea from the sun, sir, can be very harmful for them over a period of time. And this is why the National Conservation Commission has always had a policy, or definitely has a policy under my stewardship, sir, to ensure that the proper protective wear is assigned to these lifeguards while that is happening, sir. A number of persons, similar to the perception that some had about the Barbados Defense Force, do not recognize the importance of the lifeguard service, sir, until a serious situation has occurred. And some persons would have said years ago, we don't need a defense force until the prison burned. And you had to call them out to get us back to a state of normalcy, sir. So those persons that think that the lifeguards themselves spend the entire day doing nothing, that is far from true, sir. It is far from true. And that is why I support these estimates, and I support the continuation of the supply of services, sir, to the lifeguard service. I support the continuation of training for the lifeguards as well. And within the next, hopefully the next few months, but it's our intention this year, to extend the range of activities that the lifeguard service can undertake by way of technology and institute the use of drones, sir, particularly for those areas and those beaches that are relatively extensive, sir, so that the lifeguards can have, it will probably be a third eye on situations at any given time, sir. Setting the right protocols in terms of flying over the different areas, particularly even Bay Street, which is a lengthy area, sir. It allows our lifeguards to man the areas in their direct purview, but also go left and right, that would be north and south, up the beach like Bay Street, sir, to see what is going on and monitor it remotely as well. So, sir, I want to again commend the efforts of the lifeguards. As I said, we would have sent our supplementary and received additional support to the tune of $6.4 million for the maintenance and the retrofitting of the facilities of the National Conservation Commission, and that has been ably received and approved, sir. In terms of our tissue culture lab, I recognize that the Ministry of Agriculture has their tissue culture lab. We also have a tissue culture lab, sir. I would not dare compete with my sister ministry, but I would say that we have one of the best in terms of the staff complements for the tissue culture lab, sir. That lab is very strategic to the development of Barbados, sir. It's very strategic, and some persons don't necessarily know what a tissue culture lab really implies. It implies, sir, that when you have situations where the genetic compounds or characteristics of certain plants are under attack, that you can totally isolate your local species, sir. You can isolate your local species and protect them until such a time is deemed as safe for you to repopulate them or reintroduce them into the external environment, sir. The other thing that complements the tissue culture lab that we are still pressing on is the seed bank, sir. I really would wish, honestly, even though I'm in a local estimates debate, I really would wish for this to be taken up at a regional level as well, sir. I believe that we need to establish a seed bank as a matter of urgency, sir. I tried my best to have access to the largest seed bank, which is based in Norway, sir. They not restricted my access, they denied me access to come there, sir, because of the strict protocols that they have. But I had the pleasure of speaking to the head of the World Food Bank only on Monday, I believe, sir. Memory serves me right. And he too was in sync with this need to establish seed banks across the world. And he also mentioned that entities such as the largest seed bank in Norway, as much good as they intend to do, and I really believe they intend to do good in terms of ensuring that we have the available species if the worst case scenarios happen. We as a region, sir, and we as a country have to have control of our own species, sir. We have to have control of our own seed banks as well, sir. This is a matter of resilience, not national pride, but resilience, sir. And we have to have a continuous program that merges the seed banks with the germplasm stations and containers, sir, and also with the grow houses. Grow houses are the container labs as well, sir. Sir, I want to say that the National Conservation Commission takes seriously to everything that happens on its beaches, sir. Everything that happens on its beaches. We take seriously to the notifications in terms of animal activity on the beaches, sir, or activities with animals. That is animal and animal, not human and animal. But we take seriously to these things that may be constituted as intrusions on the natural environment, sir. And some of these intrusions, such as the droppings from the animals, sir, can have serious health implications on those who commute those beaches, those who go to those beaches, sir. Also, on the matter of beaches, I am proud to announce that the National Conservation Commission has already engaged with Adopt a Kilometer. Adopt a Kilometer will be doing an Adopt a Beach initiative, which, sir, will seek to provide some advertising spaces at the beaches, generate revenue, and have some manner of return from that revenue, sir, will go into the Sargassum program, sir. That is the type of engagement, sir, that I'm trying to push and being given the opportunity very easily by the minister to push for the National Conservation Commission, because we recognize that we cannot have growth by internalizing every operation. We need to have external engagement. We need to have private-public partnerships, sir. Sir, that initiative, when first brought to stakeholders, there were some concerns as well, particularly concerns of having these billboards with lights behind them and the impact it would have on the environment, particularly turtles, sir. And we addressed it very swiftly in recognizing that at any given time in the day, once the sun is set, or even before then, that those billboards will be turned off, or they will give a black screen as well, sir, so as not to have any impact on the turtles that may be redirected, similar to what happens down at Rockley, sir. We are also working extensively, sir, with stakeholders across the hospitality sector, particularly restaurants, sir, and we're imploring them, so we're imploring that they really have an uptake of the turtle-friendly light, sir. Yes, I know. We're really imploring, sir. We will continue the engagements with them, even through the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. They recognize the need as well to have an environment that matches the levels of enjoyment that the tourists have, but also balance it to protect our ecosystem as well, sir. We also must mention the strategic move, sir, in terms of the management of kiosks. And I think the National Conservation Commission, we recognize the need or the demand, sir, that persons have to participate in the tourism industry. I wish that I had the opportunity in here to showcase the volume, sir, but I can only speak about it. But we have thousands of persons out there that are very much interested in participating in rental of kiosks for the National Conservation Commission, sir. And it's not only a matter of them looking to profiteer, but I think some of them actually really like the particular industry. Some of them are into hospitality, and some of them with even degrees, sir, can see themselves fitting snug into these spaces that we provide so as to add value to our tourism products, sir. And I must say that since I came to the stewardship of that particular entity, sir, we have ensured that the National Conservation Commission and its tenants, particularly starting at Oysens, that we move from this singular perspective of landlord-tenant and we move to one that is more of a partnership, sir. And these are the things that the National Conservation Commission are doing. Suffice it to say, we've also entered engagements a few years ago with Coca-Cola, and we're looking to re-engage also the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. on many initiatives which will roll out in a few months' time as well, sir. And then we're also looking to do some beach access audits to ensure, in alignment to some national issues that we've raised, to ensure that those access points that we are responsible for, sir, that they're not in a derelict state and that persons can access the beach at those designated points. So I think access to the beach is a very, very important matter that we should never overlook. Sir, I want to add value to the strategy of the Ministry of Environment, the strategy of the Ministry of Transport, and works under which the Barbados Water Authority falls, sir. And I want to ensure the public of Barbados that we, as a government, have taken all steps and all precautions necessary to ensure that what is presented here in these estimates, sir, are not just a budget. They're not created in isolation. They're not created outside of Barbados. And they represent, sir, and I can see a smile is definitely an agreement, sir. I can see that all senators in here may agree, sir, that what we present by way of these estimates is a representation of participatory budgeting, sir. And sir, with those words, I want to say Asante San, which is Swahili for thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity, sir, for me to add my voice and add my support to these estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Herod. Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me to participate in this budget discussion. Mr. President, this budget presentation, along with the estimates of revenue and expenditure, has been a bit unusual in some ways. I am not bothered. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't matter to me. Because as a matter of fact, I've heard it said in the past that really and truly there's no legal requirement anywhere to actually present a budget. But we have come, what is required is to present the estimates of revenue and expenditure. And that is the legal requirement. But our expectation over the years has always been that we hear how, having prepared the estimates, how there's always some excess, either a surplus, no, but not usually. It is more usual that the estimates of revenue and expenditure end up with some deficit, which has to be financed. And the budget very often is used as the instrument for saying, look, we have a financing gap. This is how we will finance it. Growth, or this is how we expect, this is the expectation for financing. A certain level of growth in the economy. Financing through debt. Reduction of expenditures. And so these are the things. We didn't hear a lot in this budget about how that financing gap will be achieved, except that yesterday, I think it was yesterday in the Leader of Government Business presentation, we did get some idea that this is going to be through some level of expectation and growth, and there's going to be financing from the IDB, from Exim Bank, and I believe IDB was mentioned and CDB was mentioned, and of course, the IMF, into which we have entered with a second BERT program, will be providing some of that finance to close the financing gap. So there we are in terms of what we expect. And we are all happy. I am certainly happy that there were no new taxes. I am certainly happy that in terms of the government expenditures, estimated expenditures that were laid, that there is no intention of cutting back either on the expenditures in central government or in terms of the transfers to SOEs and so on. So that is commendable. Of course, we know that the Prime Minister also mentioned that she's in the process of negotiating or discussing, perhaps is the more correct word, with the international business community just now on taxation issues relating, of course, to Pillar 2 requirements of the OECD. So implicit in there may be the suggestion that later in the year, once those negotiations are completed or those discussions, we may very well have to come back and discuss what level of taxation is going to be, is being contemplated to be imposed on the corporate taxes and so on in Barbados. Because we know that right now the maximum tax level, corporate tax level, is 5.5%. And if you're going to meet the OECD requirements for which we have already committed and publicly said we will follow and we will fall in line, then you know that at least there has to be some minimum adjustment of the tax, corporate tax rate, to at least 15%. So, you know, we could be talking about 3 times the current, an adjustment 3 times the current tax rate. The point is that that is a source of revenue for the government. And therefore, to the extent that you don't currently have to adjust taxes, there may be some eye down the road that part of that gap could be financed through taxes on the corporate community. Mr. President, as I said, I have no difficulty with most of what has been espoused in the budget. In the budget, I think, as we said, the other area where we may expect to finance that gap, which is approximately $1 billion, as we know. It is just less than that, but let's call it round it at $1 billion. Is growth, and it is growth. And we have heard in the Prime Minister's budget, we have heard areas which sound like new areas for revenue generation. Now, we have been talking around this Senate table from time to time about the need for diversifying the economy. We have spoken to the fact that we cannot all now continue to sit down and leave all our eggs in almost in one basket by looking at the tourism sector and the international financial business community to provide the bulk of our revenues. And so therefore, I am glad to see that we are beginning, that there's this recognition by the government that there have to be these new areas for development in order to diversify to some extent our economy. I really hope that these will be areas which will take off. We've heard about, you know, we've heard about the cultural industries. We've heard about the potential to provide significantly increase our gross domestic product. We have to, and so I'm glad to see that the time is coming where now we're not just perhaps talking about things like cultural industries, about filmmaking and the other ideas that were hinted at by the Prime Minister, but that it seems as though we are now getting to the stage where we're seriously going to tackle these issues. And I hope that they will come to fruition in a short period of time. We know that government tends to have this issue of implementation deficit. We talk about something, we talk about an issue, but you know, to get it actually into operation, to actually see the returns from, to see the returns coming from these ideas, it takes too long. It really does, and I certainly hope that with some of the measures which the Prime Minister mentioned in terms of retraining retraining in some cases, but more in training of new young people for management positions in the service will help to assist and alleviate this issue with our implementation deficit issue. So, I certainly look forward to seeing these new areas of revenue expectations, and that if we can get all of these things in place, it means that really and truly, as this budget demonstrates, we would not have to come here year after year and have to add more taxes or look for levies or whatever you call them to raise additional revenue to close some financing gap. Granted, details and information on these projected projects has been very lean. We really haven't heard a lot about the expectations and so on. But I would think, or I would wish to hope, that in the coming years, we will, and maybe even in this budget debate itself, we will get a hint or more details as to all these issues in terms of how we proceed, how we will proceed on these various issues. The other thing I just wanted to touch on also is the question of recouping or recovering revenue losses which occur in our various revenue departments. The basic departments that generate revenue, the customs department, the Barbados Revenue Authority, and so on, where the revenue is collected, not generated, but the revenue is collected, for example. So I was very interested to see, Mr. President, that the Prime Minister has proposed to introduce a new customs tariff, which is going to be effective, as I understand it, from April the 1st. So I guess we see that legislation coming in in short order. But I also want to applaud in terms of the issue of customs conducting audits to try and reduce the level of shrinkages and so on in the system. So it is proposed that you have audits of the warehouse, of the duty-free and the warehousing systems and so on, which will hopefully which will hopefully reduce the linkage, the loss in tax expenditures in those areas. I'll give you an example. For example, and I've heard it, and I'm sure others in here have heard it, of a leakage. Persons will import a vehicle in parts. It comes in parts, and in a day or two, it is on the road as a vehicle. So, it comes in without probably tires and maybe a few other things. And the point is that it gets around the issue, or it avoids the issue of having to pay the level of duties that you would prepare on a vehicle, a completely assembled vehicle that is imported. Now, so there are all other kinds of arrangements and issues relating to customs, relating to valuations and so on of imports and so on. And so that is an area that I think if customs get it right and can uncover a lot of these issues, a lot of these situations, which is resulting in revenue losses, that you know, you will be in a position to collect more revenue and thereby reducing the losses to government. But so that is an area which I see as an efficiency in moving towards in revenue collection. But I also want, and I believe some other areas that were hinted at, like, for example, in the Barbados Water Authority and Queen Elizabeth Hospital, where there's now an incentive to, you know, adjust principle, or if they can, if collections can be improved, there's this incentive. There's this incentive. But I think that my point is that we too often we have to come here, and government has to write off outstanding outstanding debts, or give some amnesty or something like, or something of the sort. And I think a lot of the reasons for this really comes because a lot of work that should be done by the government agencies is really not being done as it should. You know, maybe 3 years ago, when we sat, not at this table, where we met in the other place, and millions of dollars in VAT was written off. We cannot continue for our departments to operate like this. And therefore, I believe it is important to ensure that these government departments are doing what they have, not sitting down, as it seems to be the case more often than not these days, of sitting down. And if the national insurance is paid in, it is paid in. If an employer pays in, the national insurance is paid in. Or if someone pays their tax, fine, we write a receipt. But there don't seem to be this aspect of vigorously going after people with outstanding debts to ensure that, number one, they don't accumulate to the levels that from time to time you hear they're accumulating. And number two, ensuring that they keep, ensuring that the employers and people, business people and so on, are keeping current with their payments of outstanding national insurance, of outstanding corporate tax, outstanding VAT, and so on. So these are the type of efficiencies that I think will, if we could see improvements, this is how I understand the part of the reasons why we would have to increase our taxes as we move ahead. And just another area of efficiency which I wanted to speak to is in the area of the Auditor General. And Mr. President, we haven't seen an Auditor General's report for 2022 year up to this point. I don't know if it's been done, but certainly I haven't seen it presented. I stand corrected. But the 2022 report has not been presented. And I raised that because in the previous report, there were a number of issues raised by the Auditor General. And I would have thought that if we had seen our 2022 report, we would get an understanding of if some or all of those issues that were raised have been fixed, but we don't know. And you will recall there were issues with the Barbados Revenue Authority. There were issues at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And there were issues related to other government departments that impacted significantly on our revenue, our reported revenues. So it is important to see that level of efficiency, to get the Auditor General reports, and moreover, Mr. President, one of the things that bothers me very much is the fact that the Public Accounts Committee has been unable to function, hasn't met since this new parliament started in 2022. Now, we understand the legal issue that the committee is chaired by the leader of the opposition, and that we don't have a leader of the opposition. But to my mind, Mr. President, there are some things that I'm sure could be done to get around or make adjustments to the legal requirements so that the Public Accounts Committee can function and do the job for which it is appointed to do. Perhaps I don't think that we necessarily need to wait for the Constitution Review Commission to come up with some recommendation. But certainly it is something that we can discuss, because the Public Accounts Committee is a joint committee of Parliament. So the parliamentarians can meet and have a say on it and decide, so that this committee, which is so integral, I think, to the governance process, is able to function. Mr. President, there's just a few areas that I would just wish to touch on related to issues that were raised coming out of the budget and the estimates. We heard yesterday, for example, Senator Paris spoke to the new geriatric hospital, which is to be, or for which I understand construction is about to commence. There was and I'm being corrected or advised that it has actually started. And I have no difficulty with a new geriatric hospital. I believe that there have been severe challenges at that hospital in the past in terms of, like all other government buildings, with environmental issues and other issues. And so to the extent that our a new, brand new state-of-the-art facility is going to be constructed for the benefit of our senior citizens, I certainly welcome the initiative. But there's one issue, Mr. President, which I wish to touch on, and it is the environmental issues. We heard, I said that Paris yesterday, and it didn't seem as though it's a big issue. And I'm speaking specifically, she spoke specifically to the issue of possible noise pollution in the area. And that hopefully this would be alleviated or covered or taken into account during the construction of the project. But, you know, it is, and it cannot be poo-pooed away as not a significant or issue, because right next door, as we know, the National Botanical Gardens now is a...
The point of order.
Senator Walker.
The honourable
What's your point of
member,
order?
speaking about the possible issues, environmental issues, I would like to inform him that an environmental impact assessment was done. It was open to the public. Those issues were raised and are being addressed in the construction, okay, as it relates to the noise and the possible emissions. Thank you.
Well, I
Thank you, Senator
am
Walker.
grateful to the minister for that update, because at the town hall meeting on the discussion of the hospital, it was stated then that the environmental impact assessment had not yet been done.
It has been.
And since then, we didn't hear anything about it. So John Public was not in a position to determine whether or not it was done.
I know you.
And that is the issue that I was really seeking to raise. And that is important because in the whole planning process, the presentation of the environmental impact assessment is supposed to be issued to the public and available to the public for assessment and discussion before any project is implemented. That is the requirement.
Tell me, Mr. President, but this was done. The process was done. It was available for the public to make comments on. There were a number of meetings that were held by Zoom. Perhaps the honourable member wasn't focused enough. He was more focused on the town hall meeting and not the EIA.
Senator Nurse.
So was the study available at the town hall meeting? Why were we told that it was not? Why were we told that the study had not yet been done then? But the point is, this is the type of confusion that we get. We don't know, now we hear it is done, and so on. But I accept the minister's explanation that it is now available.
On a point of order, Mr. President, sir.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much. I think that the honourable member is misleading the House by seeking to imply that there was only one possible forum in which the information could be accessed. So that if you did not turn up at this magical town hall meeting, that somehow it became a national secret. The reality is that at the time of the town hall meeting, the process was not complete. Since then, the information, the process was completed. I understand. My information is that EIAs and SIAs were done. They are available for the public to access. If they would take their mind away from the town hall meeting and go to the places where where the information is accessible. There have also been Zoom meetings, consultations via Zoom, consultation across sectors, consultations with stakeholders to address the issue. So the focus on the town hall meeting is a mispointing of the public to where the information is and was available, and an attempt to persuade that that was the only possible source or avenue for making information available to the public.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Nurse.
So I am led to understand then
That you need to
That-
get up out your bed more often and go to other places.
Mr. President, I would really wish if I not be interrupted unnecessarily.
Oh, but if I speak, it is necessary.
But the point is that what I'm hearing is that since the town hall meeting, this assessment has been done and it is available. I still don't know, but I can check, I will check the results and that, and I will check the report.
The big event of his life.
But there's another issue, Mr. President, in relating to all of this as well. And perhaps the more significant issue for me is that this hospital is being constructed in what is a Zone 1 area. Now, sometime ago, we were understanding that
On a point of order, Mr.
Senator
President.
Thompson. What's your point of order?
Sir, the honourable member is misleading the House, the chamber. In the first set of information, we learned that the honourable member got a visa, went out to a town hall meeting, and therefore excited about that one event. And now we're being told that the construction is taking place in Zone 1. Mr. President, sir, honourable members will recall that the rezoning procedures for lands all across Barbados, particularly in that central zone, which was a very important one, and lands in the north of Barbados, came before this chamber. There was a debate, there was a discussion, and this particular parcel of land was taken out of Zone 1. It is therefore completely false to say to the chamber and to the public by extension that this is being constructed on lands that are in Zone 1. It is not being constructed on lands that are in Zone 1. And all who were present in the chamber, like those who were present at the town hall meeting, should be aware, cognizant, and have it in memory, sir. Because my concern is that when things are said in here, the press captures them and repeats them as fact, irrespective of how incorrect they are. We had several instances yesterday, some perhaps deliberate and some accidental, about whether there are not provision for repairs and maintenance in the estimates, whether or not there is provision.
No need to revisit no, Senator Thompson.
Anyway, so but my point, the land is not in Zone 1, and that must not go to the public.
Thank you for that correction, Senator Thompson. Senator Nurse.
Mr. President, the area of which we speak is such a sensitive area, particularly for our water resources and so on, that I'm not sure whether you can legislate out the sensitivity
That should have been
of that area by removing the area from being Zone 1 and rezoning it. In other words, the point is we still have to deal with all of those sensitive issues in that area relating to the fact that the Bell pumping station is right next door to where this construction is going to happen. And so, Mr. President,
Mr. President,
all I'm asking for.
Senator, I want your right, Senator Thompson.
Rise on a point of order, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
in suggesting that we are legislating or seeking to legislate away and by so doing ignore the sensitivity of the area, the honourable member is suggesting that the technical consultations and expert advice and all of the work that was done by the civil servants of this country and others to determine which parcels of land should and should not come out of Zone 1. He is relegating it to nothingness and suggesting that only he or some group like him has sensitivity. That is a matter that was carefully considered because it involves the protection of the water resources of this country. Areas were not taken out of Zone 1 without work or thought, so that the sensitivities of the area have been well taken into account and addressed by experts, not by accountants.
Thank you, Senator Thompson.
Well, I certainly am thankful and grateful that all of those considerations have been taken into account and that there will be no issues, no environmental issues resulting from the construction of that geriatric hospital as it goes ahead. So I wanted, and we all now hear that those matters have been addressed and satisfactorily mitigated, Mr. President.
It came in here. You could have argued so very well.
Let me move on, Mr. President.
Good idea.
While Senator Thompson continues to beat up herself.
A little self-flagellation.
on issues which we, the public, did not or were not aware had been addressed.
It wasn't here. It came in here. It's just you.
Let me move on, Mr. President, to agriculture. And there are two little things I just wanted to raise. We have been hearing quite a bit within recent times about the issues with feed prices in the sector. The fact that the producer, the local producer of feeds has indicated that the price will be increased from a particular date. And remember, I think it was sometime last year where this issue surfaced again and government came in and provided a level of subsidy. So we're back to this issue again. And I am concerned because the livestock industry, particularly the poultry industry, has been built up over a number of years. Significant capital expenditure has been put into the sector. And I really don't want that this significant issue, because it's a significant issue, feed is a significant input, as we all know, in the industry. And I really wouldn't like to think that this issue of feed and feed prices somehow causes the industry to start to regress, and that small farmers particularly have to drop out of the industry because they can't because the costs are too high and it no longer becomes profitable. The point I want to raise, though, Mr. President, is that I think there has to be a long-term solution to this issue. We cannot longer, I think, continue to allow a feed manufacturer with no competition locally to be able to force the prices on these farmers in this way all of the time. The point is, we probably need some competition now in the area of feed production. Maybe the time has come, Mr. President, for government through the BADMC or some other industries to look at seeing how we can have some competition in that area so that farmers can be faced with a more competitive price and therefore ensure that an industry which we have developed, the industry which has developed over so many years, and we have seen the country become self-sufficient in poultry production and other meat production, that we do not allow this all now to regress because of this issue. So I look forward to hearing at some time.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of elucidation. I am not beating up myself or Senator Nurse. I do, however, want to be very clear, and I wouldn't want it to go out there that the government has a responsibility to intervene in private sector enterprise. There is an active push for the private sector partners who have approached the government and are seeking the various permissions to be able to come into the space and to provide the kind of market-led competition of which you speak. I am not certain, however, that I would wish it to be that it is a government state responsibility, that is the market, to attempt to regulate itself.
Thank you, Senator Cummings.
And Mr. President, these are the sort of assurances that we are seeking to have, that this is a problem which government is vigorously addressing, and that it is not a back burner or put on the side as other issues are being contemplated. The other issue I just wanted to raise in this area is that I noted, I believe it would have been in the other place when the estimates were being debated, that there was a suggestion or a hint that government was looking to get out of the sugar, the industry, and they're more looking to hand it back, as it were. Those may not be the exact words, so please, senators, don't jump up to tell me exactly what was said. But the point is, the point is, Mr. President, the point is that that seems to be government's position, to hand it back over primarily for private sector participation. I am skeptical, if you want to call it that, Mr. President, because I am not sure in my mind that an industry which the government has not been able to successfully run or make it profitable, that a private sector entity will want to take that over unless there are some assurances. And, you know, assurances can come in various ways, but really, truly, at the end of the day, it may be that you still end up having to subsidize or to give incentives or something in some other way. And so that's all, that's what I'm looking at, that's what I'm thinking, and I'm looking to hear from others how government will seek to do this transfer so that it works out as a win-win for government and for the private sector if it is handed back over to the private sector. So that is the other area that I just wanted to speak on. Mr. President, there are a few other little issues which I just wanted to raise as well. And these areas are the issues relating to senior citizens. And I believe I am at the stage now where I'm getting to be part of that cohort. So I probably have a vested interest here. But it's just a simple thing. And it really is this, that the Barbados Association of Retired Persons, of which I am a member and of which I used to be a director on the board, had petitioned the Ministry of Transport and Works for right now, Mr. President, once you reach the age of 70, every year you have to go into the ministry, to the licensing authority, and have your license renewed. And, at 70, most people are still very active, physically and otherwise. And when you think about what is the situation around the world, there's really no limit, a 70-year limit requirement that you have to, from thereafter, you have to have a renewal of your license, your driver's license, every year. And in fact, I know that there was publicly statements made by the then minister in that area to the effect that they would look favorably at, and that in fact the words more specifically was that Cabinet has approved that the age requirement for a certificate would be moved from 70 to 75. From 75 to 85, you would only be required to have a certificate for renewal of your license every 2 years. And thereafter, when you reach the age of 85, it would then become a requirement for such a renewal every year. And so I'm just pleading because it's a bit of a burden. At that age, we know what it is like to have to deal with that particular department. And so anything to aid the senior citizens in that department, or into seeing that bit of legislation or amendment to the Traffic Act done, would certainly be appreciated by your senior citizens. Mr. President, the other area which I wanted to just also briefly discuss, and this is an issue that has come up in the past, so it's not anything new, but I just want to keep it on the table, and that is in terms of the issue of double tax on pensions. We know what has happened in terms of persons who have tried to have their own private pensions put in place, and you were allowed a tax concession you could claim for saving towards your retirement. This was removed, this benefit was removed, I think it was round about probably 2014, 2015, I don't remember the timing, but it was removed. So you have people now effectively saving, you have for their retirement out of post-tax income, but then when it is paid as a pension, they're being taxed. So there's that issue of double taxation. It has been raised in the past, and I really think that the time has come for the government to have a look at it again and in some way assist the elderly in this area. The other thing I would just briefly like to touch on, and it certainly is to congratulate the government on the proposal to have legislation, if necessary, if required, in place by the beginning of 2024 for reverse mortgages to be in place. This is an issue that BARP itself has been pushing for quite a while, and therefore to the extent that government is now acting upon it, we really appreciate it. I don't know, the whole issue there, of course, is that many senior citizens have significant capital tied up in the properties, in properties and so on, which either they live in or they are rented out. But the point is that because of how the systems, the banking systems and so on currently work, it is difficult to be able to unlock that capital which is there and which would afford the older people who usually have a challenge, most of the elderly who would have a challenge in terms of cash flow. And so to be able to put that legislation in place and unlock that capital which is tied up, it will certainly be beneficial to that group, particularly by providing them with that additional cash flow. And there's one other issue sort of related in this whole area, Mr. President, and it has to do with the care of the elderly. We know what is the situation now where most of our, if we look at the pyramid, or we look at the structure of the persons in the various age groups. In fact, I said a pyramid, it's now really not more a pyramid, it's more like a mushroom. Because persons 60 and over are really now the largest, beginning to constitute the largest cohort of that structure. And what is happening is that as people get older, we know that the issues related to dementia, and that really for those persons who are providing care, the caregivers, it can be an extremely stressful on them. You devote most of your time, you devote most of your resources. You really, I don't know if any of you around the table have been in that situation where you were caring for the elderly, but it is a real big burden. And, you know, there are options. Of course, you can, you know, there are homes, senior citizens homes, and so on. But there's no better care. The social workers and the psychologists and so on will tell you there's no better care than being able to have that care provided in the comfort of a family surrounding. But it is costly, as I said, in terms of the health of the caregivers, in terms of providing the health issues of those persons, in terms of maybe providing part-time nursing care, and so on. Now, I know that government does provide through, I believe it is the home health, the home health under the, correct. And I really would like to suggest, if there's any more that can be done in terms of being able to see these persons with the issues, the old age issues, being made any more comfortable. And you probably wonder, why am I raising this? It is an issue that hit home to me within, you know, a few months ago, last year. And I recognize how much of a challenge it is for families providing for such persons. And I really wish that this is an area that the social services can look at and see what more or how else they can make it much more comfortable for such persons. And all of us around this table at some time are going to be faced with those challenges. You know, Mr. President, I believe in the other place. The issue was raised as well about the number of persons that are abandoned at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, the number of elderly persons. And sometimes I have to wonder if it is really, should we be seeing these people as unkind or uncaring, or whether some of these issues are so overwhelming the caregivers that they see that the only way out may be to, you know, leave them in the hospital. At least you know there will be some level of care provided there. But definitely that is not the way we wish, that is not, we as a country, I would think, would wish to go. And so therefore, I am just suggesting that a little more, some more thought be given to that area, and whatever else that can be done, we do so to strengthen the services supplied in that area. Mr. President, as I said, I really have no significant issues with the budget. I certainly am happy to see that I don't have any more taxes to pay. I'm certainly happy to see that there's going to be some repayment of the Series B bonds, some early repayment, I should say. And I am really looking forward to receiving my little, as we would say, my little thalia. But, Mr. President, there's just one other thing I connected to that, which I want to raise, and it is this. You will receive your funds, but then you don't know, what do I do with it? Because, what do you do with it? Because the question is that the opportunities for reinvesting it, you put it in the bank, and you end up getting negative interest. So, if I don't, Mr. President, I don't know what members have been drinking before they got here today, but certainly they're having a happy time. But seriously, I raise that point because I noticed the Prime Minister also went on to speak to unit trusts and the other areas which she's seeking to open up in the capital markets to allow opportunities for people with savings to be able to put them, to invest them in things like the unit trust and so on and so forth. So I just want to caution, and the truth is that I believe the Prime Minister spoke to unit trust in a previous budget. So it is not, it's not entirely new in this area, but I would just wish to hope that the implementation happens a little faster. So, Mr. President, the other thing I would say in that area is that we have to make sure that we have strong and robust governance and management of the investments in any unit trust fund. It pains me when we read in the news very recently the situation with with Usain Bolt and what has happened to all of the investments which we had put in a similar type of entity and had placed it there to provide for his retirement, and then it disappears. And too often, we are seeing these things occurring over and over and over, where there's not proper and robust management in this sector. And so I'm just cautioning that we make sure that we have the level of management that is necessary and the governance to ensure that we don't have those issues again in this area. And so, Mr. President, I am happy to vote in favor of this budget. I wish that all of the things that has been outlined and which are proposed will come into fruition, and that in very short order we will see as a country the benefits of all of this increase in activity. And with those few words, Mr. President, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Durst. Thank you.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of this sitting until after lunch, which I propose will end at 2:35 p.m.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 2:35 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The sit-in is suspended until 2:35 p.m. today.
Are intended to inspire and to create the kind of social stability whose absence makes us all worry about our ability and about the younger generation's ability to not only transform but survive. And so, Mr. President, we need a structural approach, and that is what these estimates seek to provide. Thus, the creation of life coaches and parental coaches to operate in and across the 10 most challenging communities is a worthwhile investment, and one that will no doubt bear fruit in a transformed Barbados. A parent's understanding, Mr. President, of a child's development and a further appreciation of how they could best contribute to that child growing into a well-adjusted adult is essential to the strength of the country's social fabric and to the project of transformation, if I do say so. Sir, I move now to one of the programs I am perhaps most excited about, which is the National Strings Project, a project that would expose children across 68 primary schools to playing a string instrument. This is democratizing and making accessible cultural experience, Mr. President. And there is great value in children realizing that there is a world outside the world that they may see every day, while learning skills that will serve them well, whether they become a virtuoso, and we certainly do hope that a couple of them do, and we hope that many of them do, but I also refer to the skills of time management and enhancing memory and coordination and time management, and perhaps even mathematical skills that the research tells us goes quite well along with the learning of an instrument. And I take particular interest in this project, Mr. President, because as someone who played the violin myself during childhood and well into my teenage years, it would be remiss of me if I did not implore the executing agency to ensure that the program is open to and includes students with disabilities, even where it requires more time and perhaps adaptation. Let the process of creativity and exposure be boundless, Mr. President, as we attempt to birth talent. People with disabilities can do things worthy of hallelujah, to quote that most famous Caribbean creative. The government's training program, Mr. President, also includes the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, and specifically in these estimates provide for the construction of dormitories at the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps with a view, Mr. President, of expanding the program to 1,000 students per year, as we have heard, and to really create a living environment for the time that the trainees are involved in the program, with a view to imbuing them with the kind of discipline that consistent contact inspires. As we know, the program exposes young people to vocational training, discipline, civics, and citizenship, and forms an integral part, Mr. President, of the training agenda of the government. Mr. President, the estimates specifically on the issue of training goes on to provide for, the training of persons with disabilities in a First Jobs initiative. And one of the perennial issues in the community of persons with disabilities is the lack of access to decent work that highlights the skills, talents, and abilities of the community. And I hope that this initiative will be an important signal to the private sector and perhaps to the entire society that persons with disabilities can work, want to work, and deserve to work in this country. By the same token, the workshop facilitated by the National Disabilities Unit aimed at training persons with disabilities in how to repair small engines, the engines of weed whackers and lawn mowers, and, Mr. President, creating an economic opportunity for persons who, like I said a moment ago, don't always have access to work is critical. And I go further to reference this new management program, management trainee initiative by the government. The policy is a clear response, Mr. President, to the fact that there are young, bright people across this country with the ability to contribute to transformation of the public service, but they are missing out on the opportunity because we have a system that says you must wait your turn, and while you wait your turn, there is no access to the development of acumen, no space to demonstrate your capabilities. And this, Mr. President, limits the capacity of young people to contribute and self-actualize in the land of their birth. And so this government has made a determination that the public service has to be a place where the young people of this country find space and find a place to both self-actualize and contribute. All of these initiatives, Mr. President, are aimed at giving a young person a chance, giving them a right to training so that they may develop both the aptitude and the attitude to contribute, to perform, and to excel in the land of their birth, as good a set of investments as any. Mr. President, we in this country appreciate the critical importance of sport. And so the National Sports Council in these estimates has, for 2022-2023, has been provided with $9.6 million. And we talk, one of the signal plans of the government is the construction of the 17 mini stadia across Barbados, a move that will allow Barbadian athletes the space to practice, exercise, and excel. Gone are the days, Mr. President, when we define excellence, we don't also include sporting excellence. Because this country knows the transformative power of sports, this is, of course, the country that helped turn an average boy into the greatest cricketer the world has ever seen. And so, long may that promise and project in this country continue of fostering sporting excellence wherever it exists. The National Sports Council Community Sporting Program is also an important program, Mr. President, because it supports the existing national federations, and it is aimed at building the capacity for sports across the country. And community sports is of critical value because it ensures solidarity and the development of constructive pastimes for all members of the community, to say nothing of the health benefits that Barbados, in light of its challenges around NCDs, so desperately needs to unlock. And so that too forms as good an investment as any. One of the concerns that many young Barbadians have, Mr. President, is that of housing. And the government's aggressive and comprehensive housing program responds to the perennial challenges in that sector. The government recognizes that there will always be a subset of people who cannot afford a mortgage. And that is why the National Housing Corporation, in its use of funds from the Housing Credit Fund, will purchase homes for these individuals and provide rent-to-own properties for 30 years. This is policy matching at the moment. Similarly, the HOPE program, which we all know, caters to a range of individuals, but considers the reality of early professionals who may not ordinarily have access to a home outside of government's intervention. But I go further, Mr. President, because the government has made good on an obligation to provide housing for thousands of Barbadians, like I just said. But there's also an obligation, and the government has made good on the obligation, to ensure that in the construction of homes, that homes are constructed in a sustainable way and that they don't have a negative climate impact, Mr. President, with that green energy home intervention. These days, Mr. President, policies cannot afford to have a single focus. If we're going to transform Barbados, policies must do more than one thing. And if there was an emblem of the multifaceted nature of the government's interventions, I think this would be it. I'm delighted to hear of the continued investments in the care of our elderly, Mr. President, also in a multi-pronged way, because for far too long, in my view, the policy interventions in relation to persons who we consider aged have been allowed to grow stale, and we have proceeded on the antiquated thinking that after a life of contribution, our elderly wither away while waiting out the rest of their days. No more, Mr. President. And so the elderly care program that was created during COVID will continue. That program allows the older population to be cared for and to benefit from companionship and to be assisted with day-to-day activity, Mr. President, and to have the interaction that I think we all know is so critical, the interaction and engagement that we all know is so critical, particularly as the country grapples what certainly feels like increased levels of dementia and Alzheimer's. As the population ages and care responsibilities become greater for the younger generation, who are called upon to effect that difficult balance between work and children and care for an older relative, this is the country's investment, Mr. President, in lightening that load, in making better the care of those individuals. No doubt a signal that the country that these older people helped to build have not forgotten them. Mr. President, there have been a multiplicity of achievements in relation to, in the area of social policy and social policy intervention in the last year. We have seen the preparation of a draft national policy on aging, the preparation of a child protection bill to be that has been laid in the Parliament, and of course, the preparation of a draft policy and legislation on the rights of persons with disabilities. Mr. President, I have the honor of being a member of the Committee for Improving the Lives of Persons with Disabilities, where we have engaged with more than 50 meetings with stakeholders of the community of persons with disabilities, as well as the private sector, unions, and the NGOs. And in fact, we will hold what is expected to be our final engagement later this week. I look forward to later this year debating this first of its kind bill in this place, Mr. President, and crafting new realities for persons with disabilities. In addition to the legislative framework, the Child Protection Bill, the Aging Policy, and the Disability Bill, the Ministry has successfully completed the IDB-funded project for strengthening human and social development, Mr. President, which entailed transformation of 218 households and putting them on a path towards empowerment. Mr. President, in this program, various services were provided to the families, a recognition that while direct financial assistance is necessary and perhaps always will remain necessary, there are some structural impediments to enfranchisement that persons need assistance mounting and getting over if indeed they are to get out of the financial and social positions that they're in, Mr. President. And again, I say that is policy meeting the moment. The breadth of this program, Mr. President, is indicative of the fact that poverty is caused by a multiplicity of factors, Mr. President. And so this is the government saying that while the easiest thing to do would perhaps be to engage only in financial transfers, we're making a different choice, a better choice. Additionally, we saw the establishment of a management information system under the IDB project, which is aimed at assisting or increasing rather the efficiency of the social sector. And because we appreciate that one of the perennial issues is the kind of disparate nature or the traditionally disparate nature of the social services sector and entities that do not easily communicate one to another and between each other. And so this program was aimed, Mr. President, at increasing the efficiency on the social side and ensuring that the persons who engage with our social services have a better and more efficient experience. And then, of course, there was the household mitigation unit and the 600, the household mitigation unit, which provided the 600 a month payments to some of the most vulnerable families in the country, Mr. President. That intervention became necessary during a pandemic where we were all unsure, and perhaps the most vulnerable families, more than most, were unsure about their ability to survive and to support themselves, Mr. President. And that intervention remains necessary and is provided for in these estimates. I want to make a point, Mr. President, about the kind of legislative and policy framework that we can see evidence in this sector. Because often governments fail to have the work they pursue, particularly in the social services sector, be driven by a sufficient policy and legislative orientation, and choose instead to execute a program here and an intervention there, but not have those things guided by a policy that lays out the values and guiding principles that clearly evidences the desired outcomes. Mr. President, not so with this government, and certainly not so in this ministry. There's a comprehensive policy orientation to the work to be carried out here, and the policy orientation is informed by wide consultations that have privileged the engagement with and the opinions of stakeholders across various sectors. In line with this new agenda, Mr. President, we must admit that there are different conversations that the government has been having and that the public must be prepared to listen to and to engage in. These conversations confront some of the entrenched ideas about how our societies function. Perhaps the broad theme of that conversation is this notion of rights. The idea that children have rights, that persons with disabilities have rights, that the aged have rights, that poor people have rights. But permit me as I get a little more granular, Mr. President, because it also includes the idea that children have a say in the outcomes of matters which relate to them. That persons with disabilities who can and who aspire to should be accommodated in multiple areas across the country in work, school, and recreation. And that the elderly require more than looking after, and that even as they age, continue to have a stake, a voice, and a place in Barbadian society. In these estimates, the ministry has put aside resources for various public relations efforts. And I'm glad to see that, Mr. President, because I think these conversations are important and the attendant culture shifting is important. My only ask is that those efforts be consistent, comprehensive, driven by data, and informed by culture. While the government's commitment in this area is unquestionable, the government in the execution of its social program and in caring for the vulnerable, Mr. President, require the support of citizens in sharing that responsibility. The family is the socializing agent in our society, and it is that family which must be foremost concerned with the well-being of its members. And while the government is prepared to assist the family through the work on its social agenda, Mr. President, the foremost concern of the family must be keeping themselves together, keeping themselves well, and ensuring the stability of that unit. Mr. President, very often in the business of transformation and in the pursuit of excellence, we only pay attention to and invite along those who can go fastest and leave behind those who may need some help meeting the mark. These estimates evidence the government's commitment to leaving no one behind. A reminder that this government's team are fine stewards of that BLP legacy, a BLP legacy perhaps best characterized by progressive social investment. And a reminder, Mr. President, that this team has not lost the plot. I refrained earlier from particularizing the various challenges that the country has faced, Mr. President, but one thing is sure. As we attempt to get out of the harried survival times of the last few years, policy must excite the Barbadian imagination, reinforce the values that are uniquely ours, and accelerate progress into a new stage of development. The set of policies laid out here, Mr. President, matches the moment. Having said that, if I had some recommendations or things that I've been thinking about over the last couple of days, having read these estimates, it would be these, Mr. President. The first of them being that if we are to achieve excellence and transform, we must resist the urge to be mischievous and to create and disseminate information intended to mislead and to compromise the collective trust in this country. The trend of crafting and sharing erroneous information and intentionally misleading information or plain fake information imperils the project of transformation. Make no mistake, Mr. President, along this journey towards Barbadian excellence, we will disagree. And in my view, that is fine. Skepticism mechanizes democracy, but make no mistake, mistrust born of active and intentional misinformation and disinformation skews the entire thing. It is on that basis, Mr. President, that perhaps the National Transformation Initiative and the Broadcasting Authority should collaborate on the creation of digital and media literacy, media literacy course so that citizens can be able to discern between fact and falsehood. Even though, Mr. President, there are people who do not wish to possess the skills of discernment, but try we must. I am enthused, Mr. President. Secondly, I am enthused about the renewed fervor around the 24-hour economy and the prospects for greater activity. I, however, think of how such arrangements can impact, particularly on single-parent households, single women-headed households in particular, and those who operate in the sectors we immediately think of when we think of a 24-hour economy, tourism and hospitality and that kind of a thing. What will it take, Mr. President, to ensure the safety of the children whose mothers are out working? What will it require for women who have care responsibilities not to be disadvantaged in any way? What public safety initiatives must be considered in these new arrangements? Because we must ensure that 24-hour work, certainly in my view, is not inherently dangerous work, but we must provide the environments, Mr. President, in which it can best operate. And I think that that is the government's commitment. The government's investment in developing people and crafting systems to make life better must be matched by a commitment of the citizen. What of a country so bold so as to decide on a path and to pursue that path, not despite of what may ail it, but perhaps because of what may ail it. Mr. President, the idea of family courts, the idea of greater social interventions in the judicial system and providing an opportunity for families to more swiftly resolve their issues, to more equitably come to resolutions that are more equitable, is also something we heard in these estimates. And as I indicated earlier, the family is perhaps the most important unit, and we must do what we can to keep it together. And so these initiatives, Mr. President, the initiative of a dedicated family court, the initiatives of having social worker intervention in that process, and to fast-tracking those issues with a dedicated registrar and that kind of a thing is, again, policy which responds to the particular realities as experienced in the country. Mr. President, this ministry has also committed to crafting a national policy on homelessness and to recognize, Mr. President, that vulnerability exists within our unhoused population and that we have to have particular policy interventions aimed at them and that consider them. I think for a long time in this country, we have thought of them as throwaways, if I'm to be perfectly frank. We have not given sufficient thought to the interventions that may take them out of homelessness. The most immediate concern, Mr. President, is that of shelter, and I appreciate that, and I think we all do. But again, multi-pronged policy that responds to challenges around domestic violence, challenges around drug abuse, those issues, Mr. President. And the Ministry of People Empowerment has committed to tackling those issues in these estimates, and I'm glad to see that. I referenced earlier the citizens' commitment. And I want to note that, quite interestingly, it is the Ministry of People Empowerment that has the responsibility for some of the structural engagement around the Thorn Commissions and local government that we will see going forward, Mr. President. I want to encourage Barbadians, particularly young Barbadians, to engage the process of building the country that they want to live in. To participate in the process, Mr. President, because there is an inherent, there's this notion of distrust, particularly by young people, and apathy. But where one does not engage with the system, where the systems exist, and one fails to engage with the systems, there's very little else that the government can do. And so I encourage Barbadians, young Barbadians in particular, to engage with the process, to share their views and perspectives on various matters, and to make Barbados better. Mr. President, transformation and excellence is no easy task. And committing to such in the aftermath of the particular challenges of the last few years requires perhaps a bravery that we have not seen, Mr. President. Thinking not only about tomorrow, but about the continuation of a Barbadian project, Mr. President, and progress that has moved us from sugar to tourism to financial services, a trajectory, Mr. President, that has brought many Barbadians into the middle class by exposing them to education, Mr. President. And that is what is before us now, the choices about what Barbados is next. And the firm commitment of this government is that Barbados going forward is excellent and transformed. I'm obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Boyce. Senator Dr. Christina Hines.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, all. Mr. President, I rise, as we all do, during this debate to address the appropriation bill. In this, we see a year's estimates. We see plans that take us along the journey towards development. How are we going to develop? This is one step of the journey. And while we get catchy phrases and mission names colored with punchy sub-phrases and entreaties to motivate us to collective action, and we should be motivated to collective action because this country belongs to all of us, it's quite fitting to do these things. And I really was inspired, if I have to be honest, by the beginning part of the Prime Minister's budget speech. Very, good call to arms. But outside of this, in the appropriation bill, we need to get down to the nitty-gritty. Like, what is this all about? What is inside of the estimates that we should be considering? The devil is in the details, they say. Maybe. Other things are in the details too. And I would like to take a little time to look at some of the fine details because most of us don't really have the time or the wherewithal to look through all of this and evaluate how we are doing and how we are getting this year through the first leg or one of the legs in this mission. So how are we costing and financing this 2023-2024 leg of the mission that carries us to 2030? These are the things that I would like to discuss. So instead of awaiting highlights, and instead of us just having to trust, because most of us don't have the ability to truly analyze the estimates, so what most people have to do is we have to trust. We have to trust that those who are given the responsibility of compiling the estimates are doing a good job and they're doing it in all of our interests. But in addition to trusting, which is very important, we must also verify. Trust, but verify. So I'm going to try and do a little bit of this today. Addressing all of this was also quite a task for me. However, motivated to strive for excellence, I will endeavor so to do. So I'm going to start by looking at the macro, what I'm calling the macro element of the estimates. That's what we see on the front cover and the first few pages in the estimates. I'll start with this theme. And this is the most obvious to me. And this is us looking at the estimated current revenue for 2023-2024 of approximately $3.5 billion. Estimated total expenditure of $4.2 billion. But what does this mean? Well, you don't need to have excellent mathematics to figure out that we are spending more than we have coming in. And this is not uncommon in public finances. Table 8 of the estimates document indicates that the country will need $844 million in financing, of which $466 million will come from foreign sources, and the remainder, that is about $378 million, will come from domestic sources. We have heard some of this already. In the 2022-2023 estimates, that's last year, what we saw, this is the revised estimates, we saw that the country was able to get to $171 million in domestic financing. $171 million in domestic financing. Okay? So we need to do a lot better on this leg of the mission to get to, what did I say it was? $378 million from domestic sources. So this is no mean feat, but I have a favorite slogan. I play some sports. I have a favorite slogan from Adidas. It says, impossible is nothing. So that means that it can be attained, right? I believe it can be attained. I hope it can be attained. But instead of maybe addressing some concerns that people may have about how it is we are going to more than double domestic financing, we get a lot of pomposetting about concerns that people raise and questions that they have about how we are going to get to this number. How are we going to get to the number? That's a reasonable question. How are we going to get from 171 million to more than double that? That's a reasonable question. And here are some answers that one might provide instead of pomposetting. We have some incentivization to encourage confidence. Encourage confidence. And I heard some of this and I thought, okay, fair enough. What we have, and I believe Senator Nurse mentioned it, we have some repayment of the Series B bonds. This could help to bolster, and I will say it again, thank you very much. And this will help to bolster domestic confidence. Still, these are not matters to get into a passion about. They really are not. What we need to think about are how far these measures will take us in stimulating the domestic appetite for government debt. And this is a question that we need to think about seriously. So this is not to say that initiatives will not be useful or worthwhile, but how far will they take us down this road? And I think we do need to take these questions seriously and truly ensure that the probing is met instead of with bluster, is met with serious efforts to ensure that we get there, because impossible is nothing and we can get there. Mr. President, I will continue with this macro issue very briefly, or somewhat briefly. And it's on this seemingly off-limit topic of debt. You cannot talk about debt, because if you talk about debt, you're fear-mongering, you're a naysayer, you are doing something that is off-limits, but I will venture to do so. All I will say here within this honorable chamber that does not echo is that although the debt trajectory is a good one and should be commended, although the level of debt as a ratio to GDP has improved and is improving and is moving in a positive direction. Yes, clap for that. And although the foreign debt we have accessed has been cheap, it has been cheap. The animatedly dismissive approach to concerns about raising foreign debt levels and the potential future, I cannot understand. People are allowed to raise questions and concerns about their business in this country, and this is what we intend to do. We, the people. Now, some of the, I guess, efforts to cast questions that people have in a negative light seem aimed at silencing or perhaps just overshouting those who may have critical perspectives, who may not understand, or who may just be cautious. Cautious. And caution is not the same as fear. Caution is important for human survival. Without caution, the human race might not exist. Also, risk is important. Trust is important. But all of these things are important in combination. We need these things in society. We need people that express the need for caution. And we need them, you know, if you ever went out to a fete or something and there's a group of friends and everybody gets all hot and bothered. So if somebody's foot gets mashed, everybody's gonna go and fight. You cannot have everybody like that. You need some people to say, Skipper, relax yourself now. You don't know what's gonna happen. So those people who exercise caution and who encourage caution should not be cried down in this society. They should actually be listened to, because caution can temper excesses. Instead of dismissing out of hand commentators for their commentary, and there's a lot of talk about call-in programs, and although there's so much talk about call-in programs, it clearly seems as if they're very popular in here. But while commentators can be dismissed out of hand, those doing the dismissing, Mr. President, I heard a saying once about certain kind of vessels that make a lot of noise, but I know there are none of those in here at all. The thing about those that are so dismissive of commentators is sometimes the dismissive ones are less knowledgeable than the commentators themselves. Yeah. And we need to hear all commentary, let all ideas contend, I have heard. Anyway, empty vessels make a lot of noise, and there is some of it in here. I leave this macro issue for now, Mr. President, and move on to some outstanding questions. I call this outstanding questions with a colon. Sounds good, but what will it cost? It sounds good, but what's the price? And thankfully, we have the estimates to tell us the prices of things. So, and Senator Nurse spoke to us about implementation deficit. And I truly hope that this is something that we are working on in this country. We don't want to continue with the implementation deficit. So I look for a few things in the estimates, despite the rumblings in here. I look for a few things in the estimates that I have been following and I have been thinking about because of the work in this honorable chamber. This work that we do as legislators, we work to help create laws, and then we look to see how some of the things that we have worked towards creating are being implemented, and the estimates are one of the places that we can find this. And these are a tool. The estimates can be used for good governance because we can actually see when things are being implemented and how they're being costed. We may not always be able to assess in dollars and cents terms the effectiveness or if we're getting the bang for our buck, but we can see when they're being implemented. So there are a few things that I wanted to look at or look for. 3 things. 1, the National Plant Protection Organization to be established under the Plant Protection Act. I was unable to find this. Under the Estimates Program 162, Resource Development and Protection under the Plant Protection Subprogram 0169 within the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and National Security. If we look at the emoluments within this subprogram, there's no evidence that this organization is being created 2023, 2024, at least not on the basis of what is projected in these estimates. Indeed, what we see is a reduction in expenditure in the area by 14%. That is $221,000, $221,000 approximately. The next one, number 2. The Veterinary Authority to be established under the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Act. I cannot find any evidence of this either. And I was really looking forward to the 2 of these things as we build Global Barbados, but perhaps we will see them in 2024. There's no evidence of this either within the Ministry of Agriculture. Although the legislation did not necessarily say that the Agricultural Ministry would be the responsible ministry in this case, it just said the minister. So I also thought to look in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, where I also cannot find it under Program 400, Environmental Health Services. In each of these cases, the question of what it will cost to put plans in action remains. These are questions that we have asked. What is it going to cost? These are wonderful things. What are they going to cost? At least in the implementation phase. And we still have the question. These estimates do not help us to answer them. But happily, one of the questions was answered. My 3rd question on the 3rd entity. This was the Civil Aviation Authority to be established under the Civil Aviation Act. This is in the estimates. Within the estimates for the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, Program 334, Regulation of Services, we find subprogram 0339, the Civil Aviation Authority. This new entity is budgeted at over $3.6 million. So Dr. Brathwaite had asked the question during the debate, how much is it going to cost? It sounds wonderful, but how much is it going to cost? And he was met with an answer of, well, what will it cost not to create it? Well, I don't know what it will cost not to create it, but thankfully, no, we know what it will cost to create it, at least to set it up. And I raise this here because at least this is an example of implementation, a useful example. And I don't want to attempt to re-debate something that has gone before because that would be out of order. But what I wish to do is to call on us to try and answer some of these questions earlier on. How much is it going to cost to implement our plans towards building Global Barbados? How much is it going to cost to get us to this mission? And it would be helpful to know that before, rather than after. Before we legislate, to have an idea, ballpark figure, how much is it going to cost to bring this into existence? We know now. I continue. And we await future details on the other authorities. Now, if I can flip this topic on its head, there are some cost answers that I have, but they're answering some questions. There's an answer, but I have the question in my head. So one of them that stood out to me, I went through this thing tried to be methodical. Sometimes I was, sometimes I wasn't. Flipped through the pages. If things jumped out at me, I said, let me look at last year's estimates. Let's reflect on this huge document. So flipping this topic on its head, and this is an area of interest to me, is the line item People Assembly within the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. People Assembly. Has a decision been made on Barbados having people's assemblies? Has a decision been made? Because I was not aware that one was made, that Barbados was to have people assemblies. I thought this was a matter that was being returned to the people for consideration. I thought so. I might be wrong, but that is what I thought. This subprogram, 0487, within the Personal Services Delivery Program, allocates $112,800 and then doubles this in the forward estimates. In the forward estimates, it doubles this. So for 2024, 2025, it is doubled to $245,000. Okay. Now, this is a bit curious to me because line item 226 provides $33,000 for rapporteurs, 10 town hall meetings for the preparation of a final report for website maintenance and social media boosting. But alas, there is a final report already, as far as I can tell. One that was published, made available April 2021, and I found it on, I read it myself, unless it's not final, but it doesn't say draft anywhere. There's nothing in it to indicate that it's not final. And it is on the GIS website, in case anyone wants to accuse this of being false news. It's on the GIS website, dated March 4th, 2022. You can verify. I'm not arguing, I'm saying what I have to say. Thank you. So, this may be a small point, but there's something else I would like to raise, which is that in 2022-2023's estimates, $50,000 was budgeted for the very same thing, for the same 10 rapporteurs, for the town hall meetings, preparation of a final report. So they got another final report. They had one last year and one again, or they didn't do it, or I'm not quite sure what's happening. But these raise some concerns. But the wider concern that I have about People's Assembly is that the People's Assemblies are supposed to be about governance. They're supposed to be about bringing governance closer to the people. I don't necessarily agree with everything about them because I already think that one's member of parliament should really be the local government. But that is a different discussion that we can have. But since this report in 2021, I do not know what has happened on these people assemblies. What has happened and what is happening. And I wait to find out, not just in the estimates, not just by seeing that these are budgeted for, but by hearing when are they going to start? How are they going to work? When are we going to start having these elections, if indeed we are going to have the elections? And in the report, in the same report, the Thorne Commission report, it includes a recommendation for senators coming from these people's assemblies. That would indeed affect the Constitution and probably the constitutional reform process. So the estimates are helpful for helping us to try to kind of look at some things that are costed and to ask some questions about them. Because I have not heard a lot about these people's assemblies in the last year, but they're budgeted for. So my question, there's an answer, how much is it going to cost? But the question, what's happening with these, remains. There's another little question that I have, and it is a question about duplication. We have limited resources. We can't afford to be duplicating efforts at all. Cannot. And in the Ministry of Home Affairs, there are a few line items. I know it's really tedious. I actually went through the estimates. I apologize for this, but I will do it all the same. In the Ministry of Home Affairs, there are 3 line items. Information and media relations, that's $400,000. And what I read from the notes is that this is for the government advertising department. That's fine. Then we have 203, information and broadcasting services. That's the management of public relations in addition to the broadcasting authority. And then there's 247, which is services in public affairs, $1.4 million. Oh, the information and broadcasting services, $3.8 million, and services in public affairs, $1.4 million. And that's public engagement to ensure that government's aims and policies are known and understood. I don't know what's the difference between that and public relations. I'm not quite certain. And there seems to be a little bit of duplication of effort here. I know it is important to get information out because we've heard so much about the concerns for misinformation, disinformation, false news, fake news, whatever you want to call it. But is it necessary that we have a line item that deals with the management of public relations at $3.8 million in a country that don't have the big long money, that still has to be looking to figure out how we are going to get the domestic financing for certain things? And I'm not saying that, don't get me wrong, in Barbados, a lot of our agencies, the ministries, really could do with some more money, but we have limited resources. So considering our limited resources, should we be doing things that look to me like we are duplicating efforts? We got GIS and we got Department of Public Affairs. What is the real difference between the two of these? I do not know. They account, I will never know because I probably will not get an answer, and I'm accustomed to not getting answers in here in any case. And these account to $5.2 million in information. And despite the $5.2 million in information, it sounds like you could just call the call-in program. Because that seems, from what I hear in here, to be the most effective way to get across your message. Anyway, I digress. My last area, well, not last. My last big area is big spend. Mr. President, my last area is big spend. And it's really one of the things that is somewhat humorous is that when certain people speak with assertiveness, it is viewed as a quarrel. When others speak with assertiveness, it is just normal. I'm not going to call it gendered or anything, but I believe that it is. There's no quarreling here, despite the rumblings from one side of the floor. What there is an assertive presentation. Thank you. So I continue. We will get to big spend areas. And one of the big spend areas that we have is education. Education. And one of the things that I admire about this country, Barbados, is its consistent commitment to funding our social safety nets, to funding education, to funding healthcare, to funding social welfare. Consistent commitment. We're not talking about a particular area, we're talking about across the board. And historically, if we look from independence to the present, I will let you finish, Senator Nichols. I will let you finish, because I don't like to speak when others are speaking, because it is rude.
Honorable members, there's a bit too much buzz. Be calm. Senator Dr. Hayes, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education. One of the things that we like to educate people in, from young, from children, is manners. Manners and respect. That's an important part of education. But beyond that, Barbados is a country that has invested in these areas, education being key to these. And we continue to see education being a key area for investment. And the returns from this investment, I believe, the returns on education have led this country to being partially what it is. What is that? It is a country that, despite all the ups and downs, besides changes in government, performs well in things such as human development. It is a country that does this. It is a country that can continue to boast of having an educated population. So on this topic, I want to join others who have spoken about how critical it is for us to revolutionize education. We have $576 million being budgeted for education in the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. This is a worthwhile investment. Despite this, we must, as an educator, I say that we must enhance the pace and the quality of this reform. Why am I saying we must enhance the pace of this reform? Because I have not been doing this for just 2 minutes. It is taking too long. It is taking too long to change our educational system. And I'm not talking about fancy things here. I'm talking about the fact that there are too many children in Barbados that cannot read. They cannot read. This 99% literacy rate that we boast of, I don't know when that statistic was established. I don't know when it was. When I was a child, I heard about it. I still hear about it now. But there are children here that cannot read. There are children that cannot read. I can tell you, UWI has a reading program. And there are children in Barbados that cannot read. They are being pushed through the educational system. They can write the name on the exam paper, but they cannot really read. They're not functionally literate. We cannot get this advanced economy that we are looking for if people cannot read. Too many children are failing in mathematics. You want to talk about UWI? At UWI, too many people come to the university having to do remedial mathematics. We have problems with maths. We have problems with the basics. We have problems in the basics that I hope that we all are going to work to address. This significant investment in education must be addressing these issues. We can deal with robotics, we can deal with all the fancy things, but we have to get to the basics. We really do. We cannot serve a new economy or a new society with these deficiencies. Education has to build skills, creativity, analytical abilities, confidence, manners, and ethical conduct. The investment in the future must be a wise investment. We must ensure that we get returns on this investment. And we are getting returns on our investment. But imagine if we were capturing all of these children that cannot read and all the people that do not have proper mathematical skills, the potentials we could see in science. Because you can't really do science if you don't have these basic skills. We want a film industry. You need literacy for a film industry. You're going to write a script. We don't just want to be the users of the film industry. We want to produce as well. We want our creatives to produce. You have to be literate. You have to do history. You have to do philosophy. All of these areas are critical if we are going to drive this new economy. And unfortunately, there are too many schools within which the 4th, 5th, and 6th forms, you do not have many people doing sciences. We do not have many people doing history. This educational reform and revolution has to focus on the basics in addition to the new things. Because we cannot do the new things properly without getting the basics right. So this is a plea here. I'm using this estimates debate to say that on our biggest spend area, we have to ensure that we are investing wisely so that we are not leaving people behind while we create this new economy. There's another area that we have to focus on as well, and that is the area of art. So we know that we have this Strings Initiative, and I really value this because education in music is important. Education in art is important. These are areas that we cannot forget when we're talking about robotics. Robotics is good. We want the children to do this. We want them to do coding. We want them to do all of these things. But there are other areas we have to educate a whole person, holistic education. I am asking that this investment in education see the returns that it should see. And I am also asking that in our emphasis on vocational training, which is important, that we do not continue to do this thing that we do in this country, which is pigeonhole people, which is decide that somebody is academically inclined and somebody is not. We have to stop doing this in our educational system. We have to stop deciding that people cannot change tracks. We have to stop acting as if there is a hierarchy in the educational system because all of these things are important. Today is World Down Syndrome Day. I know that there are people that are wearing their socks, pretty colored socks. I'm not wearing any, but I'm wearing my socks in my heart. And on this day, and every day, I think it is important to emphasize as well that our educational investment must reach people, the people who we are thinking about today on World Down Syndrome Day. It must reach them. Our education must reach people with disabilities. It must reach those who are neurodiverse. We must have appropriate testing. We must have all of the support required with this investment to ensure that we produce productive citizens who are helpful to themselves and to the entire community. This is a critical investment. It has always been a critical investment in Barbados. But we have to get more out of this investment by not leaving people behind. And I know this is part of the mission. And if there are people that need convincing about the benefits of education, I don't think that people do. One of my colleagues, Dr. Mahalia Jackman, has written a very accessible piece that illustrates the returns from investment, the returns for individuals in terms of earnings, also the returns in if we think about job stability. So when there are layoffs, when there are crises, people who have higher levels of certification, who are better educated, are better able to hold on to their jobs. So we can think about the society as a whole, the economy as a whole, and we can also think about individuals. Education is a meaningful investment, not just for economic reasons, for personal edification, and really for uplifting the quality of our society. But beyond the intrinsic value of education, I wish to offer a suggestion. Because what I see in education in the estimates is that education is primarily an expenditure. And I think that there are ways that we can earn revenue from our education as well. We have good teachers. We have good educators. We have a firm foundation and a base on which we can build. When we think about selling educational services, this should not just be about bringing a university here, bringing medical schools or colleges or places from America and all over the world here. We have things here already. We have the Barbados Community College, we have SJPA, we have BIMAP. Maybe eventually we will have something called University College of Barbados. We have UWA, a campus here on Barbados that's 60 years old. We have these things. And I think part of what we need to focus on is how can we generate revenue, foreign exchange, from these entities. These are not just to serve Barbados and UWA to serve Barbados and the region, but these can also be monetized. We can get some revenue, not just expenditure in education. It might not meet what we're going to pay out, but I think that these are things we should really think about. And in other places, what you have is that they charge international student fees. International students will pay more. But we have to ensure that we have quality education, quality infrastructure in education for us, first of all, for all of us, but also that can then be monetized, advertised, leveraged internationally so that we get some revenue in addition out of education. So this can be such a wonderful investment for society in general, for the economy, but also, and when I say for the economy, I mean our individual contributions to the economy, but also to the economy in terms of a traded service. I think we can do more in this area. Mr. President, there is an area that I didn't really intend to talk about so much today. I'm still kind of toying with it in my mind, but let's take a go. I'll try. And I was not gonna talk about energy, or renewable energy. I do agree, what we see, the investments coming into energy, the expenditure, and the plans that I have heard, these are good ones. We need to develop this sector, the renewable energy sector. Again, this can be a sector that can help us to earn, it can create jobs, and it can create new types of jobs. But I continue to be uncomfortable with these bids for oil and gas exploration. Laugh as you like, I continue to be uncomfortable with them. I know that there may be 42 trillion, not billion, trillion cubic feet of gas, or 13 billion barrels of undiscovered oil under the sea. I know that this is the case. Okay, gas, thank you. Of gas. Let me just correct this in my note, in case I say the wrong thing again, heaven forbid. I know there's a possibility of creating new jobs and new types of jobs from this. We can get important revenue as well if we have licensing. Licensing fees can be very attractive in this area. And I understand very well that the international community has not yet stepped up to pay countries to keep hydrocarbons in the ground. So this puts countries in a difficult position because you need money. We just talked about the fact that we need money. We have a financing gap. So you put countries in a difficult position, despite the commitment to climate change. And I've heard that the Prime Minister is committed to leaving natural gas, this bridging fuel, where it is, if some entity is willing to pay Barbados to leave it there. I have heard that. But if those two letters becomes a big word in this situation, if. Now, I would like to do a little bit of a multiple scenario analysis. This is a critical thinking tool. We can think about the current scenario we're going to pursue, but we can think about multiple scenarios as well. Let's say hydrocarbon exploration does reveal impressive resources. Let's say it does. Let's say it does. So, you know, when the fish are down there swimming and all the rest of the marine life are down there, and we do the exploration, and we find some impressive resources, because they're going to be unaffected by this exploration process, to be sure, the marine life. But let's say that we find these resources. I think there's something that we would, in this hypothetical situation, need to be very cautious of. And this is the natural resource curse. And the natural resource curse, which is well documented, is that countries that have found impressive natural resources have not been able to do much better than countries without. And this is because of several things. The over-concentration of investment in the particular area, the lucrative area, the exposure to global swings in prices, the extraction of profits from the sector outside, abroad, so that the majority of the population does not necessarily see the benefits from this. It does not filter through the economy or the society, and also because of corruption. And before anyone gets excited, more excited than seems to be happening in the corner over here, this is not a statement that Barbados would ever, in anyone's wildest imagination, engage in any sort of corruption in this area. What it is just for us to think about if we do pursue that scenario when, assuming that we find these natural resources, we have to be very careful to avoid some of the difficulties that other places that have natural resource wealth all over the world have found themselves in. I'm presenting this scenario because it is one that we should think about in exploring for oil and gas. We have to make sure that if we take this route, that we are not one of the countries that ends up having all of this wealth circulating, but not circulating in the correct ways, in the ways that serve the society and the economy. There are other questions that I have as well. I do like the emphasis on EVs, and I do think that we should move in the direction of reducing our carbon footprint. But there are some questions that I have about what we are doing with the existing vehicles that are on the roads in Barbados. When we make this transition, what happens to the vehicles, the mob-ton of vehicles already on the road in Barbados? What do we do with them? How are we disposing of them? Are we repurposing them? Let us say, and I want to say, that the $3 million in low-interest revolving fund at Fund Access for the acquisition of or conversion to electric plug-in hybrid CNG, etc. vehicles in the PSV sector, I want that to be successful. Let's say it's successful. Let's say that the initiative to allow postal workers to get electric motorcycles is successful. Let's say that the initiative that extends this tax holiday 2 years to 2026 so that we can all get electric vehicles, all who wish, is successful. What happens to the existing vehicles? Are these going to remain on the road? That's another thing. Are they going to remain on the road and then we have more vehicles, a combination? And if they're not remaining on the road, how are we disposing of them? We have to think about the fallout or the other side of some of the solutions that we provide, because we don't necessarily have the ability to dispose of vehicles in this small place called Barbados. I believe in vision. But the vision should not be tunnel vision. And I raise these things just because I want us to think about, as we encourage people to purchase in this way towards a green economy, we also have to think about the other environmental concern, which is the disposal. We have to dispose of things safely. Environmental issues are not one-sided issues. They're holistic ones. I don't want anyone to leave here to think that this is a negative discussion of all that this country is doing on environmental issues or on climate change, because it is undeniable that this country has become a world leader, a global voice in talking about climate emergency, in dealing with things such as loss and damage. But this does not mean that we cannot and should not ask these questions at home. I'm going to close. There are two reflections, one reflection I wish to offer in closing about the budget in general, the estimates rather, and another about the economy. There's much more that I can say. I would love to have spoken a little bit about sports. I'm involved in sports, and it always feels as if when we're dealing with sports, it's not just that you're running, but you're running behind how you can get to play sports. Running behind money, running behind sponsorship, just constantly running. And sports are so important to human development. When we talk about education, I didn't even remember to mention that education is mentioned over 250 times in this document, not just in the Ministry of Education, across all of the ministries. Sports can be important for education. They can be important for things that other people have talked about. Senator Nurse talked about aging, the elderly, for active aging, for dealing with things like dementia, for keeping us healthy, dealing with things. Sports are important, but I don't want to digress. I want to stick more closely to my script. I would like to offer a wider reflection on the estimates. Barbados is doing a lot. That's what the estimates have taught me. Barbados is doing a lot. There are so many things in the estimates. And it seems as if we are doing more and more. And I understand the reason behind this. We want to do more, we want to do better. We want to make this country better. There are many areas that we are expanding. I see a whole long list of foreign ministries. This was one of the metaverse. Missions. Oh, apologies. Foreign missions. I made an error. Foreign missions. There are a long list of these. There are many things that we are doing, so many initiatives. But one of the things that I noted, I went to Central Bank of Barbados website, and what I saw is that the revenue in the country has been relatively flat. So we're trying to do more and more things. We have grand vision. I want more stuff for sports too. We want more things in education. Every ministry wants more. Every ministry has people in it that are frustrated because they don't feel that they're getting the resources that they need to do their jobs appropriately. And we continue to add more and more functions, and I understand the reason. But revenue has been relatively stable for 6 years, discounting the COVID years. Relatively stable. And that means if revenue is relatively stable and we are expanding to do other things, expenditure is going to increase. And that means this issue of the borrowing remains one. And I'm not saying that the country should not borrow ever. I'm not saying that borrowing is bad. I'm not saying that debt is bad. But if revenue remains relatively flat and we want to do more and more, we are putting ourselves in a difficult situation. So we have to find ways to see how we can increase revenue to meet this expansion. And I did see the projections of 10% GDP growth for next year. There are hopes that we can see 5% GDP growth in the future, and these will be useful. They will be useful. But we have to really, I think we need to think carefully about the pace at which we expand. That we do not expand at a pace that is so much faster than the growth in our revenue that we have to keep adding and adding to our financing needs. It is not to say that we have to stay where we are right now. It is just to say that we should try to think about ensuring that these things are matched appropriately so that we are not, we're not the people that the bar saying, bring drink, somebody can pay. We don't want to be there. And then when the bill comes, we go out trying to figure out how we can pay this thing. We're having a good time, right? In fact, we don't want to be that. We want to really think about how we are going to grow the revenue base to keep up with all of these things that we want to do. Not just because we want to expand and do more and more things, but even if we do not expand to do several more things, that the things we are already doing, that we are doing them better, that we are providing the resources for the people in the ministries that need them, so teachers are not frustrated, so that people are not saying, I would love to do more for children in my school with learning issues, but we cannot because we do not have the resources. So that people are not, the one that stood out to me, I looked at the Ministry of Foreign Trade. Ministry for Foreign Trade gets about the equivalent of 2.5 million US, I think it's 4.9 million Barbados dollars. I just came back from a conference, an international conference of a single association based in the United States of America. And they spent more money than that in the conference, in an annual conference. And we have an entire foreign trade ministry that is expected to do the work, or division within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that is expected to do the work of the country on that budget. This is not a criticism. This is just to say that in order for us to provide the resources that we need to do the work of government better, we have to find ways to increase revenue. And I hope that these estimates and the budget and the plans and the vision to carry us to 2030 will get us there. Not just on hope, but also on good planning. Finally, I would like to say a little bit about the economy in Barbados in general and what these estimates made me reflect on about it. It is clear that efforts are underway to shift Barbados to develop new sectors, to attract investment and build skills in areas such as film, fashion, wider creative industries, areas such as pharmaceuticals. These will be new sectors that hopefully will help to increase this revenue base as well, to grow the economy, to provide meaningful opportunities for people as well. Although there is emphasis on food security and agricultural development, on the renewable energy sector, and these are all extremely laudable and things that I look forward to, I am still wary of the way in which we continue to emphasize tourism and construction. Not that we continue to emphasize them, but the way in which we continue to emphasize them. And by we here, I am not even just talking about the government, I am talking about the people that live in Barbados. That when we talk about, oh, there's a problem with roads, there's a problem with water, what are tourists going to think? There's a crime problem, tourists are not going to come here. Our priority should not necessarily be tourists. Tourism and construction are two areas that concern me a little bit. Worthwhile as they are, I think we have to go beyond them. We have to go beyond them because I understand how useful getting a construction project going. Let's build that hotel, build these hotels. These are good ways to get people in jobs quick and to get the activity around them. People that are selling food on the construction site and all the kind of activity that exists around them. But we have to ask some questions about the types of jobs that we create in these sectors. What types of jobs are we creating in construction? What types of jobs are we creating in tourism as well? Do they align with the kind of investment we are putting into education? Because if we are educating people to operate at a particular level, because we want high returns from our investment, we should not be providing jobs at a much lower level. This can lead to frustration in the community. People saying that they want to leave the country rather than stay and contribute because they cannot find the kind of work that they want to do, that they have been training and learning and educating themselves to do. Part of my concern about construction as well is that it seems as if, although it generates a lot of activity in the economy and can generate a lot of jobs, it also seems as if it concentrates wealth. It concentrates wealth in the hands of too few. And I'm not talking about the ability to live. I'm talking about wealth creation in the hands of too few. And I think we need to ask ourselves some questions about why this is the case and how can we change this so that the benefits from this sector that is quite lucrative can flow across more than just a few popular names or entities. We can ask some questions about retail as well. We can ask ourselves some questions about this. Again, what is this contributing? Is this feeding into the food security that we are investing in, to the industrial development that we are investing in? Or is it just gobbling up endless foreign exchange that we have to work so hard to earn? What can we do to shift this in our country? These are some of the reflections that I have on thinking about what kind of society and economy we are building with these investments, with these expenditures for this year that are part of this bigger development plan. Mr. President, are we building a Barbados where the young and not so young want to stay? Are we building a Barbados in which they want to leave because opportunities are slim and barriers and frustrations are high? And I know it is important for us to think to 2030. We have to think along that trajectory. We cannot just think in the now, but we also have to think in now. Because we need people now to get us to 2030. I hope there are things that we can do faster. Faster than we currently are. I hope that we can think about these things as we conduct our business in this place. I end here, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Dr. Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me this afternoon. As I reflected on the contributions that were made in the other place over the last month, it was clear that the overarching theme across all of the ministries, all departments, all sectors, has been that the focus nationally is now on transformation. Transformation is change, usually over time, and usually for the better. On Tuesday, last Tuesday, during the national budget debate, the Prime Minister outlined 7 foundational principles and pillars to outline a national transformation plan over the next 7 years. And as I reflected on the word transformation, I decided to take a look at Singapore, which is held up as the model for small island states that have basically become a global force. Their father of independence, Lee Kuan Yew, took Singapore from being a country that had a poverty rate of around 70% to becoming a country that now generates over $400 billion in economic activity every year. His leadership took Singapore from a country that was filled with derelict buildings to a nation that is filled with skyscrapers and has one of the most beautiful and top-rated airports in the world. That transformation did not happen overnight. It took vision, it took collective effort, and it took time. In fact, he stayed in power for 50 years. We don't have that autocratic structure here. But just to say that the transformation took time, it took vision, and it took buy-in from everyone. He strategically decided to invest in public education. In our budget, we can see that public education has the greatest call on public financial resources. There were also heavy investments in public infrastructure and repositioning Singapore from an agrarian society to one that attracted large amounts of foreign direct investment. Having already overseen Barbados' economic transformation over the last few years, Barbados is now prepared for wider national transformation. Reference was made in the previous speech to the central bank governor's last report. To see growth of 10%, Barbados was actually the second top performing country in Caribbean and Latin America region for growth in 2022. Not to say that we're back where we were pre-pandemic, because we would understand that COVID-19 eviscerated our economy. I think we lost about 17% of economic activity. So gaining 10% means we're heading in the right direction, even though we're not fully back there. We know what it was like to have $420 million of reserves left. Right now, reserves stand at over $3 billion. We went from having the third highest debt to GDP in the world to now having our debt to GDP reduced from 176% down to 123%. And this is even after the investments and the debt that was incurred during COVID and the loss of economic activity that was incurred during COVID. I could only imagine where our debt to GDP would be without the poly crisis of the last 3 years. With all the talk about debt as well, I think it's important to reiterate that absolute debt as a figure still stands at over $3 billion less than it was when we took office in 2018. As I was saying, now that the economic transformation has put us back on stable footing, it is clear that the leadership of the country has taken a decision that now is the time, now that the green shoots of recovery are starting to show, that we should seize the moment and reposition Barbados to grasp every opportunity that there is to grasp for the next decade and beyond. Investments are being made at every level to reinvigorate our society, to reinvigorate our productive sectors in a way that Barbados will be fit to face the challenges and seize the opportunities that are to come. On education, we learned of a wide-scale public sector retraining exercise that involves a partnership between BIMAC and the Commonwealth Secretariat. My thinking is, at the policy level, the Prime Minister's role, the role of the Cabinet, is to have the broad, overarching ideas and vision. It's really up to the rest of us, the public servants, to show up every day and to get the job done. I personally believe that this investment in retraining and retooling the public sector to be, to use one of the Prime Minister's terms, fit for purpose, to be able to respond, to be more nimble, to better perform, to look at things in a more granular way so that we can deliver on the objectives and get things done going forward. I think it's a softer policy initiative, but it is one that I believe will have a big impact. We learned that on top of the existing investments in education, so you would all know that we reinstated the payment of tuition fees for the UWI, SJPI, and BCC. I thought it was also important that we're investing in children even at the younger levels. The Strings program, learning how to play a musical instrument, is something that is typically only accessed if your parents have the wherewithal to pay for private music lessons. So to be able to put a musical instrument into the hand of every child in each of 68 primary schools, I think is going to be transformative, not just from a place of developing cultural industries and creativity, but in terms of developing discipline, in terms of having a routine, in terms of developing memory, coordination, and even mathematical ability that has been linked to learning how to play a musical instrument. We learned of the investment to be made in the expansion of the Youth Advanced Corps so that it will now have a residential component. We understood that the earlier iteration of Youth Advanced Corps, the Barbados Youth Service, only had an intake of about 200 participants. The Youth Advanced Corps is now positioning itself to take on 1,000 participants. And keeping in mind, these are young people who might not have completed school or might have left school without any certification, who would have found themselves thrust into the world with no opportunities, no job prospects. And here we are teaching them life skills, teaching them job skills, exposing them to job attachments, and really creating a space for them to stay out of trouble. Because when we talk about the crime fight, we have to look at it also from the end of making the investment before we get to the situation where they're before the law courts, and also creating opportunity for them then to, let's say, take a trust loan or to apply some of the skills that they have learned in a way that will be able to generate income for themselves. The Prime Minister also reiterated her call for Barbadians to take advantage of the 15,000 Coursera courses that are available through the National Transformation Initiative. She made mention of attracting a new campus of Florida International University to Barbados. We all can appreciate the impact that having Ross University has had here. We've seen the transportation co-ops. What we do know is that some of the transport board workers that would have been laid off during the restructuring exercise a few years back were able to then form the transport augmentation program. Some of them were able to purchase buses through access to low interest financing and to be able to participate in a way where they themselves were able to become entrepreneurs. Ross has also, because I also sit in position as patron of the Barbados Alliance to End Homelessness, and Ross frequently does a lot of community outreach, actually coming into the homeless shelter, doing health checks on people that most people would pass on the street and not take a second look at. So they're not just contributing in terms of bringing economic value, in terms of when they go into restaurants and stores, when they take a taxi, or other ways that they contribute economically, but they're actually bringing tremendous value to our social fabric as supporting Barbados, even at the level of the homeless. During the budget presentation as well, we heard of the greening of the transportation sector. One of the things that I really cannot stand in this day and age is being stuck behind a vehicle that is just pushing out a whole lot of smut and toxic gas into your face. And I think that the incentives to allow private public service vehicles to be able to participate in a way where they can access low interest financing to hybrid and electric vehicles is definitely the way to go. From what I was made to understand, the fleet is to be expanded by 10 additional electric buses in terms of the public sector within the next month, and another 21 electric buses are expected by the end of the year. On the note of the greening of the transportation sector, I would like to make reference to our energy sector. What we were informed of is that last year, 2022, Barbados imported $1.1 billion in fuel. As we try to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels, it's not only a climate issue, it's not just an environmental issue. If we can reduce our dependency on fossil fuels, it will lead to savings that can then be directed to supporting social services, to building out education, to investments in healthcare and other fields. I was able to visit a wind farm that was established by a Barbadian using his investment down in St. John. And I was shocked. I was, first of all, privileged to have the opportunity, but here it was. You enter the site, there are literally 4 turbines. When he said that they were generating enough power to supply 12,000 homes. I was stunned because they said, okay, 4 turbines, I don't know how much this could be generating, but a tremendous amount of energy. And unlike solar, what I was really encouraged by is that wind, rather than having to rely on battery storage to get through the night, wind is something that's generated 24 hours a day and reduces the need for battery storage, which is a scarce commodity in this time. So it's really encouraging to see that people who have the mindset to get involved in these new and emerging sectors are being encouraged and being facilitated because the government's orientation, its policy orientation, is towards this green transition. Now, in terms of the productive sectors, so we've heard that we are doing a lot, and indeed we are. But one of the things that I was encouraged by in particular is that the productive sectors are going to see a lot of changes. And I think this is where we were able to avoid adding new taxes, because the strategy, from what I can tell, is that we're going to kickstart, re-energize, and reinvigorate the productive sectors in a way that we're getting more out of them. We heard of a new industrial park that is going to be established at Newton. We already know that on top of that, there's an International Food Science Center that's supporting small business people, small farmers, to meet the standards and the scale in order to facilitate them getting into export of their goods. During the presentation in the well, we learned that exports are actually up by 13.6%. So it's a clear indication that the economic engines are really getting moving again. In terms of tourism, we heard of new new gateways being established. We heard that the Minister of Tourism would have signed an air services agreement, I believe, with the UAE within the last few months. With Saudi Arabia, stand corrected. One was also signed with the government of Rwanda during the visit of the Prime Minister to Rwanda towards the end of last year. And we're not neglecting our regional partners. We will know that Inter-Caribbean Airways only this last week had their first direct flight between St. Kitts and Barbados. And on top of that, the taxes on regional travel were also reduced by 40%. So there's a clear indication that we're not just building out manufacturing, the export sector, and tourism, but we're also focusing on building out the agricultural sector, and not in the way that it would have been historically over hundreds of years, where we only produce raw materials, we get bottom dollar for it, but we're looking into that value chain where we get more out of production. And that's where things like the International Food Science Center are helping us to do more better. Now, on top of the economic activity that we expect to be generated, I would have made brief reference on the points on education, the strings program, and the investments in the public sector being retrained. I was also very encouraged to hear about a focus on family, the community-based parenting classes. Sometimes nothing prepares you for the world of parenting. Not everybody has the kind of father or mother that they can look up to. And sometimes you don't know where to turn to for advice. I think it's a very, very practical skill. Mention was made of the breakdown of family and the impact it's having on wider society. I think this is an investment that will be very, very well made. We're not just making the social investment on that side, but the continuation of the community care for the elderly program to the tune of $9.6 million, making sure that the elderly, wherever possible, old people don't like to leave home. Everybody knows that. They don't want to have to move into a nursing home. They don't want to have to end up in geriatric. So God forbid you're left on your own in your older years, but you have a good neighbor. Here we are subsidizing, making sure that the neighbor can buy Pampers, help to buy your groceries. They come in and look in on you, make sure the bed is made, the house is tidy, that you get a meal every day. And that's a much healthier way, I believe, to manage our elderly care. And I was really, really encouraged to hear that that is continuing. And on my last point before getting into health, I will make brief reference to infrastructural and foreign direct investment. Prime Minister made reference to the fact that there's over $1 billion in foreign direct investment in capital projects in the pipeline that we expect to be rolled out over the next fiscal year to everyone's relief, we heard about intended roadworks for Highway 7 on the south coast, which is in tatters. So I'm very, very excited to see the roads again fixed. And East Coast, we all know that the White Hill area is something that has plagued successive governments. And to see this Barbados Labour Party administration tackling it by the horns outside of the election cycle, making things happen. It's not about the votes, it's about the people getting things done on behalf of the Barbadian public. Now, on the theme of transformation, I want to primarily focus my talk on health because that is what I do for a living. So on the future of healthcare, I try to, like was May mentioned of, we have so much going on, it's hard to keep up. And you know, I wrote pages and pages of notes and I was like, how do I distill this and narrow this down? So just a few points I want to make. The future of healthcare is what my talk is going to be focused on. One of the things that I thought was super progressive was the venture that Barbados is making in collaboration with the governments of Guyana and the governments of Rwanda into the pharmaceutical sector. This meeting, as I understand, and this is in a Guyanese news outlet that I read it, I don't think I saw it in the local press, but there was a report that on the sidelines of COP27, there was a meeting between the Director General of the WHO, the EU Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Prime Minister of Guyana, and the President of Rwanda, President Kagame. And one of the recommendations emanating from that meeting was to build out an intergovernmental self-cooperation initiative aiming at manufacturing 60% of all contemporary pharmaceuticals for the populations of Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa within their respective regions by 2040. This is groundbreaking. Here it is, we're now coming out of a situation where in the COVID-19 era, we had a situation where 95% of the vaccines went to the developed world, went to 5% of the global population, and 95% of the global population had 5% of the vaccines. Now here we are saying we're taking the reins into our own hands so that by the time the next pandemic decides to arrive, we will be in control of our own fate and our own destiny. Now that is very, very progressive, and that is what I believe the transformation that we expect to see in healthcare should be looking like, and that's tremendous. I can't wait to see where that one goes. Obviously, that meeting would have been held, COP was in October, so it's something that's still very initial, but it's something that I think should garner wide-scale support, and I congratulate the Prime Minister and our regional and international counterparts on that initiative. The second transformational thing that I think the Prime Minister made reference to in the budget was one in relation to using some of the excess from the current fiscal year to buying continuous blood glucose monitoring devices with the intention of distributing them among the diabetic population in Barbados. We all know that we have this NCD crisis. We all know the importance of data in managing healthcare. For a diabetic, knowing how low your blood sugars are, knowing how high your blood sugars are, could be a matter of life or death. Making sure that these devices are available to patients means that they will be able to better track their blood sugar control. What we do know is that for insulin-dependent diabetics, it's recommended that they should check their blood sugars anywhere from 4 to 10 times a day. Imagine having to stick your finger 4 to 10 times a day. This device, once in place, you just leave it there, you scan it, and a reading is there. You can then send that data via WhatsApp text, or some of the machines have apps, directly to your healthcare provider and get real-time information. What should I do? Should I use a little more insulin? Should I use a little less? And this is going to help Barbadians to optimize their blood sugar control. What I will say, however, is that the guidelines recommend that these devices are appropriate for insulin-dependent diabetics. the data on people who are not on insulin, so if you're on metformin or something else, the data is equivocal. So there's no clear indication that there's a benefit for people who are not on insulin using things like this. So what I would recommend personally, my medical perspective would be, we don't have to give them to every diabetic. That might be wasteful. So if we buy them in, if we get a good rate for buying a whole batch at one time, we can do that. And make sure that as people are phased on to having to use insulin, that we have in future to distribute in time to come. But what the data is suggesting is that we might not have to give them to people who are not insulin dependent. Now, on to NCDs, a wider conversation on NCDs. The burden on NCDs in Barbados is well documented. We're recording 1,000 new cases of stroke and heart attack every year. Right now, 8 in 10 deaths are related to chronic non-communicable disease. NCDs account for about 60% of the healthcare budget, and on top of that direct health costs, the WHO is saying that an additional $145 million annually is lost due to reduced workforce participation, sick days, and lost productivity. So getting on top of our NCD epidemic is not just a healthcare issue, it's an economic issue. We need Bajans who are fit and well, who can show up to work and who can get the job done. When we consider that in large part, there are a number of modifiable risk factors that predispose to the development of NCDs, there's more that we can all do individually to take greater agency in the management of our healthcare by making healthier lifestyle choices. The truth is, the choices are a lot easier on the front end, where you have to choose between, am I going to drink 2 Cokes today? Or am I going to drink some water? Am I going to have sauce every weekend? Or am I going to substitute that with a salad? I said that just for him. The choices are a lot easier earlier on, because what we do know is that as these conditions progress over time, you're then faced with choices like, do I save my limb and lose my life? Or do I lose my life to save my limb? Nobody wants to be faced with those impossible choices. Unfortunately, those are the choices that some people face on a daily basis in this country. So I want to encourage Bajans, before we get to that point, I will say there are genetic risks that predispose us as Black Caribbean people. I recently heard Sir Hilary Beckles make reference to the impact that the foods that our ancestors were fed on the plantations, the chronic stress, the salt meat, the low quality, high calorie foods. I'm back at the pigtails, believe it. But he has a point. Yeah, seriously, the point that he made was, yes, there's a genetic risk, but it is interconnected with our history as descendants of enslaved people. So we need to really take a look at how we continue to treat our bodies, what we put into our bodies, and commit to taking care of our health before somebody else has to take care of us. We can't speak to the future of healthcare without discussing the epidemic of childhood obesity. Initiatives like the Schools Nutrition Policy, which was based on the WHO's Health Promoting Schools framework, was rolled out over February. And basically what that is looking at is creating healthier school environments. What we do know is that dietary and lifestyle habits are initiated in childhood and continued into adulthood. So the choices that children are making on the school compound every day kind of depend on the kind of foods the children have access to. In my time, I guess we didn't know better, so it would have been tamarind balls and fruity. But now that we know better, we have a duty to protect our children. To protect our children. And one of the things that we've committed to doing is creating healthy school environments. I would like to laud the work of the third sector, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Healthy Caribbean Coalition, who have been tireless in their advocacy and have partnered with the government to make this possible. advocates, Sir Trevor Hassel, Professor St. John, pediatrician, and even youth advocates, young ones, Pierre Cook and Tahir Bulbulia and Dr. Kaya Lewis, who really have been nonstop in their advocacy for this. I'm really, really happy to see it come to fruition. We know it's going to be a bit of a transition on the front end, but we know in the long term, this is going to create a healthier Barbados, a Barbados that is safer, a Barbados that is happier, living longer with their limbs intact. There's also a national strategic plan for NCDs 2022 to 2027. One of the things I saw coming out of this was the intention to eliminate industrially produced trans fats from the country by December 2024. Now, these are the kind of fats that tend to be very dense, they're solid at room temperature, and they're the ones that really contribute in a significant way to arterial disease. So on top of putting direct money into healthcare expenditure and supporting the hospital in that way, we can see the policy shift to make sure not just that we have healthier schools, but that kitchens across the island are healthier by eliminating trans fats from our diets. Prime Minister had made a call up to 3 weeks ago to have a Caribbean calorie counter. I think it's something that is needed. It's not very common in our society that people understand how many calories are needed per day for my gender, for my age, how many calories are needed per day for gender, for age, and I think that wherever possible, we as doctors, nurses, dietitians, we need to get out into the community and better inform and educate the public on things that we're doing. I think the Caribbean calorie counter would be great. We can, if we buy a Snickers, we can look at the label and see it might be 250 calories or whatever. I did find a website that tried to break down the calorie counts of some common Caribbean foods. And what really, really surprised me, a serving of bread pudding with rum sauce has 810 calories. 810 calories. When you consider, you might be having bread pudding, after having fried calamari, you might be having bread pudding after having a lamb chop, swimming in gravy. Usually, bread pudding is a dessert. This is something that you're eating after having 2 other courses. So understand that one meal has just carried you way past your calorie count for the day. So calorie counting generally is something that I want to advocate for. I also want to advocate for to echo the Prime Minister's call for a specific Caribbean calorie counter so that we know when we eat a roti, when we have the pie, when we have the sauce, we know, well, if I have the sauce, I can't have the Coke. Right? It's all about balance. Right? Still on the future of health, as challenges become more complex and the burden on the public health system becomes greater, the demand for resources, both human and physical, increase, and the need for us to respond in a variety of ways, sometimes all at once, becomes necessary. Yesterday, we were asked how we could put $100 million into a geriatric hospital and not into the QEH. I would like to reassure that member that a significant amount of investment will be made in the QEH over the coming 5 years. Yes, through debt, but debt that will be applied to supporting an essential social service, debt that will be applied to keeping Barbadians healthier, safer, and making sure that they can become more productive. The QEH is about to see its largest capital infrastructural investment to the tune of $160 million in equipment upgrades and infrastructure upgrades over the next 5 years. And this is on top of a $30 million capex that was put in place in 2019. I want to dial it back a bit to October 2022 when the VP of the European Investment Bank visited the QEH. I want to recognize the work of the European Investment Bank and the EU, both, in supporting Barbados during the COVID-19 pandemic. We look at, so we hear a lot about debt, and I would just like to say, in a situation where the productive sectors, particularly tourism, were not performing, unfortunately, we had to rely on debt to get us through the last few years. Now we see a concerted effort to reposition the country to rely less on debt and position the country for growth. But this debt was critical to retrofitting the QEH, to retrofitting Harrison's Point, to buying beds, ventilators, oxygen plants, and all of the things that kept Barbadians safe for the last 3 years. I would like to say it was money well spent, and to thank the agencies that supported the country in that way during that time. They've now come back and they're supporting the further infrastructural development of the hospital. I wanted to highlight some of the capital works projects that the hospital will be undertaking in the coming years. One of top priority is the replacement of that dastardly incinerator. The incinerator has been past its useful life for the last 15 years. Since we've come to government, as far as I know, no fewer than 4 occasions, they've tried to do repair works, to patch it up, to keep it going, but something that's 15 years past life. It's no wonder it's smoking out the communities downwind of the hospital. It really is unacceptable, and it is priority number 1 from the CapEx to get that incinerator replaced. We don't want to keep burning because that's not consistent with our environmental objectives. We are looking for an environmentally friendly waste management system that will replace the QH incinerator. And none of the things that I'm saying are new. I will not breach the rules that govern how boards operate. I'm not bringing any surprises here. All of these things have been in the public domain. Funding has also been earmarked for new ventilation systems for the mortuary, a new laboratory. Anybody who knows the layout of the QEH, the ground floor still has administrative offices, medical records, and the lab. One of the things that we would like to do is to change the ground floor layout to create more clinical space. We know overcrowding, particularly in the emergency room and the outpatients departments, are big niggling issues, lingering issues that have been there for a long time. We're hoping to create a new space for the laboratory so that we can get new clinical space on the ground floor. We're looking at getting new ventilation systems for the mortuary and for the operating theaters. We've heard that the Prime Minister is going to redirect some of the excess from this current fiscal year towards completing phase 3 of the accident and emergency expansion plan. And also some of the funds from the European investment, from the EU loan, will be going towards finally completing the roof of the eye operating theater and to purchasing equipment to operationalize the eye operating theaters. On this note, I would like to make mention and commend the doctors of the QEHI department for clearing a backlog that was in existence for close to 6 years. The backlog of cataract surgeries that were accumulated over the last 5 to 6 years has been cleared over the last 6 months. And this was done, and I appreciate that they really took the effort and dug deep and got it done, because I remember at one point a suggestion was made that a brigade of Cuban health professionals would be coming in to get the job done. And our doctors showed up every day and they were able to clear the backlog over 6 months. That must be commended. And the backlog didn't appear overnight. It would have accumulated over years, and we cannot forget the constraints that were placed on surgeons during COVID when operating lists were reduced to emergencies only, primarily during the lockdown periods, and hospital couldn't be at full functioning. So there's no reason to blame anybody for why a backlog will be there. We know what we went through, but I want to commend them for getting the job done. World Glaucoma Week concluded last week. As a person who worked in eye care for 6 to 7 years, I would like to make a brief mention of glaucoma. Glaucoma is what we call the sneak thief of sight. There are no symptoms, there's no eye pain, no eye redness. Most of the time, like, people realize that they've lost their peripheral vision and are developing tunnel vision. It's already too late, and you probably lost about 90% of your optic nerve. what happens is that the eye pressure typically goes up, but the key characteristic is that there's a gradual weakening of the nerve in the back of the eye. And the only way that you will know that that is happening is if you get your eyes screened. So the recommendations are that from age 40, particularly if there's a family history, so mom, dad, grand, somebody has glaucoma, or if you have a family history of blindness, you should get your eyes checked every year. I don't mean getting eyes checked for glasses alone. You should be having your eye pressure checked, and in particular, having your optic nerve evaluated. So just wanted to make that brief note, considering that Glaucoma Week was a week ago. Now, I just made reference to the backlog. One of the things I wanted to make specific reference to were the hospital's efforts at improving operating theater efficiency. So there's a move towards getting the operating theater functioning at 10 hours a day instead of 6 or 8 hours a day. And one of the things that we've done is actually placed about 16 of the specialist Ghanaian nurses to work in the operating theaters. In addition, one of our newly minted consultant anesthesiologist, actually I think she's a subspecialist as well, she runs a pre-anesthetic clinic as well. And this is gaining, we've noticed some gains in this area, operating theater efficiency and cancellation. Cancellation rates are down by about 17%. We're trying to get surgeons to start operating on time, a sharp 8 a.m. start. And all of these things, bit by bit, are going to lead to gains in terms of productivity in the hospital. Now, I made reference to the loans and the financing of the hospital, but I would like to make the point that we're not just looking into investing in equipment and infrastructure, but we're investing in our health care team. A new guard of doctors are coming to the forefront. A lot of them would have been from my class and a few years, even some below me, who would have completed their DM postgraduate training and subsequently gone on to do fellowships in a number of areas. We have a recently returned hepatobiliary surgeon who's featured on the program that government does, but he's doing some really incredible work. He's an all-around very, very good guy. We're expecting the pending return of a neurologist, and what I would like to say is she went to the UK to do neurology. She subsequently decided to stay on and do a subsequent fellowship in stroke medicine. And we would know, in light of our NCD situation, that having something like a stroke unit in particular, where we can have a specialist, a subspecialist neurologist partnering with physiotherapists, partnering with rehabilitative doctors, would really help to improve our outcomes from strokes. We have new kidney transplant surgeons, new cardiac surgeons, and what I can say for a fact is that there is no lack of talent in the hospital. What I am really hoping for is that we can find a way to better resource the institution with the equipment, with the supplies, and make sure that these highly qualified doctors that we've invested in can come back and get the job done. Because they've demonstrated the commitment. I have to say we have some of the hardest working doctors, nurses, ancillary staff. They go above and beyond the call every day, but the institution is just plagued by these niggling issues, stock shortages, and all the things that I continue to hear about that bother me. And I personally get offended when I hear these things, and I personally can't fix it all. But I would like to say that I personally am committed to making sure that wherever is in my power, I want to see the situations resolved so that our doctors, nurses, and patients have better conditions. Now, when we first came to government, we were hearing over and over about the chronic shortage of nursing staff. We would all know the story of the Ghanaian and Cuban nurses who would have come to Barbados during the pandemic to support our COVID-19 response, but many of them have stayed on. We've had some Cubans stay on, some Ghanaians stay on, and since then we've had over 100 new Ghanaian nurses come back to Barbados in October of last year. Now, they're not just buttressing the health sector at the QEH, they're spread out across the healthcare system. Some are working at the polyclinics. geriatric hospital, the psychiatric hospital, and I want to point out as well, a number of them are specialist nurses that are working on ICUs in our operating theaters, and I want to thank them for their service and their commitment to Barbados. In addition, we would all know the story of Barbadian nursing students performing in a way that they could not meet the bar at the level of the regional examinations. We would all know that the Ministry of Health and Wellness revisited and partnered with the Barbados Community College to look at that program to try to see how we can increase pass rates, which are now above 70% from the previous lows of around, I think it was as low as 30 to 40% pass rate in the past. So we're making those continued investments in health, in our nursing staff as well. The Shaw Center for Pediatric Excellence, everybody might have seen the sign go up on the side of the pediatric unit at the hospital within the last few months. There's plans for investments in infrastructure and having those pediatric units refurbished, but in the meantime, what has been happening is a great focus on training. We know that 20 nurses recently completed programs in collaboration with the University of the West Indies in pediatric nursing, both at diploma level and at master's level. And we haven't just let these nurses do this specialist training and left them in the lurch. The Prime Minister announced in the budget that 18 specialist nurses posts would be created, creating a new tier where rather than having our best nurses switch over into administration, they can continue to do the work that they enjoy and continue to contribute at the level of patient care. I thought that that was very commendable. On the issue of nurses still, there is a special committee that has been formed within the nurses department that is charged with looking specifically at retaining our nurses, because we cannot make these investments in training specialist nurses. We know that a cohort of nurses would have gone through the master's program with Chamberlain University. 10 specialist nurse practitioners completed that program. Another 20 just completed pediatric specialist training. We can't train our nurses up to this level, then to have them leave. So a special unit has been set up within the nurses department to look at how do we retain our nurses. I'm hoping that the 6% wage increase helps to keep public servants generally happy and will also help to incentivize some of the nurses to stay. That might be one of the things. But I think not every problem requires money to fix it. I think sometimes people just want to feel like you actually care. And softer issues like making sure that, let's say your child finishes school at 3 o'clock and you're still on your shift, that they can get home safely or have an aftercare program. So things like looking into childcare, making sure that after a shift finishes at night that you can get home safely. These are some of the softer things that we can look into. Now, in terms of conditions for staff, on that note, I would like to say that one of the things that I really never agreed with was the idea of a doctor working these insane hours. Reference was made to, somebody said something that they didn't sleep for 2 days or some 48 hours or something. I was like, that's very, very normal for a lot of doctors, both at intern level, at consultant level, when you have to work through a work day, you work all day on the wards, you spend the night in the casualty, in the ER, dealing with emergencies that are coming through all night, and then you continue to work into the next day. That is something that is a threat, not just for patient safety, but for the personal safety of our healthcare providers. I think that the University of the West Indies is producing enough doctors every year that we should be able to expand the complement of staff at the junior doctor level to do away with this system and to roll out a proper roster where we can limit the number of hours. There was a study that I saw that said that working for more than 17 hours, it basically creates an issue where you are operating as if your blood alcohol level is 0.05%. That's a level where you will not be able to operate machinery, a level where you shouldn't be operating a motor vehicle. And here we have people who have been working for more than 17 hours doing surgery. We know a lot of the work that doctors and surgeons do requires a great amount of dexterity and concentration, and I would personally appeal to the powers that be to consider putting more junior doctor posts in place so that we can finally do away with this system. This idea that I did it, so you have to do it this way too, we have to do away with it and improve the conditions overall for junior doctors and improve the conditions as well for patients and patient safety. We cannot expect good outcomes when our doctors are working and they're completely worn out and exhausted. In my capacity, I will try my best to make this a reality. We also know through Reverend Rogers during his speech on the kites, where he made reference to the longer-term impacts on mental health, reproductive health, and cardiovascular health, cognitive function from chronic sleep deprivation. It really is a serious issue, and it's time for us to move past this idea that a doctor has to work a 30-hour workday to earn their stripes. Get that. Now, I want to segue onto a brief conversation on antimicrobial resistance. Just because we're having a conversation about the future of healthcare and transformation in the healthcare sector, we cannot have this conversation without talking about the problems that we could be facing in the future. And probably the number one issue that we're going to be facing in the future is one of antimicrobial resistance. I decided to focus on this as well because we all know the Prime Minister. She's co-chair of the Global Leaders Group on AMR by the WHO. This year is actually 8 years that Sir Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin. In the pre-antibiotic era, 3 in 10 children were dying from pneumonia. People were not living long enough to even have to think about NCDs. We did not know what NCDs were because people were not living past their 40s and 50s. Antibiotics paved the way for people to live longer, better lives. Antibiotics paved the way for people to have complex surgeries, cardiac surgery, implant surgery, all these fanciful things that we now do. People no longer had to worry about if they caught a pneumonia, would they die? My great uncle, my grandmother's brother died at 19 years old from a pneumonia. We wouldn't be able to imagine in today's world that anybody at that age would catch a chest infection and die. So antibiotics really paved the way for the modern world, the world that we now know. Unfortunately though, the post-antibiotic era is rapidly approaching. So I did some digging on the development of antibiotic resistance over the years. Penicillin was developed in 1943. Resistance was identified by 1945. Vancomycin, developed in 1972. Resistance was identified by 1988. Imipenem, developed in 1985. Resistance was identified by 1988. Raptomycin, developed in 2003. Resistance was identified by 2004. Microbes were here before humans, and they will likely survive us. A generation time in human years is about 20 years. A generation time for microbes is about 20 minutes. It takes 10 years for scientists to develop an antibiotic, and it takes the microbe 10 minutes to figure out how to develop an efflux pump that will push the antibiotic out of it and clear its way to continue to replicate. A UK-based nonprofit called the Review on Antimicrobial Resistance estimated that there are currently about 700,000 deaths globally due to antimicrobial resistance. By 2050, it's projected that antimicrobial resistance will be responsible for approximately 10 million deaths globally. It will impact all of us in some way, but first, it will impact premature babies, it will impact the elderly, cancer patients, transplant recipients, and people living with HIV and AIDS. With the post-antibiotic era rapidly approaching, I wish to appeal to my colleague doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to be more judicious with our prescribing of antibiotics. It's not uncommon for us to be faced with a situation that a patient will come through the door, they've already Googled their symptoms, they have an idea of what they think it is, and they're telling you what they want you to prescribe for them. But as the medical professionals, I think it's time for some of us to just say, yes, you might have respiratory symptoms, but it is due to a viral infection. Things like influenza, things like the common cold, and even uncomplicated COVID-19 infections do not require antibiotics. We need to get away from prescribing antibiotics every time somebody coughs. The National Institutes of Health in the USA says that 90% of antibiotics are prescribed for respiratory infections, and I assure you the vast majority of them are due to viral infections and not bacterial infections. The injudicious prescribing practices are causing major problems now and down the road. Beyond what is happening in the health sector, a conversation also needs to be had with our partners in agriculture. Most of you will be surprised to know that 73% of the antibiotics sold globally are actually sold to the agricultural sector and not to humans. People are using antibiotics, yes, they're using it prophylactically, they believe, to avoid issues with the animals, but a lot of them are using it actually just to increase the weights of the animals, because the animals actually, you get increased weight, increased mass, so you're making more money when you give the antibiotics to livestock. And it's something that we have to really look into. The European Union, they've actually banned the use of antibiotics for livestock rearing because they recognize we have a problem coming, and if we don't do something fast, we're going to be up the creek without the paddle. But I think for us in the Caribbean, particularly with the Prime Minister in her role as a co-chair of this major WHO committee, that we here need to take a look at how we are stewarding our antimicrobial use. On my final point, I wanted to make a call to Barbadians to try to take their health care into their own hands. I was at a hotel recently, and a member of staff had a seizure on the compound. And probably 100 staff on the compound, and nobody knew what to do. It just happened by chance I was there and had to intervene. Simple things like, simple things, making sure the person's in a position where things won't fall on them, putting them in the recovery position so that the secretions that are coming out won't roll back into the airway. There's simple things that each of us can do that don't require equipment or medical training or medical background to intervene in a way that can save a life. I think that as we had aspired years ago to have a UE graduate in every household, I think that there should be a first aider in every household. I think it's something that is worthwhile considering. And also psychological first aid, because we would also know that mental health, especially in this pandemic era, has been an increasing issue. The youth especially struggling because of all the issues that we face in terms of global problems. They're feeling hopeless. So psychological first aid is something that I think that more of us need to access. I am going to stop here, but I will say that the budget left me feeling optimistic. I know we've been through a lot in the last few years, but we've made it through, and I think we can get to the other side together. And with that, Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Haynes. Senator, the Deputy President will take the chair for a few minutes.
Senator Malalou, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President, for recognizing me. Good evening to all my fellow senators. I have learned well over the last couple of days what it means to be when the Senate is sitting. I've done a lot of sitting and listening. And before I start, Madam Deputy President, I have some earplugs here, just in case the noise coming around me or I would not want to be distracted, Madam President, as I am speaking, so I have put them here just in case, And I understand, thank you. And it seemed yesterday that there was a lot of pepper in the food, it seemed, but today it seems that the chef adjusted, so I am hopeful. I'm guided as I speak today, though. You know, I am a Rotarian. I believe once a Rotarian, always a Rotarian. So while I may not go often, I'm guided by the four-way test. And for those who don't know it, I will tell you that by firstly, is it the truth? Secondly, is it fair to all concerned? My fellow Rotarian there, leader of government business, is speaking to it. Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And finally, will it be beneficial to all concerned? These are the things that we think, say, or do. So I encourage us all to remember that four-way test, or if you've heard it before, about the things you think, say, and do today. See if it follows those four tests. So, Madam Deputy President, the Prime Minister's speech in that other place was entitled, I believe, as I saw it, Upward, Onward, Beijing Excellence 2030, Mission Transformation. It's been called the budget speech. I've heard it come here as the appropriations bill. But in my adult life, I would say probably over the last about 30 years, I've been an adult for longer than that, but about the last 30 years, I paid attention to the budget speech. But I have to tell you that, generally speaking, paying attention to the budget speech reminded me of my favorite cartoonist, a guy by the name of Gary Larson, The Far Side. I don't know how many of you remember that cartoonist, but he always did these great cartoons. And one of them he had was the master of his pet speaking to his dog, and it was from the dog's perspective. And what the dog actually heard was, blah, 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 Rover, blah, 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 Rover, blah, blah, blah. And this is how it went on. And in my first 30 years of listening to budget speeches, that is often what I heard as well. I heard blah, 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 taxes, blah, 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 taxes, blah, 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 tax. So there was only certain words that when we listened to the budget, Madam Deputy President, that we listened out for. Estimates, thank you. And this year, before it even got going, we heard that there would be no new taxes. Very interesting, because I thought, oh dear, what's going to happen to all of these breakfast meetings that follow the day after? What's going to happen to all these newsletters that have been, you know, for all the years? Because I stopped listening to the budget because you really only was listening to hear what the new taxes were. But then you didn't really have to listen because you could wait until the next day and then you would hear what they were, or you get them in the newsletter. So that has been mostly consistent how it's gone on over the years. And truthfully, new taxes, it was interesting, because I came up, I thought about it, and I said, you know, all these new taxes over the years, it was kind of like rearranging the front room. You would move the chairs around each year with all these different new taxes, but when you were finished, the room was still the same size, it's just the seats were in different positions. Some were more uncomfortable than others, and some were very comfortable now. But nothing had actually changed. The room was still the same size. But this year, as I said, the presentation started, the estimate started with no new taxes. And then I was still worried. I said, okay, wait, no new taxes, but maybe we'll get rid of deductions. So that will have the same effect. But you know what? I listened, and there was no getting rid of deductions. And before I get to the substantive part of this, I want to just focus on what was not in the budget, which was these taxes, which we'd seen before, because often I've spoken about this in business settings. Often we think that putting a tax on someone, that someone pays the tax. But that's not really true, huh? There's a concept in taxation we call incidence of tax. Who pays the tax? So when you increase the tax on residential homes, who pays that? The occupant of the home pays it. That may not be the owner. That may be the tenant who's renting, so their rent goes up. When you increase the taxes on retail properties, commercial properties, who pays that? Maybe the tenant, maybe the retail store. So when you go to buy your blouse or your shirts or your whatever it is, that costs more money because of the land tax that flowed all the way through.
Senator, while you are contemplating who pays, may I ask that you pause so that the president can resume his seat?
So that.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy President. Please continue, Senator Malulu.
Thank you. But you know, when I listened, as I said, it was actually true. There was no new tax, no further burden added, and it was indeed all about growth. It was about doing things differently. It was about a focus on strategy, on fiscal discipline. So I am starting to rejoice now. All that blah, blah, blah now is really something I'm listening to. And what is really important to recognize in that is that in this estimates, in this budget, there is a recognition that taxation does not grow an economy. Taxes might grow a government, but it will likely shrink the economy. There's less money left over to invest, less money to pay workers, there's less desire to locate within that economy, and there's a significant amount of effort is put in by the private sector to avoid the tax that you're seeking to put on them. And that's done rather than innovation. So I want to applaud, in my first point of this, is to applaud the government in taking this approach and recognizing that, and pause for your acknowledgement, thank you, for recognizing that the way to get us out of a hole is not to throw us a shovel. It is to think of this thing completely different. And I think that this requires a cultural shift. I think that what this has done is it puts the private sector and government in perfect alignment. It's absolutely clear that together we can grow this economy, and with no new taxes, simply growing the economy will give significant more revenue to government. But the cultural shift has to be to remove from the heads of many people that profit is a bad word. It is not. Profit is about how we reinvest, it's how we innovate, it's how we develop people. That's what profit's about. Taxation, more and more of it, and growing government bigger and bigger, and more regulations, only creates a bigger and bigger adversarial relationship, Mr. President, between the private sector and government. So this new cultural shift, where there is a total clear alignment between the private sector and government on this strategy of growth, is excellent. I think it will pay rewards for many, many years to come, providing we can stay on that course and providing we can execute. In a capitalist society which we live in, Mr. President, regulations and facilitation is essential from government. There's no doubt about it. We need to have rules. You have to be a regulator. Government has a role. It has a role in providing many services that individuals can't provide. I don't need to list them, you know them well. But it's not only about regulation, it's about facilitation. And you need to be able to move quickly and to do what you say you're going to do. Businesses don't need to be encouraged to grow. It is their natural process for a business to continue to grow. Capitalism calls us to want more and more, for businesses, as I say, to grow more and more. The natural gravity of capitalism is for capital to flow to opportunity, to flow to areas of growth, areas where we want investment, but it is not a good place to invest. We have to create reasons to do it. Otherwise, the capital will flow where it will normally grow. So if you do nothing at all, it will grow. However, there's a little bit of a problem with that in today's world, and I refer here to some population statistics which are a bit frightening, and I took these from the United Nations Population Division. And when I first heard of this was when I was traveling last year. It was came up in the context of global vehicle supplies and what that meant. What I found surprising, and I'll share with the Chamber, is that the estimated population in 2022 is about 8 billion people around the globe. But by the end of this century, 2100, that will have grown to 10.4 billion, Mr. President. Okay, seems the growth is clearly slowing. But what was surprising to me is that in 2017, the estimated population of China was 1.4 billion. On the other hand, by the end of this century in 2100, China's population is estimated to be 732 million. They will lose nearly 700 million people in population over this until the end of this decade. India drops from 1.38 billion to 1.09 billion. Japan, a powerhouse that I've grown up with in my years, that I've heard so many things that they've done right. They fall from 128 million people on that little island to 60 million. Half. Nigeria, on the other hand, grows from 206 to 791. So there are differences around the world with how the population is changing. But why I quote these numbers, Mr. President, is within the context of growth. Because growth, historically, comes from a growth in population, a larger spend. But this has implications, and I won't go into it today because it is their problem. But for example, if you were an investor in the Japanese housing market, which was a market that you would invest in generally for 30, 40, 50 years, it's a long-term investment, what behaviors would you be thinking about when the population is falling from 128 million to 60 million? You're going to have some empty houses, I would say, Mr. President. So when we talk about growth in Barbados, we have to recognize that we are still very small, 280,000. But we do have a population of visitors much higher. And we can grow through tourists, through offshore business, through exporting more, through digital nomads, through new industries. Those are the areas of growth we have to look at. But there's a direct correlation between educated and affluent societies and the number of births per woman in the population. And once the number of births per woman in the population drops below 2.1, your population will shrink. And Barbados is an educated, affluent society on the global scheme. And while I don't have the statistics, I suspect that we are approaching that threshold of 2.1, where our population is likely to shrink. I am told by some others around that we are actually below the number 2. So back to growth. As I said before, in order to have growth within a capitalist society, in order to have a sustainable, successful capitalist society that we have here in the Western Hemisphere, you do need regulation. You need good regulation from government. It is especially important in small economies. And let me correct that word, Mr. President, not small economies, in a tiny economy. Regulation is very important because certain industries will tend towards monopolies. and therefore regulation is important, and we do recognize that. We all must recognize that. We do need the FTC. We do need organizations like CAIPO, which the Leader of Government Business has spoken about in introducing this bill. And CAIPO is extremely important to growth. But before I move to that, let me just say a couple of things on the FTC. The Prime Minister said in that other place that the private sector has a responsibility to act reasonably. And I agree. I want to echo those words. And the FTC also has a similar responsibility. But I'm concerned that when I look at the last 12 or 18 months, it looks more that the FTC has seen its role as a blocking agency and not a facilitation agency. And it has impeded growth unnecessarily. And I do believe that both sides, in that particular matter or in any matter, both the private and the FTC need to act responsibly, otherwise growth will be stymied, not just in that area. But back to CAIPO for a second. CAIPO is essential for us to operate within the global economy, within the Barbados economy. It's a key cog in the wheel. And I agree with Senator Cummins that there needs to be targets and minimum turnaround times. And I look forward to seeing those targets published. And I want to see those benchmarks published very quickly. Every service that CAIPO is going to do, because if we're going to achieve the growth, the kind of growth that we need to have for what has been said in these estimates to be achieved, every impediment to growth must be removed. Every unnecessary impediment must be removed quickly. What is going to be the benchmark for us for an incorporation of a new company, or for the change of directors' forms to be filed, or the registration of a foreign company? Let's publish, and this is my challenge to Senator Cummins on this, is to let's publish what is the actual timelines today and what are the benchmarks and goals going to be going forward. And I'm very pleased that in our presentation she said we were going to have these benchmarks, and I look forward to them, and I look forward to the improvement. I'll give you one bit of information that a service provider gave to me recently, and we're not proud of this. As Barbados, we can't be proud of this. This service provider reported to me on regards to CAIPO that on average, the registration of an external company, which is basically the filing of a form which then gets signed and returned, on average, having tracked it over the last 24 months, it takes 223 days to register an external entity. So when we said, someone had commented in their presentation that we're in a race not for the bronze but for the gold medal. I want to be clear, right now, in this particular realm, we're not in a race. So we're going to get there. I appreciate that, and I'm glad it's being focused on. And I wanted to spend just a few minutes on it to explain how important CAIPO is to facilitating growth and to regulating as well. But those benchmarks, I would say, Mr. President, should extend to all of these services that are provided in that regulatory type environment. How long should it take for us to get a new driver's license? How long should it take to register a vehicle? What about registering a birth or a death? How about getting a tax clearance certificate? Why don't we have benchmarks for all of these things and publish them right on the outside so everyone can see it? Not just those who come for the service, but those who are delivering the service, so they know what we are working towards. But let me not finish on this without saying and giving an example of what my experience has been to be exemplary service from the Immigration Department on passports. And what I can tell you is that in my experience over the last 3-4 years, and in COVID, I traveled throughout COVID for other responsibilities I had, and I had to renew a passport during that time, is that we are winning the gold medal in that regard. You can get a passport if you need to in 24 hours. Yes, you pay an expedited fee, but you can get it in 24 hours. And in regular times, you can get it in a very reasonable fee, which is world-class, and I believe that we might be the world benchmark on that. So what I wanted to say on that, though, the most important thing is not just to big them up or whatever, because they're great people down there, but was to say, what's different about the immigration department? What changed? Was there some legislation that I missed that was passed in the last couple of years in here that told them go fast? But did that happen? I missed it. I don't think it is. I think at the end of the day, what you have is you have leadership, you have people, you have a technology, you have a culture. And that is a shining example, and I hope that every department can end up like that. It seems, Mr. President, that many people before me, many fellow senators, found occasion to quote some story about our past Prime Minister, Right Honourable Professor Owen Seymour Arthur. So I'll give my Owen Seymour Arthur story as well. I remember a meeting when I was quite junior, again, had just come back to Barbados, and I went to this meeting, it must have been more than 20 years ago. And I believe it was at the Hilton Hotel, pretty sure, and I believe it was put on by Ernst & Young. And it was a private sector, public sector, and Prime Minister Arthur was there. And there was lots of chat in the room about, you know, what we could do better and so on. I think it actually may have been the genesis of some of the private-public partnership, the tripartite agreement. It was the early years of that, I believe. In fact, Mr. President, I think you might have been there in a different capacity. I see a head nodding. And as the day went on, lots of questions were asked, and those who remember Prime Minister Arthur well, there are times when he'd had enough, and it was time to get to the meat of the matter. And I remember him standing up and challenging the group. The room went quiet. And he says, look, what is it that the private sector wants? There was a hush, because I didn't know who was going to answer this question. There were so many different answers. Who was going to be bold enough to get up and say anything? And I won't call the gentleman's name, but I do remember distinctly who it was, and maybe, Mr. President, you do as well. Sitting at one of the tables towards the front, he got up and he gave an answer, which I think is still valid today. And he said two things only. He said, Mr. Prime Minister, the private sector would like you to do what you say you will do, and when you're finished, get out of our way. Do what you say you're going to do, and then move out the way and let the private sector get on with it. And that will be the comments that I will make and point to in the rest of my few words. What is the implications for that? Because I think it was true 20-odd years ago, and I think it is true still today. Regulate, facilitate, do all these things that you say you're going to do them efficiently, and then move out the way. Don't keep adding red tape when it is not needed, or believe that you must be an impediment to justify something. That's not the plan. But let me give a few examples where I think we can do better. And please, nobody jump up and quarrel with me and say that you're not already addressing it. I understand the government has spoken to these things and are addressing it, but we need to continue to address it until we get it right. Town planning. I am confused. We have a physical development plan. We have a building code in some areas that tells you about certain plans, how you to build certain things. We have architects who are licensed. You pass and you give permission to subdivide a parcel of land into residential land, and then you have to apply for a building permit to build a house, and that can take, I don't know, you decide how long it can take, but really long. Why? What am I asking for? It's a residential land, subdivided, it's part of the physical development plan. You have a building code, you have an architect who's designed it. Why do you slow down the process at that point in time? What are you waiting on? And even if it is something administratively that you have to do, let's set a benchmark. What's reasonable? 2 weeks to turn around that? Is it a month? Well, set a benchmark for me, please. As it stands today, unfortunately, in some cases, it's not measured in weeks nor in months. In some cases, it is measured in years. And let me connect that, Mr. President, to growth and cost. Maybe it's obvious, growth. Maybe it's obvious. If you delay that planning permission and the construction doesn't start, it's clear. Construction sector doesn't grow, the worker doesn't get work, the lumber company doesn't get, the cement company, that's fairly obvious. But the other hidden cost that we all pay is the delay in getting the capital working. The money is tied up for all of that length of period of time. So the land price has to go up. So the mortgage interest has to go up. So you can't change from a bridging loan to a mortgage which has the lower interest rate because you're waiting on the certificate of compliance. The entire system needs to be as efficient as we can to drive as much of the unnecessary costs out so that we can have growth. I give one other example, which I might need my headphones for. I am prepared. No, I am begging. Thank you, though. Conveyance of property and the cost of conveyance. The cost of conveyances. Growth also comes from efficiency. And I am confused as to why it is that there is a necessity to legislate fees on conveyancing. I don't know why it is that so many other industries can compete in the market, but we cannot seem to have a competitive environment. And I think it is time that we look at this, because this is also an impediment to growth. We can't continue to take 2, 3, 4, 5 months to do conveyancing, where in other sophisticated markets, they're able to do it in much shorter period. And I do understand, I know a little bit about this industry. I do understand we don't have registered title everywhere, and I do understand we don't have title insurance, and there's things that we need to get to. But I think we need to make a concerted effort, Mr. President, to look at this and to see what impediment this is to growth. Convey quicker, convey efficiently. Again, I think that needs some benchmarks involved in it. I want to also then give one more example of what I call foolishness. And maybe it's my foolishness, so I don't want anybody to say that I'm saying that they're foolishness. It may be my foolishness in understanding it. But, Mr. President, you've heard me talk about unnecessary things before. You heard me make the joke about a serious point that cars don't put on weight between Japan and Barbados on the ship. Why are we reweighing them? Right? I made that point. I couldn't understand it then. Still, I believe that some things are happening to get rid of that weight certificate for every new car that comes in the island. Thank you. And I spoke about why is it that we're having port health officers walking onto planes before we can get off to receive a piece of paper in today's world. I didn't see it anywhere else in any other jurisdiction that I traveled to. Again, I understand that my words are being heard and have been actioned. So perhaps, let me give another example of what I call foolishness, and perhaps some action will come. And this is all within the context, please remember, of growth, removing impediments, getting rid of things that are unnecessary. If someone could please explain to me the foolishness, again, might be my foolishness, that's going on between the Barbados Revenue Authority and the Barbados Licensing Authority with regards to commercial vehicles. I don't quite understand this now. So somehow or the other, at some point in time, Mr. President, a decision has been made that a vehicle, let's call it, because I used to work with Simpson Motors, let's call it a Suzuki Swift. A Suzuki Swift is owned by a company, and let's say it's owned by my company, and I have an accountant, and I decide that part of their salary, Mr. President, would be that they will have a car. So I get the car. I provided it as part of their salary. The use of a vehicle, the personal use of a vehicle, is part of it. Apparently, since that car is owned by a company, it is now a commercial vehicle. Now, what does that mean? That means that it has to go for the inspection every year. Suzuki Swifter is meant to have a weight board on it. It has a different license fee because it's a commercial vehicle, just because it's owned by a company. But, Mr. President, all of that's good, and it doesn't achieve anything. It's still a Suzuki Swift. It's still a car. It's not a commercial vehicle. But then it starts to beg two other questions, which I don't have the answer to, Mr. President. Maybe someone in this chamber or somewhere else has the answer. Is, as far as I understand it, in order to drive a commercial vehicle, you need to have a commercial license, driver's license. So now you need a commercial driver's license to drive a Suzuki Swift. Interesting. The other problem that we have is that if that is in fact a commercial vehicle paying a commercial fee owned by the company, our tax code tells us that we should be adding 10% of the value of the vehicle to the person's salary each year because they get the personal use of it. And that was how it was before. How on earth are we going to do that now if it's a commercial vehicle, commercially licensed? So on the one hand, you're going to collect a slightly higher fee for a commercial. On the other hand, you lose the 10% added to the person's salary for their taxable income. As I said, it may be my foolishness, Mr. President, but this was just another example of where I think for us to be world class, we need to address these things, and we've got to do it because there is no growth in sending a Suzuki Swift, a Toyota Corolla, a Hyundai, whatever it is, calling it a commercial vehicle because it's owned by a company and sending it once a year to get weighed and inspected. There's no growth in that. That serves no one. It's making nobody. And what's it going to do down at the Pine? They already can't deal with what they have. How many more vehicles do we want to send there? Anyhow, moving on from that, Mr. President, back to the bigger picture. I think what we learned from this budget, and I want to go back to where I started, is that you don't grow an economy by increasing taxes. That's absolutely clear. That's written now in stone. It's absolutely clear. You unleash the private sector, and I believe it's to be an excellent strategy. I think it provides certainty to the private sector. It is full alignment between the private sector and government. But the key here is execution. And I want to spend a few minutes on execution. It is clear to me that if we do not change the manner of execution, we will continue to fail. I noticed in the reporting in the newspapers and heard a little bit when the Prime Minister spoke on this, that there is to be a Growth Council, and then there is Barbados Delivers, which I'm not sure if it's part of the Growth Council or if it's separate, but it's about facilitation and what could happen. My concern with this, Mr. President, is, and it's a challenge, is that in order for that Growth Council and for Barbados Delivers to be effective, we are going to need to give it teeth. It's going to have a way of doing something. If it is only a talk shop, makes a suggestion here or there, I'm not sure exactly where it's going to go. And that requires a big shift, because that's a shift in power. Huh? That's a shift in saying that your Growth Council, when they identify something that needs to be done differently, you're able to go into that particular department, ministry, whatever it is, and make a change. Now, I understand the Growth Council will report directly to the PM, so maybe there will be a mechanism under the PM's authority for that to be done. But I just wanted to point out that that could come with some level of discomfort. But anything that anyone has ever learned about change, they will tell you is, in fact, the only way to get change is to create discomfort. And that may well be the intention of this. is to create discomfort so that we can get change. I thought a little bit about that potential conflict that we will have then between what, those looking to remove impediments and to streamline processes and get things done better. And I think that we could definitely, through the benchmarks that have been talked about, through service level standards, you could connect what the government departments do with the growth strategy, with the Growth Council, with those measurements. I really hope that we will have some form of a dashboard that monitors this, that we can look at daily if you want, like how we do in other businesses, other people do it in their businesses. And we can see daily what progress we're making towards these growth initiatives. I want to speak one last point, I think it is, maybe two, on tourism. I participate in this segment through the Villa segment, and I get opportunity to interact with lots of people who are investors and workers within the industry, both villas and hotels and all parts of the hospitality industry, restaurants and so on. And bottom line is today, and we have to face this, is Barbados is too expensive for the quality that we are delivering. Now, don't get me wrong, we have some extremely nice places and are very good value. But we also have a situation with tired product, with prices that are too high, with airline flights that are extremely high, and Barbados is very expensive. But I have a theory on this. I have a theory as to how we can fix this, and this one may be controversial again. Maybe it's not, because everyone's been quiet. The destination is too expensive in our natural state, and we know that. When I say our natural state, if you read the tax code, if you read the investment, if you look at the environment, it clearly is too expensive. But what we do in order to fix that, to attract investment, is that we give concessions. But then we have some anomalies that come up as a problem within these concessions, because if you build something new, you get the concessions, but if you were existing already, maybe you didn't have the concessions. But maybe the existing ones can apply, but at the end of the day, that takes a while, and there's red tape, and it's an uncertain process. So then we end up with situations like we have today, where a restaurant within a hotel is duty-free, but a restaurant not in a hotel is not. And we have to try to address that. And again, this has been on the radar for a little while. But I have a theory. I have a way, perhaps, that we can solve this problem. Mr. President, I cannot quote for you, as I stand here today, any new project that I'm aware of in the last 20 years of any significant size in the office, the retail, hospitality, hotel, golf course, restaurant area, not one that has been built without concessions. Not one in the last 20 years. The reality is that we know that in order for anyone to invest, we have to give them concessions. We've got to waive all the duties and everything that's on the books. In the budget speech, in the proposals, there is a proposal to audit those who have received concessions, and I support this 100%, because we can't have people abusing, saying that they're going to do something, getting the concessions, and then not doing it. I mean, I think that might be the definition of fraud, isn't it? I think it might be. I'm not an expert. It may be close. So certainly I support that we should be auditing that. But again, my solution would mean that you don't need to do that at all. Because what you could do, if you know that the environment is uncompetitive, and in order to get anybody to make any investment, you have to grant them a concession, get rid of all the duties. Get rid of the taxes, because you're going to waive them anyhow. Level the playing field. You will create certainty for all investors. You remove all of the red tape that there is involved in it, and you don't really have to audit anybody. And everyone relies on an even playing field. I'm doing that purely, Mr. President, on the evidence. If I'm wrong, fair enough, and if there's a flood of investors who are happy to go ahead and pay full duties to build a hotel and import their furniture, and they're paying full VAT on their construction, and they're doing all of those things, fair enough, I'm wrong, I put my hands up. But the evidence that I can see is that we have to waive it all, anyhow, to get the investment. So, my opinion, if it was me, just get rid of it. Lastly, as I said, I support this strategy change, this cultural shift. We are moving, we are looking at growth. We're not just rearranging the furniture by making this chair a little hotter and that one a little cooler and putting that one by the window and tax these people and move it around. We're not doing that. We want to grow the front room. We want more seats in it. That's what we're focusing on. And we need some objective measures. And I talked about that as benchmarks, but I'd really like to see us having some national measures as to what that means. Within departments, whether it's turnaround time on things, if it's a percentage growth we're looking for, if it's a number of this or a number of that, whatever it is. It might even be the size of government relative to the size of the private sector. Maybe it's the number of people working in the private sector. That's one of the measurements that we would know if the private sector is growing. Let's see what those are. And those are easy numbers, Mr. President. Those are objective numbers. Those are objective measurements. I want to suggest that there's perhaps a subjective measure that we might consider as a country. There is a way of how some businesses, very large businesses, Apple Computer, American Airlines, Marriott Hotels, they follow something called the Net Promoter Score, NPS. If you haven't heard about it, I won't spend the day explaining Net Promoter Score, but I'll say it in simple terms of how it was explained to me originally. You know, if you ask somebody, maybe, let's say it's me, if I ask a young lady, how likely are you to marry me? And she says to me, well, 8, 9, or a 10, chances are you have a chance. If she tells me, if I ask her, how likely are you to marry me? And she tells me, well, I'm a 6 or a 7. The truth is she's just being polite to me, Mr. President. She don't want to tell me no, but the answer really is no. And if it's a 1 through a 5, you know for sure you don't have a chance. So the way Net Promoter Score works is you ask one question only. And I know I like tourism, so I'll talk about tourism for a second. What if I asked any tourist leaving Barbados, what is the likelihood that you will recommend Barbados to your best friend on your next vacation? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you recommend? If you get an 8, 9, or 10, you've done a great job. That means that they are a promoter. They are going to go up there and actively say Barbados is a great place. You get a 1 through 5, unfortunately, what they're actually going to do is they're going to say, look, you better head to Cayman, you better go to somewhere else, Barbados is not the place for you. And if they're a 6 or a 7, they're ambivalent on the matter. I think that we should implement Net Promoter Score on a country level as we go through this growth to see how well we are doing in every aspect. How likely are you to recommend to set up a business in Barbados? How likely are you to recommend? And you can ask those things. That's more of a subjective way, but I think we need some measures for it. And it comes down to a culture of execution. So, in wrapping up, Mr. President, I thank you for the time, and I thank you for those who have listened to me. I want to echo what my fellow Senator, Reverend John Rogers, said with regards to, and I cannot say it as well as he did it, as well as he said. I'll put it in my own terms, but I'm trying to echo what you said. If we are going to remain in party politics, and some of what I have seen today, some of what I've read, I don't do the call-in shows, so I don't know about those. It really is foolishness. Bunch of picking at things that is not of any use. The truth is that we all need this growth. We all need to get behind this strategy. And if we are going to just simply continue to play this type of party politics that I see knocking around, we're not going to go forward. If every time something changes, and the government will change at some point in time, it will change. But if we stuck to the mission that we had, and everyone was on that, and we're in this ship together, it might actually work. And it might actually work if we focus on execution, because we have an excellent strategy here. We recognize that growth is key. We have recognized that execution is paramount. We understand and we know what to do. And all that the private sector has been asking 20 years ago, and perhaps is asking again, is to do what you said you're going to do, and then get out of the way. With those few words, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Malalou. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the honorable members for facilitating me. You know, Mr. President, I first of all wish to apologize for my absence. I'm in the place where they try to interpret the laws that we pass here. And the current battle in which I'm joined is an interesting one. I'll say no more about that. But sir, I look around the walls, and just as an aside, I don't know if I will do it. I recall having a conversation back in 2018 when I first came inside with the Honorable Senator Walcott, most honorable, and we were looking at the pictures that were there. And I feel a great sense of pride to see that we have, in about 5 years, replaced them with pictures of our own. And it's something which I'm very proud about. And it just occurred to me as I rose to speak, sir. Now, Mr. President, yesterday when I was leaving the other place, I managed to catch a snippet of the proceedings going on. And I was very interested in the discourse and the dialogue, and it perhaps caused me a little bit of concern because it didn't seem as harmonious as it normally is. And I wouldn't attribute that to my absence, but I certainly hope that my presence will encourage some more camaraderie with those who are here as we seek to have this dialogue, sir. But in doing so, I would cast the first stone as such. And I heard Senator Malalou make statements about conveyances and the cost, and I wish to assure the goodly senator that the Bar Association is looking into the issue of the cost of conveyancing with the aim, of course, to be more commercially reasonable. And at the same time, I hope that the Barbados Real Estate and Valuers Association is looking at how their rates could be come down a bit, so all of us could be in this together as we seek to move forward as one society. We in the same ship, we're moving in the same direction. On that point, though, I would say that I believe what we see in the newspapers shows that governmental support for perhaps a form of insurance for legal practitioners is something that we should consider as a legislative body with regard to the powers that be, seeing how it is, especially for property transactions, that fees and proceeds of sale get to where they're supposed to be. Right now, we are relying on human goodness and integrity, and all that's fair and good, but there's nothing like having some substance to guarantee that the actions go where they may. Now, while the organization for which I am part does have the necessary resources for the insurancer, we want to make sure that it's even and that all practitioners are able to provide insurance. So the question is, could there be some form of governmental support for such a mechanism to, one, protect property transactions, two, to give assurance to the public at large, and three, of course, to keep any outliers put in line. I think that's a good way of saying how we would address those persons. But it is something which was inspired by the comments made by my brother, Senator Malalou. Now, sir, to the actual estimates at hand, I am sure this has been stated, so I'll just go through it briefly. What's the big picture? We have the figures: 123.8 debt to GDP ratio, 2.8 billion foreign reserves. I heard it's gone up to 3 billion in foreign reserves, 29 weeks import cover, so I assume that has increased. Inflation, 8.5, but we know the world is dealing with high inflation, sir. Employment, 7.1, that's a good figure, sir. We, however, anticipate that that is soon to be impacted with the stated termination of the debushing and the other beautification programs announced by the Prime Minister. And we have a GDP of 10% as we seek to claw our way back from the precipice of COVID. That's where we stand from an economic picture standpoint. What I found interesting, and I must say, Senator Malalou, I enjoyed your reference to blah, blah, blah taxes. It's a way of communicating that person's understanding. It's something I'm working so hard on. But the stated aim, which I was able to glean from the Prime Minister's statement, and of course the subsequent rhetoric, is that this is a mission of transformation. It's a mission of transformation, and it seeks to ensure economic activity, foster social stability, build human capital, a framework for guarding natural patrimony, heritage, and environment. That one I found quite interesting and lofty, and creating the necessary infrastructure. All somewhat intangible in terms of being able to measure, but I believe it points to a direction with regard to the aim of the exercise. Now, these are the stated takeaways, and I would, for my audience who appreciate it, I took this from the Prime Minister's tweets on Twitter. These are the takeaways, sir. No new taxes. We've heard this, I'm sure. Reduction by 25% in principal settlement of debts to BWA and QEH. Of course, the stated objective to transform. The loans for the officers and traveling allowances, specialist nurses posts, training opportunities, capped gasoline, 6 months, CARICOM travel reduction, small but appreciated, Caribbean sports councils, community sporting, and of course, the repayment to some of the bond holders of up to 17.5 per holder. We see the statement with regard to life coaches and parental coaches to support psychological counseling. I believe, sir, that the data is quite clear that coming out of COVID, this is a necessary need. And of course, we have the statement with regard to the SOEs. Now let's get into the reactions. And of course, we're giving an independent perspective from which we view the lens and we see what has been said. There have been questions, the silent judgmental majority, I'm hearing some noise. There have been questions, sir. There's some questions, sir, in relation to whether there was enough substance. In response, the response that was given was the substance was in the estimates and in the well. There were questions which lauded the concept of setting out a vision, which was therefore encouraging to those persons who were seeking to invest in the country, and therefore the purpose of the budget was less a concept of giving here and taking there, but more of a concept of this is what we're aiming to do as a government and thereby increase investor confidence. Some persons along the line of those who spoke as to the substance or lack thereof says, well, where are the particulars? Where are the particulars for how do we achieve these objectives? Other persons have said, well, okay, there are no new taxes, but what about the current load that we're facing? What is being done to reduce that? We know the pandemic levy ends at the end of March 2023. We haven't seen anything tabled to continue it. I could ask the leader of government business, but it seems as though the pandemic levy will be removed as stipulated at the end of March 2023. And of course, sir, we know that VAT in 2012, well, first of all, I believe, sir, you will recall in another capacity, VAT was supposed to be temporary. And then in 2012, when it went to 17.5, that was supposed to be temporary as well. Yet still here we are. So besides these stated reactions, I hope I've captured the wide spectrum of the voices. There's, of course, what I like to bring in now, the anecdotal feel on the ground from my observation, sir. So the first thing I like to deal with is what I call, I was trying to talk with my friends, and they told me don't do it, but I'm still going to do it. So I have something which I've devised called the Coconut Water Price Index, sir. And the Coconut Water Price Index, which I have developed, moved from coconut water being, what are you laughing at? Coconut water moving from $12 in 2018 to coconut water now being $14 for a bottle when you buy it on the side of the road. That's just an anecdotal exposure, sir, with regard to what we speak about inflation and costs. I see, sir, that there is a euphemism being thrown around. This is what I'm saying when I'm describing what we're seeing. So just to be clear, sir, we spoke about the stated aims. I think I've managed to capture the economic picture. I've also stipulated the various reactions. I am now speaking to what my observations are with regard to the country presently, sir. So we have the Coconut Water Price Index. I think that's a really good idea, Mr. President. It seems to have been met with silence, but I think it's a great idea, sir. We now have what is increasingly called work stoppages. You know, in the olden days, they used to be called wildcat strikes, sir, but now work stoppages seem to be occurring within the environment. Their stated price increases. I believe the Pinnacle has indicated that they are moving forward with the price increase, and the chicken suppliers have recently said that we have to brace for an impact. Now, we do have the price compact, which we hope holds with regard to the private sector, and the government must be commended for even getting that off the ground, getting it continued, and we see how much further we can get. I can say, sir, that you can feel a pulse of an increase in economic activity. Now, this is, I don't know how you measure it, sir. This is just observation. Things seem to be going on. We seem busier. Tourists, you look all around. Oistins is crowded. You look on the West Coast, persons are there. We are seeing the arrivals. You go down to Raleigh's Bar and Grill, you see the tourists there enjoying the items from across at Pelican Village. The question now relates to what is the spend. So we have the tourists. I remember once, as an aside, I was in Bahamas. I think I've told this already. And I asked the taxi man what's his view on something or the other. And he was saying that they are taught in Bahamas to extract every possible dollar from the tourists that they can get while the tourists are on their island. I just say that as an aside, sir. But I've heard from my friends in Oystins when I go to partake, sir, occasionally to have a little fish and a thing, that you are seeing the increase. However, some persons are sharing a plate whereas opposed it used to be each by their own plate. So I don't know how you measure that, but we'll see when the data comes out. I am also, sir, seeing that we're very excited. We've heard the statements with regard to the tourism projects that are on board. We have the World Travel in May, and we have the historic Black colleges coming in June. And I was listening to the new Minister of Tourism speak very excitedly about the airlift and the increase. So I think that we're seeing a return. But the question is, have we forgotten some hard-earned lessons of what we had to go through in the past 3 years where we didn't have the tourists coming? And then the question is the haste to embrace the return of the proverbial, the proverbial manna as such, are there opportunities which we could also develop so that the next time there's a reduction in tourist flow, we are better poised to respond? That's just a thought. Alternatively, and for those who say, well, you know, that's fine, Warren Buffett always says that you can put your big egg in one basket if you watch your basket carefully. So maybe it's a question less about diversification and more about we focus on our tourism and we make sure that our tourism product is resilient as possible for the changes that will come. But sir, that's just my observation, and who knows? I think at the end of the day, we all want it to work because it benefits us all as Barbadians. In relation to specifics, sir, I intend to focus my short contribution on the issue of the justice system as such, sir, and consideration with regard to the estimates in that regard, and to make some contributions from the perspective of someone who has to be there and see how we can see how the development goes in the context of the estimates that have been put forward. Now, sir, with relation to the Supreme Court and what falls under it, in 2021, estimates were of a $3 million expenditure. In 2022, that increases to 4.4, and in 2023, we're looking at 7.3. That sounds very good, sir. Sir, I can tell you that lawyers are now back in the physical courts. Some of us less willingly than others, sir, but we have been told to return, and the judges have said that all the online and the joys which certain practitioners would have had, we are now back in the trenches, for want of a better word, because we need to utilize the courts and get things back to the concept of normalcy. We have seen that there is an increase in judges, and I heard the Attorney General speaking in that regard. I think for now it's primarily focused on the criminal realm and to reduce the backlog of the murder and the other cases, because crime, of course, was attracting the attention as we were dealing with the upsurge. Sir, we had the launch of the new judicial annex, the Ford and Simmons complex, recognizing the achievement of the two sons of the soil, sir. And within that complex, we've had the expansion and the accommodation of the District A, Criminal Court number 1, the Chief Magistrate, and the room for the law reform, and I believe the law revision, along with the Community Legal Services Center. So we clearly see that there is an expansion with regard of the legal provision, and the budget is setting out the bases from which the monies will come to fund it. Now, the question of what we need to ensure the timely delivery of justice is one which certainly can't be answered in an evening, sir. Now, there's always this case study that I like, it's called the Brooks Law. And according to Brooks Law, it's more of an IT concept, but it finds its way within organizations when you look at how do you handle problems of resources and getting results. Now, Brooks Law, the author states, just because one woman can have a baby in 9 months, 10 really, does not mean that 9 women can have a baby in 1 month. Let me say that again. Just because one woman can have a baby in 9 months does not mean that 9 women can have a baby in 1 month, sir. That's Fred Brooks, the author of The Mythical Man Month and the concept of Brooks Law. The question is, what can we do to assist our judges in exercising their duty and in getting the judgments out for the public of Barbados? So we've seen an increase in the number of judges with regard to the criminal court, sir. The question is, how do we get, with regard to the civil, commercial, and family courts, enough resources to increase the delivery of judgments? which of course leads to an increase in the public perception, and which of course makes Senator Malalu et al. Happy because they're seeing business transactions occur. So the aim is, and the purpose of this discord is to seek to encourage and offer some ideas as to how this can be done. And I titled this segment, if wishes were horses, sir, in relation to the increase in funding. Firstly, our judges still share research assistants. Now, a research assistant is the person who does the legal research on the issues that a judge is facing. For my part, sir, as a partner, you have 3 juniors or a number amount who assist you with doing your caseload. So imagine if you're a judge who is carrying out 10 to 20 matters per week with regard to issues, and you have to share a research assistant to help you with the law in that regard. So by using the concept, and I'm going back now to Brooks Law, maybe, and it perhaps will be of less cost incentive, maybe aside from increasing the number of judges, you look at increasing the resources of the current judges to facilitate their execution of their duties. Just a hypothetical, sir. Sir, secondly, besides sharing research assistants, we perhaps need to look at allowing our judges to have access to online research tools. Right now, there's a vast amount of legal research tools along with AI which augment the research purposes. I sometimes, as an aside, may make a statement that associates could be replaced because legal research could be compiled by an AI faster, cheaper, and with less attitude, but that's an aside, sir. The concept is the same way you have a research assistant is the same way that online resources and libraries, sir, they used to have libraries, our library, you can fill this room with books. But now everything is here. You have to pay the subscription. So while there may be a subscription for the library within the court, the question is, if we're asking our judges to deliver more judgments, are we giving them the tools to facilitate that process? So I don't know, this is just me thinking, sir. Sir, reliable high-speed internet down at the court. If we want to push this level, no, they've told us to come back in, so maybe they're saying, well, we don't have to push it. However, if we want to learn from the mistakes, or sorry, not the mistakes, sorry, if we want to learn from the, I would call COVID a mistake. If we want to learn from the horrible experience of COVID, sir, is that we learned to get things done when the environment changed. We were able to utilize what we have to come together to find a way to resolve the disputes. So let us embrace those lessons, sir, and see how we can utilize connectivity without being physically present. Mr. President, before your time, even within this chamber, I was advocating for virtual presence to make contributions. It can't be that in 2023, as much as I enjoy the interaction, that can't be facilitated. And it is something of how we have to embrace, because another pandemic, heaven forbid, is likely to come. Do we wait then, until then, to then pass? So this is just, as we think ahead, let us learn from the lessons. Another issue, sir. Mr. President, are you aware that the civil courts do not have their own individual transcriptionists? The criminal courts have it. Historically, for criminal matters, you had a transcriptionist who would record everything because more lay persons had to represent themselves. However, sir, as the commercial matters have become more complex and lawyers are able to articulate arguments with more structure and refinement, and then you have an increase in the volume of cases, we still rely on our judges taking handwritten notes. Longhand, sir. They're not taught shorthand, longhand. Now, there are the recordings that are done in the court, but guess what, sir? To review that, you still have to listen to it, as opposed to being able to review a transcript. So the concept is, sir, you will watch a TV show and you will see in the middle of a cross-examination, someone is asked, did you not say that the apple was red, sir? And the man said, I didn't say that. And the lawyer says, play back the transcript. Well, sir, try that in a civil court. I tried it the other day. It didn't work. It didn't work too well, sir. The concept is that if we give our judges these tools, maybe it might assist with regard to getting judgments out. Sir, also, having now returned to the court, issues with regard to the equipment which hasn't been utilized for a number of years are becoming apparent. So I wouldn't call any names, but the court we're currently in, only one part of the AC unit is working, and we're still required to wear gowns in 2023 in Barbados, the Republic, sir. Like Batman, sir, the big gown and the bands, we still, in our courts, sir, we still wear the gowns, sir. Shameful. But anyway, we think, sir, you keep the fees, yes, you're wrong about this, sir. So we still required to wear these heavy colonial ornaments, sir. Heavy colonial ornaments, sir. And of course, you need the attendant reduction in temperature to facilitate that for an extended period, sir. So again, as we go back in, we are seeing the issue. Now, the Chief Justice has stated that not only in relation to these items I'm speaking of, but the Chief Justice has stated the question is that Barbados legislation needs updating as it continues to hinder the efficient dispensation of justice. So when we think about how we do things, maybe it's less a question of throwing more bodies at the system, and perhaps more instance of a need for root cause analysis to see how we can improve delivery with what we have. Are you with me, Mr. President, in terms of the articulation? Now, the question now then starts to extend as we get further. Something like a judgment is still given. It takes a judge to deliver it. After hearing the case, we are still called in and judges deliver judgments. That process could be an hour and a half while the judge reads out the decision. And then you're provided with a written copy. Maybe the aim is to facilitate with the additional resources, the necessary practice directions, and to encourage the giving of oral decisions and the legislative support to reinforce such a facility so that they become more common and encouraged, and if persons wish to appeal, then the process of obtaining the longer form decision is provided. These are just ideas, sir. The concept being is sometimes not about throwing more persons at a problem, but perhaps taking a step back and looking at how we do it. And when we do this step back, sir, now here we get into some deep water, now philosophically, legislatively, executive branch of judiciary, get into the separation. The Attorney General's office being responsible for the judges is another issue that as we evolve as a republic, is that something which to continue, note my words, to continue the vaulted independence of our judges, that we look at the development of our own chancellor with regard to the judges subject to review and the registry separate and funded and subject to review, and you have them both under the governance of the government, but you still have the separation which allows the independence. But we're far from that, and it's just a concept at this stage. It's what's done in the UK, but we don't have to follow them, sir. We don't have to follow them as we chart our own way forward. Sir, otherwise than that short deep dive, sir, concerns with regard to the persons who will be impacted by the cleanup, I think it was stated in the lower house that we need to be cognizant. And I'm somewhat conflicted in this issue, sir, for this reason. I have seen how these programs, which start good, end up being an albatross around the necks of governments, where cleanup programs in other Caribbean territories have been taken over by certain elements. So there may be a basis for caution with regard to the utilization and how we roll out, and there may be therefore a question of looking at its future implementation given the stated intention to cease. That's what I will say about that, sir. Another area of concern, sir, is the redeployment of the persons who will be impacted by the stated restructuring of the state-owned enterprises. I think is something which was clearly set out in the Prime Minister's narrative. And how do we look at retooling the persons who will be impacted? Now, I heard, and I may be mistaken, but I believe the program that the government is offering in that regard is limited to 25 to 35 years old, I believe. Anyone could help me? The program, yeah, 25 to 35, in terms of public sector officers with regard to being embraced to change. Now, aside from those who say ageism and blah, 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 I'm not getting into that. Perhaps there can be some priority of allocation with regard to the persons who may be impacted by the SOE. Look at whatever comes out of that exercise. That we say that we are going to tool up our public sector officers. Well, it may be that there will be persons who are impacted by the SOE developments that may also benefit from that, and that they be given a priority. Our Auditor General, sir, can there be increase in the allocation? Now, I've seen that, I tried to find it, it seemed to have stayed static, but I'm sure the government will respond and address this. I believe the issue that stems from this is that because of the increased duties with the legislation that was passed, which now requires every government ministry to do a certain amount of auditing, which is then reviewed by the Auditor General to make sure that we are in line, that his team has the resources. The last interview which he did before the Senate seemed to indicate that there was a request for those resources, so I am assuming I would hear in the response whether that request was provided to keep in line with the increased obligations passed by the legislation. Finally, sir, I like the idea of the blood sugar monitors, which were mentioned by Senator Haynes. I would only urge caution with regard to its rollout, seeing as what has come out from the ID card exercise, that persons will then attribute a bunch of nefarious reasons as to why the government would wish to monitor their blood sugar. But sir, and it is something, but it is something that is important because it makes sense. You have NCDs, you have diabetes, here is how you monitor it. But persons will come with conspiracy theories as to why you want to put something on their hand. And we have learned, because I don't like to do this, but it seems to be common in politics. I said about the ID cards, XYZ, we have learned that persons will fill in the gaps for you. They will fill in the gaps for you with what is easier and what is the most conspiracy-minded, and the better it can share on WhatsApp, the better is on the WhatsApp, the faster it will go. So please, those responsible for the rollouts, let's get ready for it. But Mr. President, fellow members, thank you for indulging me. I apologize for my absence. I believe that my contribution, in a small way, perhaps can help, but I believe that we have been stated and objective, and hopefully we recognize that even though we may disagree as to how to go about it, it's one Barbados that we work together to achieve what's best for this nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Kevin Boyce, and it was a pleasure that the Senate was able to accommodate you given your private applications. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move the suspension of today's sitting of the Senate until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
The question is that this sitting of the Honorable Senate be suspended until 10 o'clock tomorrow on Wednesday, March 22nd. Honorable Senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This sitting therefore stands suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023. 10 o'clock sharp, please. Sitting is suspended.